Chapter 315. She had a very beautiful face, but her face was cold, as if everyone owed her 10,000 kilograms of gold. Her gloomy face made people feel very uncomfortable. She walked with big strides, and with just a few strides, she had already walked past Yin Qijuan, past Xiong Wanling, and He Xianxia. If one were to point out one thing that attracted people to this remote planet that did not have any special products, it would be the fact that the beauties of Shui Yuan planet were very famous in Liyuan Galaxy. Perhaps it was the essence of ice and snow that had forged the natural energies of the beauties of Shui Yuan planet, as they were born with fair and delicate skin, as if they were carved out of ice and snow. On top of that, they were born with a constitution of pure yin, which made them the best partners for cultivators from various sects and sects to engage in dual cultivation. The natural environment of Shui Yuan planet was extremely harsh. The entire planet was frozen all year round, and the temperature was tens of degrees below zero. The strong wind could even blow a thin man into the air. There were no other products on this planet, except for a few spirit herbs with cold element and a few ores with the same cold element, which could be considered as the special products. Apart from that, there were also several dozens of energy stone veins, which were not too big in scale, producing energy stones with cold element. However, after so many years of excavation, the energy stone veins were drying up day by day, and the annual output was very limited. Who knew if there was a heaven immortal among Yin Qijuan and his companions? If they really did take a fancy to their daughters, that would be their chance to soar into the sky with a single bound. Indeed, the two demon kings were here to scout the planet. They were planning to travel around Shui Yuan planet and judge the overall strength of the planet. After that, they would send the information back to the numerous courtiers and fierce generals in Great Yan's imperial court, allowing them to come up with an overall plan for Shui Yuan planet. Whether they would attack and occupy the planet by force or devour and control it secretly, it would depend on the overall strength of Shui Yuan planet, as well as their connections. There were even some bold girls, as long as they possessed spirit roots, who boldly walked out of the shop and waved at Yin Qijuan with a sweet smile on their faces. It was only a short 1,000 feet long street, but Yin Qijuan actually received handkerchiefs from dozens of girls, each of which contained fragrant fruits and the flowers of snow velvet, an ice spirit herb unique to Shui Yuan planet. Instinctively, the two demon kings gave the girl a glance with their divine will. She was just an ordinary girl, but her spirit root was pretty good. Surprisingly, she possessed the rare 9 E-meridians. Both demon kings gave the girl a surprised look. This girl actually possessed the 9 E-meridians? A good physique for dual cultivation. Yin Qijuan kept nodding his head and smiling. Sure enough, this place was a pleasant place. After staying in G-City for so many years, Yin Qijuan finally had the chance to take a breath of fresh air and relax himself. Therefore, Yin Qijuan had made up his mind to enjoy himself to the fullest. As the crown prince of Great Yin Dynasty, Yin Qijuan was cultivating with the reincarnation technique of 9 deaths and 9 resurrections, yet he had never experienced a life and death crisis. Currently, his cultivation base was still at the peak of Jindan realm. The only pleasure he could think of in his life were the pursuit of wine, women, wealth, and temper. Before He Xianxia could come to his senses, wondering how this lady knew his name, she had already punched him right in the chest. After that, like a whirlwind, the lady glided past He Xianxia, leaving a trail of afterimages behind, and came next to Xiong Wanling. The group gradually let go of their vigilance, completely treating this as an opportunity to travel at public expense. They relaxed and enjoyed the surrounding scenery. In this Driftsnow city, there was no existence that could pose a threat to them. The strongest cultivators in the city were only 3 peak stage, nascent soul, realm, earth immortals. Among the people Yin Qijuan brought with him, apart from 2 demon kings who had the cultivation base of nascent divinity realm, the weakest among the over 100 personal guard was a mid-stage nascent soul realm earth immortal. The restaurant was less than 2,000 feet away from the Grand Universal Teleportation Formation of Snowflake City. When Yin Shijuan was walking towards the entrance of the restaurant, none of them noticed that the cultivators stationed near the Grand Universal Teleportation Formation of Snowflake City had been replaced by a new group of cultivators. The teleportation formation that was in operation previously had a few core formation disks taken away and had lost its function. Yin Shijuan's interest was not placed on the shops along the street or the cultivators flying back and forth in the sky. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, glancing at the beautiful girls on the street and in the shops with great interest. Indeed, Shui Yuan Planet had a well-deserved reputation for producing beautiful girls. No matter it was the girls he passed by on the street or the serving ladies in the shops along the street, all of them had enchanting bodies. Their skin was especially smooth and delicate. Their fair and tender skin looked like the best tofu pudding, so fair and flawless that it could stir one's soul. Wuxia sighed softly. Shui Yuan Planet was indeed a place that could make one sink into depravity. Yin Shijuan smiled and nodded at the girl, then strode toward the restaurant. Using the Grand Universal Teleportation Formation consumed a lot of energy. According to the rules of the cultivation world, Yin Shijuan paid a large amount of upper-grade energy stones as a toll fee, replenishing the consumption of the Grand Universal Teleportation Formation in Driftsnow City. After briefly registering their purpose of coming to Shui Yuan Planet with the cultivators who were in charge of the formation, the group of people walked on the street excitedly, enjoying the exotic scenery of Driftsnow City. Xianxia stopped the girl and said with a smile, "Young lady, I'm here." Therefore, although Shui Yuan Planet was a remote place, it had many old friends. There were several dozens of cities in Shui Yuan Planet, as well as several hundred cultivator clans of various sizes. Although their overall strength was not strong, and the strongest elder in each clan only possessed a cultivation base of peak stage nascent soul realm, they might have 1, 2, or even 3 or 4 nascent divinity realm, or even heaven immortal realm as their son-in-law. Therefore, Shui Yuan Planet had always been peaceful and stable, and rarely disturbed by any disturbances. Driftsnow City was located at the northernmost point of Shui Yuan Planet, and was widely acknowledged as the largest city on the planet. It had a population of 500,000 people, and nearly 70,000 of them were cultivators. One day, a blinding light suddenly burst out from the Grand Universal Teleportation Formation that connected Driftsnow City to the outside world. Clad in a long black robe, Yin Shijuan walked out from the formation, escorted by Xiong Wanling and He Qianxiu, the 2 imperial advisors, and nearly 100 cultivators. He Qianxiu did not stand on ceremony. With a stride, he came before the girl, cupped his fist, and bowed to her with a smile on his face. Ever since White Cloud Immortal Sect was stationed on Myriad Immortals Planet, a few demon kings had fallen in love with this gesture. It was a very stylish gesture, especially when done by a demon king like He Qianxiu, who had the demeanor of a transcendent being. There were no powerful immortal sects or sects established on this planet. On this planet with the same size as Earth, there were only a few dozens of cities inhabited by itinerant cultivators. The total population was nearly 10 million, and the ratio of cultivators was very high. 1 out of every 10 people was a cultivator. On Shui Yuan Planet, a cultivation base of peak stage nascent soul realm was more than enough for a cultivator to dominate a region, build his own city, and establish his own clan. If Wuxia saw these 2 old demons, he would definitely think that they were his fellow cultivators. In the jargon of Underhand Sect, this kind of behavior was called treading on the plate. When treading on the plate, only then could they come in at night and loot all the good stuff. As these 2 old demons were treading on the plate with their divine will of nascent divinity realm, naturally, they could tread on the plate accurately, and nothing could escape from their furtive eyes. With an overall strength like this, they were more than capable of running amok on Shui Yuan Planet. Xiong Wanling winked at He Qianxiu. He Qianxiu's cultivation technique was closer to the Taoist lineage, and with the help of this girl, his cultivation base would definitely advance at a tremendous pace. On Shui Yuan Planet, There were only 4 grand universal teleportation formations that connected to the outside world, one in the south, one in the north, one in the east, and one in the west. Coincidentally, they were located in the 4 strongest cities in the 4 directions of Shui Yuan planet. When a girl, who looked very pretty and sweet, walked out from one of the taverns, waved at Yin Qijuan with a smile on her face, and invited them to dine in her taverns, Yin Qijuan's restless heart could no longer restrain the rippling desire of love. This girl, who was as gentle as a puddle of sweet water, had a very lovely appearance. Yin Qijuan felt that now was the time to have some fun. In Ji City, he was the crown prince of a dynasty, and it was very difficult for him to find an opportunity to indulge himself. But here on Shui Yuan planet, what did it matter if he indulged in a few girls at the last minute? The girl rolled her eyes, and a bright gleam shot out from them. "He Xianxia," she cried out sternly. If they could secretly control Shui Yuan planet, it would mean that they could influence the attitude of those cultivators who were related to them by marriage through the various clans in the planet. This would be a great benefit to the future development of Great Yin in Liyuan Galaxy. Shockingly, the girl of Lin clan had already attained the cultivation base of peak stage nascent divinity realm, and was only one step away from becoming a heaven immortal. The current situation of Lin clan in Shui Yuan planet was even more extraordinary. When the girl of Lin clan successfully overcame her heavenly tribulation and became a heaven immortal, it was unknown how prosperous Lin clan would become. Xiong Wanling and He Qianxia, the 2 great nascent divinity imperial advisors, were scanning the entire sky with their divine will. They were investigating the overall strength of the cultivators in Snowflake City. Relying on their powerful divine will, from time to time, the 2 old demons swept their divine will across the racks of the shops along the street, as well as the storage rooms underneath the shops. They were secretly calculating the total value of these shops. A bright smile emerged on Yin Qijuan's face, and he nodded at these girls in a more amiable manner. He liked this place very much. He had decided that after Great Yin had secretly controlled Shui Yuan planet, he would definitely marry all these girls and bring them back to the palace. Stroking his smooth chin, Yin Qijuan thought to himself, "It seems like it has been over 10 years since I last had a son or daughter." A tall and skinny girl clad in a green outfit walked slowly toward them from the other end of the street. Her face was gloomy. Along the way, all the people of Snowflake City, whether they were ordinary people or cultivators, nodded and smiled at Yin Qijuan and his company, who were clad in luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary bearing. There were even some shop owners who walked out of their shops with smiles on their faces, greeting Yin Qijuan. Snowflake City was a hospitable city. Not only would these foreign cultivators bring a great amount of energy stones to purchase the spirit herbs and ores produced in the city, some of the elite disciples from immortal sects would even have a romantic relationship with the girls from some of the clans in Snowflake City. This was the best outcome. A beam of white light spilled out as the girl's left palm turned into a blade and hacked towards Xiong Wanling. The smile on Xiong Wanling and He Qianxia's face grew brighter and brighter. In the 2 old demon kings' eyes, Snowflake City was a completely defenseless city. With just a casual grab, the entire city would be under their control. Of course, they could not act recklessly now. They had to wait for those monstrous figures in the imperial court, such as Su Qin and Han Fei, to come up with a proper plan. Only then could they make up their mind on how to attack Shui Yuan planet. Shui Yuan planet was located in a remote corner of Liyuan Galaxy, a planet where itinerant cultivators gathered. Over 1,000 years ago, Snowflake City was still a small and ordinary city. At that time, a girl from the largest clan in Snowflake City, Lin clan, actually possessed the rare 9 E-Meridians. As a result, she was spotted by the ancestral master of Liyuan Galaxy's Grand Martial Palace, a mighty heaven immortal, Immortal Changwu, who happened to be passing by, and he condescended to ask for her hand in marriage. As a result, Lin clan rose to a meteoric rise within 1,000 years, and Snowflake City became one of the strongest cities in Shui Yuan planet. On top of that, all the girls here had an aura of elegance bursting out from between their brows, which made them very different from ordinary girls. Yin Qijuan ran his divine will through these girls. On average, 1 out of every 30 girls was suitable for cultivation, and their innate spirit root was not weak. Chapter 316. Although the girl looked skinny and tall and did not have much strength, she actually possessed an incredible strength. Xianxia possessed the cultivation base of nascent divinity realm as well. Yet, when the girl thrust out her fist, it actually pierced through his chest and came out from his back, bringing a large amount of blood with it. Xianxia howled miserably in pain. Instinctively, he transformed back into his true form, a huge white crane with a wingspan of over 100 feet. With a shrill cry, he soared into the sky, opening his beak and sprinkling down a large sheet of green light. The green light was like rain, and the green light sprinkled down like a light drizzle in a spring night. However, these drizzling green lights came with a bone-piercing coldness, and their sharpness was comparable to lower-grade magical treasures. It was a divine ability that Xianxia had cultivated after a lifetime of painstaking cultivation, gathering a wisp of green cloud that contained gold element energies in the western sky. The green light transformed into rain, and the raindrops were as sharp as swords, all-pervasive, all-conquering, and incredibly powerful. Xianxia's cultivation technique was already very powerful, and during the past 3 years, he had obtained the legacy of White Cloud Immortal Sex Energy Unity Technique. The Energy Unity Technique was an orthodox energy cultivating scripture of Taoist sect, and it was best at stabilizing one's foundation and cultivating one's energy. After 3 years of painstaking cultivation, nearly half of Xianxia's demon aura had been removed, and the power of this prime divine ability had increased by 30%. As soon as the green light left its mouth, natural energies would attach themselves to it, strengthening its penetrative strength. The green light was like a living creature, chasing after the woman without letting go. But the girl was too fast. After wounding Xianxia with a single punch, before he could leap up into the sky, she had already arrived next to Xiong Wanling. The palm blade hacked viciously on Xiong Wanling's body, leaving a white beam in the air. A sound of bones breaking rang out, as Xiong Wanling's sturdy waist was cut about 1 foot deep by the girl. Blood splashed in all directions, and Xiong Wanling hissed and howled in pain. Just like Xianxia, he could not help but transform into his true form of a black armored demon bear. Shockingly, he was a huge black bear, standing about 100 feet tall, fully covered in a 1 foot thick black scale armor, with dense black fur poking out from the gaps between scales. The green-robed lady was caught unprepared. Her left hand was still stuck in Xiong Wanling's body. Xiong Wanling suddenly transformed back to his original form. His muscles tightened and clamped the lady's hand tightly, lifting her body up over 50 feet into the air. The girl's left hand was stuck in Xiong Wanling's muscles, hanging in the air 50 feet above the ground. A large sheet of green light burst out from Xianxia's mouth and smashed right onto the lady's body. A clear whistle came out of the woman's mouth, and a misty white mist spurted out from between her eyebrows. Silver liquid flowed along her skin, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a thin, tight armor on her body. The white soft armor was beautifully designed, and there were countless soybean-like bumps on its surface. At the top of each bump, there was a rune shining with a faint white light. The design of the talisman was simple and elegant, and it revealed a refined charm. It was very different from the talismans and restrictions that ordinary cultivators were familiar with. As the demon kings of Meng Mountains, Xiong Wanling and Xianxia had inherited the related knowledge from generation to generation. As soon as they saw the shining runes, the two of them shouted at the same time, "Immortal runes! That is an immortal item." The green light smashed forcefully onto the lady's body, causing the faint white glow on the armor's surface to produce countless ripples. Whenever the green light smashed onto the armor, it would produce a deep, muffled rumble that sounded like the rumbling of thunder. However, the lady did not budge, and the armor did not change at all. She sneered mockingly, then cried out in a deep voice, "Remember, I am Lin Qiluo." A bright white light shone from her left palm, as the silver liquid spread out quickly through her palm. At the edge of her palm, it transformed into a strangely shaped blade that was as thin as a piece of paper, 3 feet long and 1 palm wide. With a wave of her hand, Xiong Wanling's sturdy and strong body was instantly torn open by her saber, like a piece of tofu that was sliced by a steel saber. Wherever the saber passed through, the muscles, tendons, bones, scales, and long hairs were all cut off, while a large amount of blood sprayed out like a fountain. Xiong Wanling gave a miserable howl as he forcefully slapped Lin Qiluo's body with his bare paw, knocking her flying far away. Holding the huge wound that nearly cut his waist in half, he kept screaming and retreating at top speed. Fortunately, during the 3 years they spent in White Cloud Immortal Sect, although they were all Outer Sect disciples whom Patriarch Jiangyin did not like, as the Myriad Immortals planet was too rich in natural resources, the welfare of all the disciples in White Cloud Immortal Sect had been improved at least 100 times. Therefore, Xiong Wanling also had some excellent life-saving immortal pills. He struggled to transform back into his human form, covering the wound with one hand and crushing a pale green jade bottle with the other, from which he took out a pale green pill that looked like a sprout. Immortal pills had their own spirits, and therefore, they could take the shape of anything under the heaven. Usually, immortal pills that looked like a sprout, or a seed were spirit pills that contained a tremendous life force and could save lives in times of crisis. A clump of flame burst out from Xiong Wanling's palm. When the immortal pill touched the flame, it immediately transformed into a clump of pale green mist and wrapped around his body. The wound that was bleeding like a fountain was quickly healed. Xiong Wanling panted heavily, pointed his finger at Lin Qiluo, and howled, "Kill her!" Abruptly, Xiong Wanling's head transformed into a huge bear head. He opened his mouth and roared furiously, shooting out a beam of bright black light. Amidst the black light was a tiny double-edged battle axe, its crescent-shaped blade emitting a very strong and threatening gleam. Upon touching the wind, the battle axe enlarged at an incredible speed, and in just a blink of an eye, it had transformed into a huge axe that measured about 80 feet in length. Then, it swung down viciously towards Lin Qiluo. She was knocked away by Xiong Wanling's palm. The armor worn by Lin Qiluo was a treasure of immortal item grade, and although Xiong Wanling's palm was powerful enough to shatter a lofty mountain, it did not even leave a scratch on her defensive treasure. Lin Qiluo sneered disdainfully when she saw the huge axe falling down from the sky with a jarring whistle. At the same time, both of her palms transformed into snow-white blades, and she waved them across the air. 2 white beams slashed viciously onto the huge axe. A loud clang rang out, and the axe, which was a lower-grade magical treasure inherited by Xiong Wanling's ancestors, burst into sparks, and its handle was cut into 2 by Lin Qiluo. Xiong Wanling's eyes went wide. He roared furiously, opened his mouth, and coughed out a stream of blood. Lin Qiluo was knocked off her feet by the tremendous force that came from the axe and staggered back several thousand feet. Along the way, she went through several dozens of houses, bumping into a few unlucky fellows along the way, and their bodies were immediately shattered into pieces. Xiong Wanling stared blankly at the huge axe, which fell to the ground after its defensive treasure vanished completely. He felt a heartache, and his heart was trembling. Demon cultivators were different from human cultivators. Although Xiong Wanling and his fellows had occupied a vast territory in Meng Mountains, they were not good at crafting items. As a result, this huge axe was a magical treasure left behind by their ancestors. Although he was the imperial advisor of Great Yin Dynasty, Xiong Wanling did not have any friendship with MOD, who was an expert in crafting items. It had been over 2,000 years, and he had never lowered his pride to ask MOD to craft a new magical treasure for him. Suddenly, his ancestral treasure was destroyed in this place, and it made Xiong Wanling's eyes turn red. Roaring furiously, Xiong Wanling stamped his feet and transformed back into his bear form. He waved both hands, and the natural energies in the surroundings of Snowflake City began to tumble and flow into his body. Xiong Wanling roared furiously at Lin Xiaola, who was retreating at top speed. "Bitch, I'm going to swallow you alive." Then he waved both of his huge bear palms, and two loud booms rang out. Two balls of dark light shot out from his palms, transforming into two huge and heavy palms that measured about 1 acre in circumference. They were accompanied by rolling demon thunder and pungent wind, thrusting towards Lin Xiaola, who was retreating at top speed. It was the divine ability that Xiong Wanling was proud of, the mountain-shaking palms. When he struck with all his strength, every single palm strike could completely wipe out all the living beings within a radius of 1,000 miles. If the palm strikes were focused on a single point, even Xianxia, who had the strongest fleshly body among the 5 demon kings, would not dare to resist Xiong Wanling's attack head-on. When the mountain-shaking palms were unleashed, 99% of the buildings in Snowflake City collapsed, and the common people in the city were either killed or wounded. Cultivators below Nascent Soul Realm were shocked by the extremely powerful demon energy contained in the 2 palms, and their bodies exploded into blood and gore that sprayed in all directions. Xiong Wanling's reckless attack had nearly wiped out everything in Snowflake City. Suddenly, a thick layer of blood veins covered Lin Xiaolua's eyes. She threw her head back and roared furiously into the sky. "You bastard! How dare you destroy the foundation of Snowflake City?" Like a tigress that had gone mad, Lin Xiaolua curled up her body and greeted the mountain-shaking palms unleashed by Xiong Wanling. Hovering midair, Xianxia, who had just consumed an immortal pill to heal his injuries, threw his head back and gave a long cry. His wings flapped rapidly, and his body began to spin like a top. With his long beak as the center, Xianxia's body spun rapidly, leaving behind a grayish-white beam of light as he smashed towards Lin Xiaola. A blinding light burst out from his beak as he had gathered all his spirit, energy, and spirit into it. Just like Xiong Wanling, he had unleashed a full-force attack. Xianxia's body spun rapidly, stirring the air within 100 miles around him, turning it into countless wind blades that swept across the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the countless wind blades blotted the sky and smashed onto Snowflake City. In a vast driftsnow city, other than over 10 residences that were protected by powerful formations, the other buildings were all destroyed. All the citizens in the city, other than those who were protected by the protective formations, were all shredded into mincemeat by the wind blades. A muffled boom rang out. Almost at the same time, Lin Xiaola was struck by 2 mountain-shaking palms, and a hazy white gleam emanating from her immortal armor dimmed. Although the immortal armor had an amazing defensive strength, Lin Xiaolua's cultivation base was not strong enough to unleash its full power. At most, its defensive strength was about 2 times stronger than an upper-grade magical treasure. Xiong Wanling had even fused a part of his prime energy essence into the 2 palm strikes, giving them a power that was almost comparable to a casual strike from a 36-tier heaven immortal who had just transcended. Lin Xiaolua's body trembled. The immortal armor had neutralized 80% of the power of Xiong Wanling's palm strikes, while the remaining 20% smashed onto her body. It nearly exploded all her internal organs, and blood sprayed out from her 7 apertures. Rapid creaking noises rang out. Xianxia had exerted all his strength, using the toughest part of his beak as a weapon and mustering all his energy to launch the attack, which smashed brutally onto Lin Xiaolua's back. The white gleam on the surface of the immortal armor shattered abruptly, as Xianxia's beak smashed brutally onto the immortal armor. 2 miserable shrieks rang out almost at the same time, as a large sheet of blood sprayed out and stung one's eyes. Xianxia's beak exploded completely, turning him into a bald white crane without a beak. He fell into a semi-conscious state and was knocked flying backward. Lin Xiaolua coughed out another stream of blood. She spun a few times on the ground in a dizzy state, then sat down on the ground, unable to move anymore. Her immortal armor was still intact, and the full force attack from Xianxia did not cause any actual damage to it. However, it had once again caused her internal organs to suffer a strong shock and nearly killed her. Yin Qijuan, who was tightly protected by his followers, struggled to his feet. Pointing his finger at Lin Xiaolaw, he cried out fiercely, "Kill her! Hurry!" Since Lin Xiaolaw was protected by an immortal armor, it was obvious that she had an extraordinary background. If they did not seize the opportunity to kill her, who knew what other trump card she had? Several dozens of nascent soul guards shot out their sword beams at the same time, thrusting towards Lin Xiaolaw in a disorderly manner. However, an enormous divine will suddenly came crashing down from above as 12 figures dove down from the sky at top speed. Like a pack of ferocious dragons, 12 nascent divinity cultivators roared furiously as they plunged down from the sky. What audacity! How dare you hurt Master's wife? Chapter 317. Amidst jarring, cracking noises, the defensive formations of 7 mansions shattered with a loud boom. Tens of thousands of cultivators and mortals in each of the mansions, which occupied an area of several thousand acres, were turned into nothingness amidst the blood-red light. But after the defensive formations of the 3 largest mansions were shattered, an immortal talisman suddenly flew out from each of them, hovering high above the mansions and holding back the surging blood-red light in the surroundings. Xiong Wanling believed that when he was at his peak condition, he could fight head-on against one peak-stage nascent divinity cultivator and any other cultivators, while Xianxia could only barely handle one of them. And that was because both of them had a great advantage in this battle. Xiong Wanling had a very strong, fleshly body, both in strength and defense, which far surpassed ordinary cultivators, while Xianxia, who was in his true form of a white crane, had a great advantage in the sky. Lin Xiaolaw, who was chasing after them from behind, laughed hideously. She waved her hand and produced a shuttle-shaped, golden magical treasure that was emanating a strong electric arc. Then she casually thrust it downwards, unleashing a 1-mile-thick electric arc straight down from the sky. Facing the electric arc that came smashing down from above, Yin Qijuan breathed out a long sigh. Clenching his jaws, he pulled out a jade pendant and crushed it forcefully. It was the mother-child pendant, which was carried by all members of Great Yin Dynasty's imperial clan. Once a member of Great Yin Dynasty went out and crushed the mother-child pendant, which was stored in the depths of Great Yin Dynasty's imperial palace, would shatter as well. With that, Great Yin Imperial Clan would know that a member of Great Yin Dynasty was in danger, and they could quickly organize a rescue team. Those nascent divinity cultivators dared not to be negligent, and quickly used all their strength to keep up with Lin Xiaolaw. 3 peak-stage nascent divinity cultivators, fearing that Lin Xiaolaw would suffer any further harm. They formed a vague, triangular formation and shielded her. The cultivator who stood at the front even spared no effort to consume his energy as he raised up the huge round shield in front of him, breaking through the air and reducing the air resistance for Lin Xiaolaw. Staring at the enemies who were chasing after them menacingly, Xiong Wanling gave a furious roar. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Immediately, all the natural energies within 1,000 miles were sucked into his mouth, forming into a huge ball of light that shot out with a deafening rumble of thunder. The peak-stage nascent divinity cultivator snorted coldly. A large sheet of blinding light shone from his round shield, forcefully withstanding Xiong Wanling's thunderous attack. Xianxia gave a long and sonorous cry. Ignoring his cracked mouth and the blood all over his face, he flapped his huge wings and transformed into a beam of white light that shot forward. With one claw, he grabbed Xiong Wanling and Yin Qijuan. After that, he leaped 300 miles into the sky, turned into a white beam, and fled into the distance in a sorry state. Xianxia used his divine will to scan through the grand universal teleportation formation and found that it had been shut down by someone. Therefore, he had no choice but to find a way to survive in other places. Staying in Snowflake City would mean certain death. On the other hand, Lin Xiao and her company, who had flown into a rage out of humiliation, had spared no expense in burning their blood essence to increase their flying speed. As a result, in just the time to finish a pot of tea, the enemies had caught up with Yin Qijuan and his company. When over 60 Earth Immortals of nascent soul realm exploded together, the power was enough to destroy everything within an area of 500 miles. On top of that, they had used a mystic technique to detonate all the energy stones they brought with them. As a wealthy cultivator of great yin, the amount of energy stones they brought with them was not a small number. Therefore, when an enormous amount of energy exploded at the same time, the power was incredibly strong. However, under the restriction of the Qin assassination formation, all the explosive force was concentrated within the area of Snowflake City, and not much of it leaked out. The few nascent divinity cultivators above them grinned coldly. A few sword beams shot down from the sky like long rainbows, killing all the demons and devils in just a blink of an eye. For a nascent divinity cultivator to kill an earth immortal of nascent soul realm was just like how a Gene Dan cultivator could kill a mortal. A peak stage nascent soul earth immortal cried out fiercely, "Qin assassination! Kill!" The first thunderbolt came smashing down and struck Yin Qijuan and his company, creating a huge pit about 100 miles deep on the snowfield. Among the 12 nascent divinity cultivators, 3 of them emanated an aura as strong as Lin Xiao's. Obviously, they were peak stage nascent divinity cultivators. What was even more unfortunate was that he had transformed into his true form and was flying in the sky. His long beak could break through the air, and it was a powerful weapon that aided him in flying. But now his beak was destroyed, and he was flying in front of them with his round head. All the air resistance was exerted on his big head, which slowed down his flying speed by at least 30%. The nascent soul guards who accompanied Yin Qijuan cried out in shock, coughing out blood and falling back. Some of these guards were Xiong Wanling and He Qianxia's disciples, and all of them were demons and devils living in Meng Mountains. Looking at the peak stage nascent divinity cultivators who were charging at them at top speed, the group of demon guards dashed forward fearlessly. On top of that, different from the immortal armors Lin Xiao forcibly crafted with the help of others, the upper-grade magical armors worn by these 12 nascent divinity cultivators were their prime magical treasures, which they had cultivated with their own blood essence, flame, and life force. Therefore, they could use them freely and perfectly fused with their energies. Although their defensive strength was not as strong as Lin Xiao's immortal armors, it was not far behind. Just now, when He Qianxia and Xiong Wanling joined hands to attack Lin Xiao in a moment of desperation, He Qianxia used the toughest part of his body, his beak, as a weapon. But the beak was not as tough as the immortal armors, and it shattered into pieces. His brain suffered a severe concussion, and he barely managed to retain a thread of consciousness, bringing Xiong Wanling and Yin Qijuan to flee. However, before he could run for more than 1,000 miles, his vision began to darken, and he felt a sharp pain in his brain, twitching and twitching. The frequency at which he flapped his wings became slower and slower. The 12 nascent divinity cultivators stared blankly at Lin Xiao, and none of them dared to make a sound. With light bodies, the group of men pursued at an incredibly fast speed. In just the time to finish a pot of tea, the huge figure of He Qianxia, who looked like he was about to fall, appeared in front of them. One of the peak stage nascent divinity cultivators answered, quickly pulling out 3 jade talismans and throwing them out. A series of rapid booms echoed out, as the 3 jade talismans transformed into 3 tiny sparks and shot towards the south. Like a madwoman, Lin Xiao threw her head back and let out a few howls into the sky. Then, she spun and transformed into a beam of white light, chasing towards the direction where Xianxia fled. Lin Xiao threw a hysterical outburst. Then her face turned cold as she cried out sternly, "Somebody, follow me and kill those 3 rascals. Pass down the snowflake order. Ask all the grand universal teleportation formations in Shui Yuan planet to be shut down, and don't let those 3 rascals leave the planet. Ask Flying Snow City, White Frost City, and Snowdrift City to send out their city guards, and help Snowflake City hunt down those 3 damn things." A muffled boom rang out as over 60 Earth Immortals, together with the formations constructed using their blood essence, and the enormous energies contained in all the energy stones they brought with them, exploded at the same time. A beam of blood-red light towered into the sky, enveloping the crumbling Snowflake City in a towering pillar of blood. A dozen mansions protected by defensive formations groaned as if they could not bear the heavy burden. Strong lights flickered and flickered above these mansions, as one restrictive formation after another was shattered by the blood-red light. Cries of terror and despair were heard coming from within the mansions. However, there were 12 nascent divinity cultivators here, and Lin Xiao, who was protected by an immortal armor. What made Xiong Wanling and He Qianxiu even more despairing was that the 12 nascent divinity cultivators were shrouded in towering murderous auras, and their eyes were gleaming with a ferocious gleam. Obviously, they were experts who had gone through hundreds of battles and could not be compared with Lin Xiao, who obviously did not have any battle experience. Lin Xiao, with smoke billowing from her body, struggled out from the protective circle formed by 3 peak stage nascent divinity cultivators while gasping for breath. She stared blankly at the completely destroyed Snowflake City, then threw her head back and screamed hysterically. "Yin Shijuan, Xiong Wanling, He Qianxiu, how dare you destroy my Snowflake City? I, Lin Xiao, will fight you to the death. Bastard, bastard, that damn bastard." Before they could come up with a countermeasure, these Earth Immortals had already fished out a great amount of energy stones from their storage rings. Using a mystic technique, they stimulated the enormous energies in them and absorbed them into their bodies. Because of the impact of the enormous energies, their skin and muscles began to disintegrate and shatter. Blood splashed and splashed in all directions. However, under the control of an invisible force, a bizarre formation was formed under their feet. Lin Xiao's pretty face turned pale as big drops of tears kept rolling down from her eyes. 1,000,000 upper-grade energy stones. Let me kill Yin Shijuan. He is just a mere Jin Dan human immortal. Why is he protected by nascent divinity cultivators? Why is he surrounded by so many nascent divinity guards who are willing to risk their lives? The light bombs exploded, shaking the void. Lin Xiao and the others slowed down a little, but He Qianxiu's body swayed. His wings could no longer support him, and he brought Xiong Wanling and Yin Shijuan with him and plunged heavily towards the snowfield. Accompanied by a muffled boom, He Qianxiu and his company fell forcefully onto the snowfield, smashing into the ice and snow that never melted since the ancient times, creating a deep pit. A few bone-cracking noises could be heard coming from He Qianxiu's body. Then he rolled his eyes and fainted. The lethality of the self-explosion only lasted for 3 breaths of time. Very soon, the blood-red light vanished, and the group of over 60 Great Yan's Imperial Guards had vanished without a trace. Their souls had dispersed, and the only thing left in Snowflake City were 3 lonely mansions perched on top of tall rock pillars. Apart from these 3 mansions and the rock pillars beneath them, the entire Snowflake City had become a huge pit that went 100 miles deep. This had allowed the self-explosion of these Earth Immortals to unleash the strongest destructive force. On top of that, all of them were clad in heavy and dazzling armors. Vaguely visible runes could be seen hovering on the surface of the armors, emanating powerful ripples of magical power. Although they were not the immortal-grade magical treasures Lin Xiao was wearing, they were still the best among all upper-grade magical treasures. After crushing the Jade Pendant, Yan Shijuan unleashed an upper-grade defensive magical treasure he always carried with him, the purple smoke tent. It transformed into a large sheet of purple mist and enveloped himself, Xiong Wanling, and He Xianxia. 3 peak-stage nascent divinity cultivators landed right next to Lin Qilaw. Looking at the sword beams shot towards them from the nascent divinity cultivators who came with Yan Shijuan, one of them snorted coldly and said, "Ignorant." He leaned his body forward, and a huge round shield appeared out of nowhere before him. Holding the shield with all his strength, he dashed forward at full speed. Several dozens of sword beams smashed onto the shield, but were shattered by the electric arcs that suddenly burst out from its surface. Chapter 3:18. A dead silence reigned in the private room. Apart from Duke of Longyang's beloved concubine, spies from other dynasties soon arrived and reported the same information. Wuxia lightly tapped the surface of the round table with his fingers as he glanced at the representatives of the 6 dynasties. Does anyone have any objection to the ownership of Gutai dynasty? Wuxia smiled amiably. Placing both hands on the table, Wuxia said softly, "If no one has any objection, then it's settled." No one had any objection. After a brief moment of silence, Wuxia cupped his fist at Duke of Longyang and said, "My lord, I'll leave the matter of supporting Li Yifeng to ascend to the throne. The Crown Prince of Great Yin was attacked. No matter whether he is dead or alive, I must go and have a look." The graceful Duke of Longyang rose to his feet, bowed to Wuxia with a smile on his face, and said, "It is an easy task. However, Duke of Tianyin owes me a favor." Wuxia nodded and said, "I'll return the favor." Without saying another word, Wuxia rose to his feet and left Hidden Sword Pavilion together with Yan Bugui. Li Yifeng was about to follow Wuxia out of the door, but Duke of Longyang pressed him back to his seat. Duke of Longyang giggled and said, "The new emperor of Gutai dynasty cannot leave at this critical moment. Why don't you come and pay your respects to the emperor of Gutai dynasty?" Duke of Longyang gave Lao Ai and the others a glare. Lao Ai, Tian Dan, and the others remained motionless, while the 8 princes behind them walked forward helplessly, kneeling before Li Yifeng with their jaws clenched tightly. Li Yifeng stared blankly at the 8 princes kneeling before him. Had he become the emperor just like that? The succession of the imperial power was decided by these people with just a word. Li Yifeng felt he was dreaming. Only Zi Qinyan's eyes were clear, and she held her head up calmly, looking down at these once arrogant nobles kneeling on the ground. Wuxia walked hastily out of Hidden Sword Pavilion and said to Yan Bugui in a low voice, "Seal the news. We can let everyone under the heaven know that the crown prince was attacked, but we can't let Zhonglu know. Remember, do not let Zhonglu know about this. Also, tell His Majesty and all the lords that the people from White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect must never know that Crown Prince was attacked on Shui Yuan planet. Otherwise, no one will know that the Grand Universal Teleportation Formation was constructed." Yin Bugui's face tensed up. He grabbed Wu Qi's hand and said, "Are you going to Shui Yuan planet alone? It's too dangerous. Let's wait." Wu Qi shook Yin Bugui off and cried out coldly, "Wait for Great Yin to send reinforcements? Too slow." Gnashing his teeth, Wu Qi shook his head, sighed, and said, "No matter what, he is Zi Xian's father. I can't just leave him alone in Shui Yuan planet. I'll go back and tell young master what happened here, and ask him to secretly dispatch the elite private army of Little Meng City to Tai City to protect Li Yifeng and Zi Qinyan. Just in case someone jumps over the wall in desperation, ask young master to come here in person and ask for help from the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect." Yin Bugui kept Wu Qi's words in his mind, then answered without hesitation. Wu Qi nodded his head and took a deep breath. In the past few years, he had been secretly accumulating his strength, secretly accumulating his own strength. Now that things had come to a head, he could finally mobilize his own strength and connections. Otherwise, when Wuxia rushed to Shui Yuan planet to rescue Yin Shijuan, he would definitely leave Li Yifeng and Zi Qinyan behind, as he did not have enough strength. By the time he returned from that place, perhaps both of them would have been eaten by someone. Coldly glancing to the left and right, Wuxia suddenly saw Xianxia approaching slowly from the end of the long street on a black horse, holding a crimson tiger-headed halberd in his hand. Wuxia could not help but curse angrily. Hastily, he transformed into a dark beam and sped away. The speed of the acquired magnetic sword beam was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, Wuxia had traveled several hundred miles away. Although Xianxia had the cultivation base of nascent divinity realm, he was caught unprepared by Wuxia. Holding the tiger-headed halberd in his hand, he stared furiously at the direction where Wuxia had disappeared. Clenching his teeth, he cried out, "Little thief, you will die under my halberd." At the end of the long street, a red shadow flickered. Clad in a long red dress, Yuji appeared out of nowhere like a ghost with both hands tucked under her sleeves. She stood quietly on the top of the pavilion and looked in the direction where Wuxia had disappeared. From time to time, she would look at Xianxia, and from time to time, she would look at the direction where Wuxia had disappeared. Her pretty face was expressionless, and expressionless, as if she was a walking corpse. Shrouded in a dark beam, fearing that Duke of Longyang and Yin Bugue would make a mistake, Wuxia returned to Myriad Immortals planet through White Cloud Planet's teleportation formation. Stealthily, he sent a message to Lu Changfeng, Lord Xianxia, and the people around him with a jade talisman. After making all the necessary arrangements, he returned to White Cloud Planet. Smiling, Wuxia exchanged a few pleasantries with the executing disciples of White Cloud Planet's Grand Universal Teleportation Formation. Smiling, he mocked himself, saying that he had a busy life running back and forth for the sake of Jiangxingzi's mission. Amidst the flattering laughter of those executing disciples, Wuxia rode a cloud and flew towards the direction of Gutai Dynasty. After that, he found a desolate place and stopped. With a stomp of his foot, Wuxia plunged into the ground, his body glinting with a yellow light. In just a blink of an eye, he had gone 300 miles underground. Hiding in a solid rock stratum, Wuxia's eyes flickered with a bright gleam. Under the control of his innate earth element energy essence, the sand, soil, and rock stratum around him began to ripple like water. With a thought in Wuxia's mind, the surrounding stratum began to spread out rapidly and eventually transformed into a circular cave about 1 mile in diameter and several hundred feet in height. From his storage ring, Wuxia took out a large number of pre-made formation discs and placed them on the ground. Very quickly, he assembled the foundation of the Grand Universal Teleportation Formation. After putting all the discs together and embedding them with large pieces of supreme-grade energy stones, Wuxia activated the formation. Countless streams of light rushed out from the formation discs, forming into 9 layers of triangular formations above the formation. At the core of the formation, which was formed by the bright lights, Wuxia embedded large pieces of spatial breaching spirit gold and supreme-grade energy stones. Wuxia bit his fingertip and dripped a drop of his blood essence onto the formation discs. After that, Wuxia activated the formation and refined the blood essence, then branded a thread of his divine will at the core of the formation. With that, the formation had become his personal Grand Universal Teleportation Formation. Unless someone had a divine will that could pierce through the vast void and travel from one planet to another, and had the ability to shatter the void and search for the energy ripples of a teleportation formation in the boundless void, no one would be able to modify the setup of this teleportation formation, and no one would be able to use it. In other words, if someone possessed such a formidable strength and could travel across the void with his fleshly body, why would he need a teleportation formation? After finishing all the cumbersome setup, Wuxia activated the formation and injected the coordinates of the dark radiant star into it. A blinding light burst out from the teleportation formation. Wuxia walked into the formation and vanished in a blink of an eye. An enormous pressure came pressing down from all directions. With a twist of his left wrist, a large sheet of yellow light burst out from the wrist shield and enveloped his entire body, completely neutralizing the enormous pressure caused by the grand universal teleportation. Less than an hour later, Wuxia walked out from the largest public teleportation formation in Dark Radiant Star. According to the fixed price in Liyuan Galaxy, Wuxia paid a huge sum of energy stones to the cultivator who managed the teleportation formation. After that, he inquired about the location of the largest market in the vicinity. After that, Wuxia stepped on a sword beam and flew towards the market. Dark Radiant Star and Shui Yuan planet were located in the same planetary system, orbiting around the same star. It was the closest planet to Shui Yuan planet where cultivators gathered. The geographical distance between the two planets was almost equal to the distance between Earth and Mars. According to the information obtained by Duke of Longyang just now, when Yin Shijuan was attacked in Shui Yuan planet, all 4 teleportation formations were shut down. If Wuxia wanted to rescue Yin Shijuan, he would have to go through Dark Radiant Star. Wuxia had no idea if Yin Dan and the others could find a way to travel across the space of over 100 million miles between Dark Radiant Star and Shui Yuan planet. But Wuxia knew that he could only get himself a planetary ship from Dark Radiant Star to reach Shui Yuan planet. A planetary ship was a rare item in the entire Liyuan galaxy. Even though White Cloud Immortal Sect was considered one of the strongest immortal sects in Liyuan galaxy, they did not have many planetary ships. Although Dark Radiant Star was a planet inhabited by cultivators, and there were 2 large cultivator clans stationed here, it was still a problem to find a planetary ship. If he could not find a planetary ship in Dark Radiant Star within 12 hours, Wuxia would have to rush to the largest trading planet in Liyuan Galaxy, the Thousand Wave Star, and try his luck. It would only take him less than an hour to travel from White Cloud Planet to Dark Radiant Star through the Grand Universal Teleportation Formation, but it would take him 2 days and 6 hours to travel from White Cloud Planet to the Thousand Wave Star, which was located at the border between Liyuan Galaxy and a neighboring galaxy. Yin Shijuan was in grave danger, and Wuxia could not afford to waste his time. Riding on the sword beam and flying at high speed in the sky, the muscles on Wuxia's face slowly changed, gradually turning into a strange face. His clothes flickered and transformed into an ordinary gray Taoist robe, and all the ornaments on his body had turned ordinary as well. At first glance, he looked like an inconspicuous itinerant cultivator. The energies in his body transformed, and the strange sign of Jin Dan behind Wuxia's back had turned into a sheet of blue ripples. Outside, the Huixian market, the market closest to the largest public teleportation formation in Dark Radiant Star, Wuxia pressed down on the sword beam. Casting a glance at the market, which occupied an area of tens of miles in circumference, with rows upon rows of roofs and eaves, and a thriving population, Wuxia grabbed a cultivator of early-stage nascent soul realm who was passing by and said, "Fellow Taoist, may I know where the largest and most complete trading house in Huixian market is?" The nascent soul Earth Immortal, who was grabbed by the collar by Wuxia as if he was grabbing a chicken, glared at Wuxia angrily. He cast a glance at the strange sign of Jin Dan behind Wuxia's back. How could a mere middle-grade Jin Dan cultivator be so rude to him, an Earth Immortal of nascent soul realm? While the Earth Immortal was about to scold Wuxia, he suddenly realized that he had a cultivation base of nascent soul realm, and the strength and reflexes possessed by his Earth Immortal Dharma body were at least 10 times stronger than those of Jin Dan human immortals. Yet, how could Wuxia grab him so easily, and he did not even have the slightest ability to resist? In the world of cultivators, those who were strong would live, while those who were weak would die. Those who offended others recklessly and blindly would die as fast as they could. Immediately, a big smile bloomed on the Earth Immortal's face. Allowing himself to be lifted up by Wuxia, he said obediently, "Senior, the largest trading house in Huixian Market is, of course, the Treasure Collection Tower jointly run by Clan Feng and Clan Yu, the 2 largest immortal clans in Dark Radiant Star. Looking from here about 1 mile away, it is the tallest skyscraper made from pale green jade. Rolling his eyes, Wuxia casually tossed the man aside, then fished out several dozens of upper-grade energy stones from his sleeve and threw them over to the man. The earth Immortal gladly took over the upper-grade energy stones. With a big smile on his face, he looked at Wuxia's back as he walked into the market, murmuring under his breath, "TSK, which sect is this prodigal son from? Over 50 upper-grade energy stones. That's more than enough for me to spend for a few years." Upon hearing the man's murmur, Wuxia could not help but sigh with mixed emotions once again. The cultivators in Liyuan Galaxy were indeed extremely poor. With a sway of his feet, he crossed a distance of 1,000 feet with just a blink of an eye. Exercising the ground-shrinking divine ability, Wuxia came to the entrance of Treasure Collection Tower in just 2 to 3 steps. He strode into the Treasure Collection Tower, which was luxuriously decorated and exuded a worldly air of wealth and honor. With a deep voice, he cried out, "Where's the manager? Do you have a planetary boat for sale? I'll buy it with a high price." Everyone in Treasure Collection Tower turned to look at him. A manager, whose body was as fat as a ball, greeted him with a big smile on his face. Chapter 319. The shopkeeper hurriedly smiled and said, my apologies. My status is too low, and my authority is limited. That's why I can't discuss the trade of such precious treasures with you. Please come upstairs. Let our head shopkeeper receive you personally." Then he reached out his hand and led Wuxia to the innermost staircase of Treasure Tower, bowing with every step he took, and brought Wuxia to the innermost staircase. Wuxia gritted his teeth and flew towards the outskirts of the city. Wuxia frowned and gave Feng Bailing an impatient glance. Then he said one word at a time, "I told you. It's a good treasure. Name your price." "I have no interest in the conflict of interest between your two clans or the cause and effect of this planetary ship." Impatiently, Wuxia said in a cold voice, "Head shopkeeper Feng, doing business is nothing more than handing over the goods at the same time. It's useless even if you want to know my background, as I'm not here to rob you. With your cultivation base of early-stage nascent divinity realm, do you think you're afraid of me, a mere mid-stage gene Dan human immortal? Give me the planetary ship, and I'll give you enough energy stones or something else in exchange. Then the deal is done, isn't it?" The middle-aged Taoist took over the dark crow, grinned, and said in an indifferent tone, "It's not bad. It just so happens that I lack a planetary ship to travel through the starry sky. This dark crow is not bad." The third floor of Treasure Tower was clean and spacious, with floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides. Through the windows, one could overlook the mountains in the distance, through which one could see the beautiful scenery. In the spacious space, there were a few simple and exquisite display cabinets, inside of which there were a few jewels that were placed as a facade. Wuxia gave these few dazzling treasures a quick glance and lost interest in them. All of them were merely decorations, and their value was probably not even worth a single energy stone. The young man, Yu Song, was stunned, and so was the middle-aged Taoist. Dark Crow was worth 3 million upper-grade energy stones. Wuxia, a mere Gene Dan cultivator, had actually given out so many spirit stones without batting an eyelid. Yu Song glanced at Wuxia, while the middle-aged Taoist scrutinized Wuxia from head to toe. Wuxia's face darkened. He looked at Feng Bailing, who was holding the 3 storage pouches, and shouted coldly, "Manager, this poor Taoist paid the full amount of 3 million upper-level spirit stones according to the price you offered. What do you mean by this? Does your Treasure Collection Tower also do robberies?" The Treasure Collection Tower had a total of 3 floors. The first floor sold some ordinary lower-grade magical items, spirit talismans, and spirit pills. The second floor sold magical treasures and weapons, and if one was lucky enough to find a good source of supply, one could even find upper-grade magical treasures. The third floor was the core of the entire Treasure Collection Tower, where all the items sold were rare natural treasures. Every few days, there would be a spirit item on the third floor. Even if it was a mediocre spirit item, it was, after all, a spirit item that had the ability to protect its owner and attack its own sentience. A few men dressed in Taoist robes were standing at the entrance, and the one who attacked was a young man in his 20s who looked so proud and arrogant that his nose almost reached the sky. The man retracted the bright beam and grabbed tightly on a dark crow. Without even looking at Wuxia, he turned to Feng Bailing and said with a smile, "Uncle Fengjiu, I heard that Treasure Collection Tower is selling a supreme-grade planetary ship, and my master is very interested in it. That's why I came here just to have a look." Wuxia rolled his eyes, gave Feng Bailing a glance, and said in a cold voice, "I call myself Greed, but head manager, you can call me Taoist Greed. I presume head manager already knows the purpose of my visit. It just so happens that Treasure Collection Tower has a planetary ship, and that's for the best. You don't have to send this treasure to Thousand Wave Star. I'm willing to buy it at a high price." Nodding, Wuxia glanced at the people in the lobby on the first floor, and only when he didn't find anyone unsightly did he go up the stairs. A secret door in the corner of the third floor opened, and two graceful and good-looking women walked out, carrying a large jade tray in their hands. The jade plate was as thin as a cicada's wings, and not even the slightest decorative pattern could be seen on it. However, it was wreathed in a faint cyan mist, which made the star boat, which was around 3 feet and 2 inches long and was exquisitely made. The star boat was entirely dark golden in color and was releasing wisps of warm light from time to time, making it look extraordinarily magnificent. Feng Bailing smilingly cupped his fist and bowed to Wuxia, then extended his hand and invited Wuxia to sit on a soft couch. After sizing up Wuxia for a while, Feng Bailing chuckled and said, "Fellow Taoist Greed, this title. Hee, I suppose it's your first time coming to our Dark Radiant Star, right? Among all the famous cultivators in the entire Dark Radiant Star, there is no one I don't know." Before the manager, who was as fat as a ball, could say anything, Wuxia had already pressed his hand on the manager's fair and greasy face. Staring coldly at the manager, who was a head shorter than him, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "Cut the crap. I just want a planetary ship. Have it, but don't have it. If you have it, I'll buy it with a high price. If not, I'll turn and leave right away." "Cut the crap. I'm in a hurry." Feng Bailing cried out in a deep voice, "Taoist Xian, this fellow Taoist Greed is a distinguished guest of Treasure Tower." With a sway of his body, he came before Wuxia and shielded him from the spiritual pressure unleashed by Taoist Xian. Feng Bailing sprung to his feet abruptly and shouted at the young man, "Yusong, what are you doing? This planetary ship has been sold to this customer." Yusong gave Taoist Xian a meaningful glance. Taoist Xian laughed, strode next to Wuxia, and solemnly handed over Darkrow to Wuxia. Smilingly, he looked at Wuxia and said, "Fellow Taoist Greed, the journey to the stars is long, and I wish you a safe journey." Right after he walked out Treasure Tower's front door, Wuxia heard footsteps coming from behind. Taoist Xian and Yusong, together with a few men clad in Taoist robes, followed closely behind Wuxia. Just as Wuxia was flying towards the outskirts of Huixian Market on a sword beam, the group of men had caught up to him without any disguise. Clapping his hands, Wuxia praised, "What a good treasure! Name your price." The Taoist smiled faintly, nodded, and said, "Fellow Taoist, my name is Xian, an elder of Star Dragon sect. May I know which sect you come from, and which immortal is your master?" With a smile on his face, Taoist Xian subconsciously unleashed the pressure of his mid-stage nascent divinity divine will towards Wuxia. Taking a deep breath, Feng Bailing showed 3 fingers to Wuxia, then said through clenched teeth, "It was not easy to get this dark crow. It took both Feng clan and Yu clan a great price to get it. 3 million upper-grade energy stones. That's the lowest discount price." He looked at Wuxia and said, "It is indeed a little expensive, but fellow Taoist must know that the materials used to build a planetary ship are incalculable. Not to mention," upon hearing Wuxia's words, the smile on Feng Bailing's face grew wider, and a faint gleam shone from his eyes. Instantly, Wuxi's heart tightened. The manager of this treasure tower was actually an early-stage nascent divinity, cultivator. Judging from this, the two great immortal clans that controlled Treasure Tower, Feng Clan and Yu Clan, did not have a weak background. Wuxi reached out his hand and said to the middle-aged Taoist with a cold grin, "Fellow Taoist, please return my dark crow to me." Feng Bailing paused for a moment, then gave Wuxi a grumpy look. He had been in charge of Treasure Tower for nearly 1,000 years, but he had never seen someone as unreasonable as Wuxi. If not for the fact that he was a customer, Feng Bailing would have long grabbed his neck and thrown him out. Before Feng Bailing could finish his words, Wuxi had already fished out 3 storage bags and threw them towards him. With a deep voice, Wuxi cried out, "Count them! 3 million upper-grade energy stones. Not a single one less. Dark Crow, I can take it with me now." Wuxi fixed his eyes on the planetary ship, then quickly sent out his divine will. It was a very good one, at least 3 times better than Xianxia's shadow cloud. According to the standard of planetary ships, which were categorized as Star Region, Heaven Realm, and Universe Realm, this dark gold planetary ship should be considered as one of the best among all Star Region grade planetary ships. Although it was still not strong enough to travel around minor Heavenly Circle Realm, when traveling in Liyuan Galaxy, it was no different from an ordinary human traveling on a flying sword on the surface of a planet. Reverently, he presented the planetary ship to a middle-aged man in his 40s, who was equally arrogant and looked down on everyone in the world. The young man smiled and said respectfully, "Master, do you like this planetary ship?" "Master, if you like it, I'd like to give it to you." According to the rules of Treasure Tower, the treasures bought by both our clans will be provided at cost price. Wuxi did not say a word. He took over Dark Crow and shoved it into the Black Dragon Spirit Ring, then left Treasure Tower without saying a word. Weighing the 3 storage bags in her hand, Feng Bailing frowned and said, "Fellow Taoist greed has paid for the goods. According to the rules, this Dark Crow belongs to fellow Taoist greed now. Taoist Xian, please don't break the rules of Treasure Tower. This is a business jointly run by Feng Clan and Yu Clan, and the reputation of over 10,000 years cannot be tarnished." Taking a deep breath, Wuxi said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist, are you trying to rob my treasures?" The innkeeper was struck dumb. With both hands pressed on his bulging belly, he gave Wuxi a deep bow of about 3 degrees or 5 degrees with great difficulty. He smiled and said, "You come at the right time, sir. Half a year ago, Treasure Tower did manage to obtain an upper-grade planetary ship by chance. Initially, we were planning to send it to 1000 Wave Star and sell it at a good price during the Rare Treasures Conference that is held once every 100 years. But now, there's still over 3 years before the Rare Treasures Conference. Since you want it." With a deep voice, Wuxi cried out, "Name your price." What was even rarer was the fact that this planetary ship actually had 360 layers of defensive formations, compared to Xianxia's Shadow Cloud, which only had a few dozen layers of defensive formations. It was at least 10 times more. Its defensive power was also more than 100 times stronger. This was definitely the best vehicle for traveling within the star field and traveling in the void. Feng Bailing stared blankly at Wuxi. He didn't expect Wuxi to say something like that without hesitation. He pondered for a brief moment, then said slowly, "Fellow Taoist has a keen insight, so of course you can tell this is a good item." Even the treasure collection pavilion didn't have a starboat like this. It's just that this planetary ship is too precious, and no matter which of the 2 owners of Treasure Tower owns it, it will hurt the relationship between the 2 families. That's why I decided to sell it. Feng Bailing was stunned. Out of the habit of businessman, he wanted to know more about Wuxi's background. But he didn't expect that Wuxi would be so impatient that he couldn't even wait for a few words. Looking at Wuxi's tense face, as well as the faintly discernible coldness in his words, Feng Bailing gave a bitter smile and clapped his hands. An old man, clad in a long green robe, was sitting on a soft couch on the 3rd floor, with an ancient yellow scroll in his hand, swaying his head and reading a poem. Upon hearing Wuqi's footsteps, the old man hurriedly dropped the scroll, walked up to him with a hearty smile, and said, "An honorable guest has come to visit. Please forgive me for not welcoming you earlier. I'm Feng Bailing. May I know your name, honorable guest?" Rising to his feet, Wuqi reached out his hand to grab Dark Crow, which was sitting on a jade tray. But, unexpectedly, a bright beam of light darted over from his side and slammed into Wuqi's palm. Wuqi hastily retracted his hand. Along with a shrill whistling sound, the bright beam made 3 revolutions around the jade tray, then suddenly carried Dark Crow and flew towards the entrance of the 3rd floor. Chapter 320. 10 miles away from Wuxia Market, Wuqi was surrounded by Taoist Yixian, Yusong, and 5 men in Taoist robes. Taoist Yixian assumed the bearing of a grandmaster. With both hands clasped behind his back, he raised his head and looked at the gray sky. A faint smile could be seen on his face as he looked at the rolling dark clouds. Meanwhile, Yusong and the 5 men had their eyes fixed on Wuqi, as if they were a pack of hungry wolves who had just seen a fat piece of meat. Their eyes were filled with a strong greed and desire. Clearing his throat, Yusong turned to Wuqi and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist greed, please tell us your sect, and which senior immortal is your master? If you're on good terms with Dragon Yellow sect, you are free to leave, but you must not make a mistake. Fellow Taoist, please tell us your background as soon as possible." With a gloomy face, Wuqi stared coldly at the group of people who surrounded him. Taoist Yixian possessed the cultivation base of middle-stage nascent divinity realm, while the other 5 men in Taoist robes, except for 2 middle-stage nascent soul cultivators and Yusong, were all human immortals of Jindan realm. Taoist Yixian stood 100 feet away from Wuqi, assuming the bearing of a mighty senior. His entire body was relaxed, as if he did not put up any guard at all. He had even restrained his divine will and was only using his naked eyes to observe the changing clouds and mists above his head, giving him the bearing of a mighty man. The 2 middle-stage nascent soul cultivators were smiling as well, looking at Wuqi disdainfully. They did not take Wuqi seriously at all. He was just a tiny middle-stage Jindan human immortal, so there was no need for them to guard against him. Just like Taoist Yixian, they had also assumed the bearing of a mighty man. On the contrary, Yusong and the other 3 Jindan Taoists had their eyes fixed on Wuqi, putting all their attention on Wuqi. A bright gleam shone around them, as if they were ready to attack at any time. Shaking his head, Wuqi was about to say something when suddenly a faint, almost inaudible noise was heard coming from 1,000 feet away. Wuqi's ears twitched. He turned to look in the direction of Wuxia Market and cried out coldly, "Is that Manager Feng Bailing? Since you're here, why don't you come out and have a talk?" With an awkward cough, Feng Bailing appeared in the air with her hands behind her back. He looked at Wuqi and nodded with a smile. "Please don't misunderstand, fellow Taoist greed. I'm only here to find out the background of your sect." After all, rolling her eyes, Feng Bailing chuckled and said, 3 months ago, a batch of spirit stones was stolen from our treasure house's storehouse, totaling more than 7 million high-grade spirit stones. This is the painstaking accumulation of our Feng and Yu clans for many years. Such a loss is truly regrettable. Today, you suddenly showed up and spent 3 million high-grade spirit stones to purchase a starboat that cultivators of the Jindan realm can't pilot. It's really amazing. Wuqi nodded and said, "So, I stole your treasure collection tower's spirit stones." Feng Bailing smiled faintly and turned back to look at Wuxia Market 10 miles away. She said indifferently, "It's not impossible. Nephew Yusong, please don't fight here. If you alarm the people in the market, it will harm the reputation of Treasure Collection Tower." Nodding slowly, Wuqi said indifferently, "Oh, initially I just want to buy a starboat and rescue someone. But since you insist on giving me some trouble, I don't mind wasting some time to teach you Feng and you clan a lesson. Judging from Yusong's behavior, I can tell how your clans are taught. Jackalls of the same lair. What a bunch of lowly bastards. Feng Bailing's face darkened when he heard Wu Qi's harsh words. He snorted coldly and was about to say something, but Wu Qi did not give him the chance to do so. A beam of purple light shot out from Wu Qi's left wrist. Amidst a strange whistling noise that could shake one's soul, the spirit-restricting rope sped across the sky, transforming into 4 huge light dragons and leaped onto Taoist Yixian, Feng Bailing, and the 2 Earth Immortals of nascent soul realm. Taoist Yixian, who was pretending to be a mighty expert, was caught off guard by the spirit-restricting rope. Before he could react, it had already tightly wrapped around his entire body. Taoist Yixian felt his body go numb, and his eyes went blank as he was frozen on the spot. Feng Bailing and the 2 Earth Immortals of nascent soul realm, whose cultivation base was weaker than Taoist Yixian, were in an even worse situation. Feng Bailing was still fine, as he was only frozen on the spot. But the 2 nascent soul cultivators could not withstand the frightening aura unleashed by the spirit-restricting rope, and their nascent souls disintegrated on the spot. Amidst a shrill wolf howl, the sword of greedy wolf flew out and pierced through the bodies of the 2 Earth Immortals with a dark beam, absorbing all the energy essence and blood essence of their disintegrated nascent souls. The sword of greedy wolf shone brightly, as 7 wolf heads emerged abruptly, splitting into 2 dark beams and piercing through the foreheads of Taoist Yixian and Feng Bailing. The sword beams pierced through their nascent divinities, turning them into enormous soul particles and pure energies, disintegrating and disintegrating. The sword of greedy wolf let out a joyful wolf howl, crazily absorbing all the energy essence of the 2 nascent divinity cultivators. It was the first time the sword of greedy wolf tasted the delicious blood essence of a nascent divinity cultivator. Suddenly, a large sheet of dark light burst out from the sword, which was refined by Wu Qi with a mystic technique. The 7 wolf heads suddenly converged inwardly, then quickly expanded outwards. Shockingly, there were 14 wolf heads hovering in the sky. The spiritual connection between the sword of greedy wolf and Wu Qi had become much closer, and Wu Qi could clearly sense the joy and excitement of the sword of greedy wolf. Smiling pleasantly, Wu Qi understood that after the sword of greedy wolf had devoured all the energy essence of the 2 nascent divinity cultivators, it had evolved to a higher level, and had truly formed a thread of sentience that belonged solely to the sword of greedy wolf. It had truly become a spirit item. Slowly, the spirit-restricting rope transformed into a purple beam and shrunk back into Wu Qi's wrist. A clear divine sense was transmitted into Wu Qi's spiritual ocean. The spirit-restricting rope could help Wu Qi deal with Taoist, Yixian, and Feng Bailing, and it could also reluctantly help Wu Qi deal with the 2 unlucky nascent divinity cultivators. However, if he wanted the spirit-restricting rope, a mighty immortal item, to help Wu Qi deal with Yusong and the other Jindan cultivators, even if Wu Qi were to tear the rope into pieces, he would never do something so shameless. Shrugging his shoulders, Wu Qi summoned the sword of greedy wolf back. A beam of black light shot out from it, bringing with it 14 wolf heads that were also emanating a cold, dark gleam, flying and dancing around Wu Qi at top speed. For dried corpses that were drained by the sword of greedy wolf fell heavily to the ground. The deep, muffled thuds awakened Yusong and the 3 Taoists. Before Wu Qi could say anything, the knees of Yusong and the 3 Taoists had turned soft. They dropped to their knees and kowtowed repeatedly. "Senior, we were wrong. We were blind and had offended Senior. Please spare our lives, Senior." Yusong's cries were very shrill and miserable, as if he was a little girl who was about to be raped. His face was covered with tears and snot. Before Wu Qi could say anything, he and the 3 Taoists had already raised their heads and began to slap their faces forcefully. One slap after another. Every slap was heavy and crisp. In just a few breaths of time, their faces had swelled up, and then the skin on their faces broke. Their mouths were split open, and blood kept dripping down from the corners of their mouths. Wu Qi sneered. He came next to Taoist Xian, reached out his hand and searched his body, pulling out all the belongings he had left behind. 2 storage rings, a Taoist robe of upper-grade magical treasure level, 2 jade pendants engraved with defensive formations, and a foot-long dagger that kept pulsating in Wuxia's spiritual ocean. The dagger, which was as white as jade, was filled with a spirit energy, and vaguely, it had given birth to a thread of its own sentience. Although its master was dead, the dagger actually seemed to turn into a beam of light and fly away. Hastily, Wuxia grabbed the dagger and shoved it into the sword of Greedy Wolf. A dark gleam flashed out from the sword of Greedy Wolf, devouring the dagger in just a blink of an eye, leaving only some useless metal powder drifting down slowly. After looting all the belongings from Taoist Xian, Feng Bailing, and the 2 Earth Immortals, Wuxia found 2 storage rings and 2 storage bags. Just like what happened to Xianxia years ago, these 2 Earth Immortals only had a storage bag with them. Apart from the 3 million upper-grade energy stones Wuxia paid for the planetary ship just now, he only found a little over 24,000 upper-grade energy stones from the 2 nascent divinity cultivators and the 2 nascent soul cultivators. Poor, so poor that it was tinkling. They were nascent divinity cultivators. Wuxia shook his head and transferred all the belongings into the Black Dragon spirit ring. After that, he took out a thread of heavenly silk, and just like what he did many years ago, he strung the 2 storage rings together and hung them around his neck. After that, without uttering a single word, he thrust the sword out and chopped off 4 heads. The Dantian of Yusong and the other 3 Earth Immortals was pierced through, and Jean Dan was completely shattered. The 14 wolf heads of the sword of Greedy Wolf rushed up, devouring the energy of Jean Dan and the souls of the 4 Earth Immortals. Vaguely, the dark gleam on the sword grew brighter. Wuxia raised his head and gave Huixian Market a glance. Without hesitation, he transformed into a beam of dark light and sped towards Huixian Market at full speed. Before the people in Treasure Tower could react, and before they could activate the defensive formation, Wuxia thrust the sword out. A beam of dark light broke the tower from the middle, shattering a large part of the defensive formation in the tower. The purple light between his brows cracked, and the cold electric mirror unleashed several hundred thunderbolts soundlessly. Several dozens of cultivators who soared up into the sky were struck by the thunderbolts, turning into powder and drifting in the air. Wuxia rushed into Treasure Tower, from the hall on the 1st floor all the way to the secret chamber on the 3rd floor, looting all the energy stones and magical items that he could find. Even the incense burners carved out of spirit jade found in the 4 corners of the hall were not spared, and all of them were thrown into the Black Dragon spirit ring. Only when Wuxia had taken away all the valuables in Treasure Tower did the tower suddenly split apart amidst a jarring, creaking noise. 2 parts of the tower smashed viciously onto the roofs of the 2 merchant houses next to each other, triggering their defensive formation. A large sheet of blinding light burst out and shattered the broken walls of Treasure Tower. With a cold snort, Wuxia took out Darkrow, spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the ship, and quickly branded a thread of divine will on it. A large number of hand incantation gestures and talismans for controlling the ship rushed into Wuxia's spiritual ocean. Hastily, Wuxia memorized them with his nascent divinity. Then, he spat out a mouthful of energy onto the planetary ship, causing it to expand to a length of 100 feet. Wuxia leaped onto the ship, and a strong beam of dark golden light shot up into the sky along with a jarring, whistling noise. In just a blink of an eye, it had reached a height of nearly 100 miles and was about to rush out of Dark Radiance planet's atmosphere. Suddenly, a few figures teleported over from a corner. One of them cried out sternly, "Who are you, thieves? How dare you touch my treasure tower? Prepare to die." A powerful spiritual pressure belonging to a mid-stage nascent divinity cultivator came pressing down from above. The few nascent divinity cultivators struck out at the same time. Sword beams rolled across the sky, slashing viciously towards Dark Crow. There was another peak stage nascent divinity cultivator standing right in front of Darkrow, holding a dazzling thunderbolt in both of his hands. Then, he carefully and slowly thrust the thunderbolt downwards. The green thunderbolt illuminated the heaven and earth, and amidst a deafening boom, a 1,000 feet wide green thunderbolt smashed down towards Darkrow. Chapter 321. Sitting inside Darkrow, Wuxia suddenly sensed an enormous and suffocating force of thunder smashing down from above. This thunder force was completely different from the thunder techniques used by ordinary cultivators, as it seemed to have touched upon the true essence of the heavenly thunder. Amidst the green thunderbolts, there was a faint golden gleam, which was the unique color of the immortal energy of heaven immortals. Heaven immortal gold, gold immortal purple gold, primordial immortal pure purple. These were the characteristics of immortal energies possessed by immortals of the three tiers. The golden gleam contained in the green thunderbolts proved that this peak stage nascent divinity cultivator had already begun to temper his body with immortal energies. Even the power of an ordinary thunder technique was at least 100 times stronger than an ordinary thunder technique of 5 elements. In a flurry, Wuxia performed a series of incantation gestures inside Darkrow, sending countless bright beams into the ship. While doing so, he also filled the energy core of the ship with a huge pile of supreme-grade energy stones. 3 million, roared Wuxia. 3 million? You better live up to your 3 million net worth. A deafening boom rang out as a few shocking beams of light smashed viciously onto Darkrow. The sword beams, unleashed by a few nascent divinity cultivators, hit the planetary ship and shattered its surface, but they only managed to shatter the first layer of defensive formations. Immediately after the sword beams came a green thunderbolt that came crashing down with a tremendous pressure, clashing viciously with the dark golden beam transformed from Darkrow. A blinding light flashed across the sky, and the surrounding clouds were pushed away by a tremendous force. Strong sunlight shone through the thousands of miles wide hole in the clouds, shining brightly. The strong light transformed from the planetary ship shattered the green thunderbolts, sending out countless green thunderbolts that were as large as wicker baskets and plunging straight down to the ground, landing heavily in the mountains and fields around Wuxia Market. Countless fireballs soared up from the ground, each of which caused the ground within a radius of 1,000 feet to collapse. The tremendous force of the explosion turned the surrounding area into a barren land. At least a few thousand shattered thunderbolts fell to the ground, causing the mountains and fields around Wuxia Market to tremble violently, and in just a blink of an eye, the mountains were razed to the ground. The heavenly crow trembled violently, bringing Wuxia up into the sky at a frighteningly high speed, breaking through the atmosphere of Dark Radiance Planet in an instant. The full-force attack of the peak-stage nascent divinity cultivator had only managed to shatter 39 layers of defensive mechanisms on Darkrow, and did not cause any damage to the ship itself. Sitting in the cabin, Wuxia sensed the information the starboat was sending back to him with his soul awareness. He threw his head back and laughed wildly. "You're worth it. 3 million high-grade spirit stones. Your defensive power is 100 times stronger than a high-grade magic treasure." Planetary ships were used by cultivators who had not reached the heaven immortal realm and could not teleport in the void. There were countless dangers in the starry sky. Meteors, heavenly flames, astral winds, and even sudden explosions of stars could pose a great threat to a cultivator's life. Therefore, the starboat focused on speed and defense, especially the absolute defense it could unleash in an instant, which even heaven immortals could not break through. When Xianxia fled to Myriad Immortals' planet with Shadow Cloud, Hanshao Immortal was hot on his trail. It took him a painstaking effort to deplete all the energy stones in the planetary ship, and only then was he able to breach the planetary ship's defense and capture Xianxia alive. It showed how amazing the defensive power of the starboat was. Sitting in the cabin, Wuxia shoved another pile of supreme-grade energy stones into the power core of the starboat, threw his head back, and gave a long laugh. A few mere nascent divinity cultivators can never touch even a single hair of mine. A bunch of rascals. Phone clan, you clan. Just you wait. I, Wuxia, will come back and settle the score with you. Suddenly, a strong light came from the back of the cabin. Hastily, Wuxia performed an incantation gesture, and a water ripple appeared in the cabin, showing the commotion behind the starboat. Two planetary ships of the same size and appearance, each about 50 feet long, had broken through the atmosphere of Dark Radiance Planet and were chasing after Wuxia. Both of them had a black hull, looking like an ordinary ship with a black awning. On the left and right side of the bow were two characters, Foam and a cold gleam flashed in Wuqi's eyes. Sure enough, those nascent divinity cultivators from Foam Clan and Yu Clan were not willing to give up. He snorted coldly, locking his divine will on the power core of the starboat. Gradually, Wuxia slowed down the speed of the starboat, keeping it at the same speed as the two planetary ships behind, allowing them to keep a distance of less than 100 miles behind them. The main driving force of a planetary ship was energy stones. As long as there were enough energy stones, even an early-stage nascent soul cultivator could control the planetary ship to travel freely in the void. If there were not enough energy stones, the cultivator would have to rely on himself to provide all the energies for the ship's flight and defense. Apart from that, the cultivator had to have a very strong divine will to control the planetary ship. The divine will of Gene Dan cultivators was definitely not enough to drive a planetary ship with complicated defensive mechanisms. Wuqi's divine will was very strong, as he had already formed his nascent divinity with the help of the heavenly thunder. The nature of his divine will was no different from a nascent divinity cultivator. On top of that, he had a huge amount of energy stones to waste. Therefore, it was very easy for him to fly. Unhurriedly, he tailed the two planetary ships behind him, flying towards Shui Yuan planet at a speed that was 10% of Dark Crow's. The two planetary ships behind him had already exerted all their strength. But, with the difference in quality between the two planetary ships, Wuxia could maintain the same speed as them without expending any effort. Staring coldly at the two planetary ships behind him, Wuqi's heart burned with an evil flame once again. He could tolerate treasure tower robbing and killing customers for their own profit, and Taoist Yixian and Yu Song robbing him like a meathead. However, Foam Clan and Yu Clan were unwilling to let him go. Regardless of the consequences, they had sent out so many nascent divinity cultivators to chase after him. This made the anger in Wuqi's heart shoot up to the top of his head. Fortunately, it was him, Wuqia. If it were some other Gene Dan cultivator, he would have been murdered for his wealth. Fortunately, it was him, Wuxia. If it were some other ordinary cultivator, he would have been held up for a long time. When he thought of the fact that Princess Zhongli's mother had died at an early age, and if Yan Qijuan were to die on Shui Yuan planet as well, how sad would Princess Zhongli be? The flame in Wuqi's heart burned 3 feet high from the top of his head. One could be despicable and shameless, but one could be shameless and despicable to others. When one provoked Wuqia, he was asking for trouble. Wuqia snorted coldly, pretending that he was running out of strength. He slowly lowered the speed of the planetary ship, allowing the two planetary ships behind him to catch up with him. From his storage ring, he fished out an immortal talisman personally crafted by Patriarch Xianxia. Slowly, he recited an incantation and carefully took out the phoenix fire pouch from between his brows. The pouch, which had transformed into a palace lantern shaped like a phoenix, flew out from Wuqi's body while carrying a ball of divine flame of order, which had expanded to 3 feet tall and as thick as an arm. Carefully, Wuqia performed an incantation gesture on the phoenix fire pouch. Immediately, the ball of divine flame of order swayed slightly. Then a tiny flame, as tiny as a strand of hair and 3 feet long, flew out slowly. Gentle like the ripples of water, it flowed along the runes drawn on the immortal talisman and fused with it. He snorted coldly and retracted the phoenix fire pouch back into his spiritual ocean. Fearing that the offensive power of the immortal talisman was not strong enough, Wuxia took out several tins of venom sacs from Mang Mountains from Black Dragon Spirit Ring. Silently reciting an incantation, a few wisps of dark mist sprayed out from Wuxia's palm. The art of goo poison, which he learned from Princess Zhonglu, was activated. Accompanied by Wuxia's incantation, which was jarring and unpleasant to the ear, yet filled with an ancient aura, these fist-sized venom sacs quickly melted and compressed into a pitch-black, translucent ball of venom, hovering above the immortal talisman. Carefully, Wuxia cast a restrictive spell and hung the ball of venom on the immortal talisman. By the time he was done with all this, an hour had passed. The two planetary ships chasing after him were now less than 10 miles behind Wuxia. Abruptly, Wuxia patted the planetary ship, causing it to come to an abrupt stop in midair. Caught unprepared, the two planetary ships dashed forward, leaving behind a bright beam of light, and arrived at a place tens of miles away from Wuxia. Wuxia snorted coldly, then ignited a wisp of flame on his fingertip and lit up the immortal talisman. After that, he waved the talisman at the two planetary ships. A loud rumbling noise rang out, as the immortal talisman transformed into a wisp of smoke and formed a 10 feet wide circle in front of Wuxia. Along with a deafening rumble, an endless stream of white clouds burst out from the circle. Amidst a large sheet of white light, the clouds smashed viciously onto the two planetary ships. A blinding light flickered on the surface of the planetary ships, as several dozens of layers of restrictive spells were destroyed by the tremendous power of the immortal talisman. Only the last restrictive spell that was closest to the ships was still flickering with a blinding light. A wisp of purple and clear flame flashed across, as the divine flame of order, which had fused with the white clouds, broke the last layer of restrictive spells on the planetary ships. Abruptly, the pitch-black hulls of the two planetary ships swayed and began to melt. The hulls of the ships, which were struck by the white clouds, were quickly melted into a black liquid metal by the high temperature. 6 nascent divinity cultivators in the cabin screamed at the same time. They exercised their divine abilities, trying to teleport away. But the white clouds were a powerful restrictive spell in the immortal talisman personally crafted by Patriarch Xianxia. Unless their divine will was a few times stronger than Patriarch Xianxia, no one would be able to exercise any divine abilities or magical spells. Although the clouds looked light, they were actually as heavy as Mount Tai. The few nascent divinity cultivators could not teleport away, as a series of bone-cracking noises suddenly rang out from inside their bodies. Miserable howls rang out, as the divine flame of order burned the nascent divinity of 4 mid-stage nascent divinity cultivators. The pain made them hold their heads and roll about in midair. Meanwhile, the other 2 peak-stage nascent divinity cultivators transmitted their voices to Wuxia sternly. "Fellow Taoist, we know our mistake. Please forgive us, fellow Taoist. We, the Feng and Yu clans, will never give you any trouble again." Wuxia grinned coldly and cursed under his breath. "Fuck you." Then he transmitted his voice directly into the ears of those nascent divinity cultivators. Amidst the white clouds, a clump of black mist suddenly exploded, releasing a shockingly dense, poisonous gas and venom that spread quickly, splashing all 6 cultivators with it. The venom came from the venomous demon beast living in the depths of Mang Mountains, and its toxicity was strong enough to threaten even nascent divinity cultivators. With the combination of the spirit cloud, the divine flame, and the venom, before the 6 nascent divinity cultivators could even see Wuxia's face, they were already beaten by Wuxia, who showed no mercy at all. 6 nascent divinity cultivators howled miserably as they tumbled and rolled in midair. Then, Wuxia casually pointed his finger out, causing 14 wolf heads to shoot out together with 6 pitch-black sword beams, piercing through the vital spots between the brows of 6 cultivators. The sword of greedy wolf crazily devoured the spirit, energy, and soul of 6 cultivators. However, as it had already had a full meal today, it could not digest any more spirit energies in a short period of time. Through the spiritual connection between Wuxia and the sword of greedy wolf, a vast amount of pure prime energy essence was injected into Wuxia's body. Wuxia's 10 Jin Dan were spinning at top speed, quickly devouring the vast amount of energy essence. A vast amount of innate energies rushed out from the Jin Dan, causing Wuxia's Jin Dan to expand slightly. An enormous amount of blood and flesh energy essence flowed through his entire body. Quietly, Wuxia exercised the dragon transformation script. Vaguely, dragon scales could be seen flashing under his skin. After a full 6 hours, Wuxia had barely digested a part of the energy essence, and even stored most of it in his body. Taking a deep breath, Wuxia drove planet Black Crow, leaving behind a strong beam of light as he flew at the highest speed towards Shui Yuan planet, which was visible to the naked eye. After traveling for 24 hours, planet Black Crow finally broke through Shui Yuan planet's atmosphere and entered the territory of the planet. Keeping the planet, Wuxia stepped on a cloud and hovered high up in the sky. Just as he was about to determine the direction of Snowflake City, according to the information he received in the Jade Archive, he saw a dozen beams of light approaching at top speed amidst a cloud about 100 miles to the west. A faintly discernible immortal pressure came brushing against his face as a cold voice cried out sternly, "Who are you? Why are you trespassing on Shui Yuan planet?" Immortals? Without saying a word, Wuxia plunged down from the sky at top speed like a rock. Chapter 322. A Heaven Immortal, a Heaven Immortal. Wuxia's body tore through the air and plunged down to the ground like a meteor. Those cultivators flying toward him from afar were certainly not good people. He had just entered Shui Yuan planet's atmosphere and was still several hundred miles above the ground. How could there be a Heaven Immortal patrolling in the clouds? As a Heaven Immortal, his status in Liyuan Galaxy was lofty and unreachable. So, how could there be a Heaven Immortal patrolling in the clouds? Clearly, they were waiting in the atmosphere, and Wuxia had no idea what they were up to. Therefore, when Wuxia sensed the immortal pressure, he immediately stepped on his sword beam and sped down to the ground, not bothering to talk to those cultivators who were flying toward him. Suddenly, the immortal pressure, which was initially weak, came pressing down on him like Mount Tai. Wuxia's chest tightened, and his vision darkened. He was nearly knocked unconscious by the enormous immortal pressure. Fortunately, his soul had fused with the Jin Dan. Although the nascent divinity formed by borrowing the power of heavenly thunder in his spiritual ocean was weak, its essence was extremely solid. On top of that, it also contained the pure yang energy of heavenly thunder, which gave it a very strong defense against the invasion of external evils. The enormous immortal pressure pressed down on Wuxia's nascent divinity like several thousand heavy hammers hammering on an alloy ingot. Sparks flew in all directions, yet failed to crush it. Instead, it knocked out some impurities in the alloy, making it even more compact, tougher, and indestructible. Wuxia coughed out a mouthful of blood. To his horror, he found that his nascent divinity, which was the size of a human head, had shrunk to the size of a thumb after tiny specks of dim golden light shot out from its body. The thumb-sized nascent divinity that looked exactly the same as Wuxia was now hovering above the phoenix fire pouch, clenching its jaws tightly and drawing out a thin curtain of purple and green flame with the power of divine flame of order, using it to resist the invasion of the immortal pressure. Meanwhile, the 10 Jin Dan were spinning at an incredible speed, crazily absorbing innate energies to defend against the immortal pressure. Wuxia's body was emitting cracking noises as well, as the immortal pressure smashed into his body after he absorbed the enormous essence, energy, and divinity of the nascent divinity cultivator. His body automatically began to circulate the dragon transformation script, and under the immense threat of the immortal pressure, he began to absorb the essences and the energy essences at an incredible speed, casting away some of the impurities in his body. A faint dragon roar could be heard coming from his chest, and the muscles on his body bulged up. An enormous power was brewing inside his body. The powerful immortal energy tempered Wuxi's primordial spirit, tempered Wuxi's Jin Dan, and tempered his fleshly body. Wuxi suffered unspeakably under the pressure of the immortal pressure, but he also obtained great benefits. Gurgling noises could be heard coming from his throat. There were a few times when he could not restrain himself from activating the Earth Element Dragon Scale Shield to protect himself, but every time he would force himself to give up the impulse. It was true that the immortal pressure was frightening, but it was truly helping him to temper his fleshly body, helping his cultivation base to advance to the next level. Under the pressure of the immortal pressure, 80% of the energy essences of 6 nascent divinity cultivators, the enormous energy essences that nearly 30,000 years of laborious cultivation, quickly fused with Wuxi's body, powering his fleshly body, Jin Dan, and nascent divinity, and obtaining great benefits. The immortal pressure unleashed by the heaven immortal off in the distance only lasted for 3 to 5 breaths of time to suppress Wuxi, but Wuxi, whose eyes were bloodshot, had already absorbed all the energy essences stored in his body just now. His skin was now covered with a thick layer of black filth, which was the impurities expelled from his body by the dragon transformation script. The dragon cry that had been brewing in his chest finally burst out from his mouth. A sonorous dragon cry towered into the sky, shattering the clouds within 100 miles around him, and actually stirring up the immortal pressure unleashed by the heaven immortal from afar. Wuxi gave a wild laugh, then sped up abruptly and plunged towards the ground with all his might. "How dare you, little junior!" the heaven immortal roared furiously. Suddenly, the immortal pressure that was suppressing Wuxi became 100 times stronger, as if it had a corporeal quality. Amidst sheets of strong green light, it pressed towards Wuxi. If he had unleashed such a powerful immortal pressure to suppress Wuxi from the very beginning, perhaps Wuxi's nascent divinity and soul would have been crushed by him. However, after absorbing all the energy essences of 6 nascent divinity cultivators, Wuxi's body had gone through a tremendous transformation. Therefore, the immortal pressure could only make his vision turn dark, and he coughed out another mouthful of blood. With a twist of his left wrist, the Earth Element Dragon Scale Shield burst out with a large sheet of yellowish auspicious light, enveloping Wuxi. The enormous immortal pressure smashed onto the energy barrier formed from innate Earth Element energy essence, causing ripples to spread out from it. Yet, it could not break through the freakish defense of the Earth Element Dragon Scale Shield. Wuxi sneered. Seeing that he was less than 10 miles away from the ground, he spun his head and shouted at the cultivators who were chasing after him. "I'll remember all of you. Just you wait. If I can survive today, I'll definitely report to my sect and fight you to the death." Although it was just a threat, the heaven immortal who was chasing after Wuxi froze. Abruptly, he retracted his immortal pressure and cried out, "Fellow Taoist, which immortal do you belong to? Tell me your name. This is just a misunderstanding. I'm Vagabond Qing Yi from the Wanyang Star. Have you heard of my name, fellow Taoist?" Behind Wuxi was still the strange sign of water waves, which he used to hide his identity in the dark radiant star. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like an ordinary Jin Dan human immortal. But how could a mere human immortal from the Jin Dan, who looked like an ant, withstand the immortal pressure unleashed by Vagabond Qing Yi with all his might? It was something that not even ordinary nascent divinity cultivators could do. Apparently, Wuxi was either protected by some extraordinary treasure, an immortal talisman, or an extraordinary cultivation technique. Either way, it proved that Wuxi had a profound background. How could Vagabond Qing be willing to make enemies out of nothing? Rolling his eyes, Wuxia silently exercised the mountain ghost deity technique taught to him by Princess Zhonglu. Suddenly, a faint dark cloud of ghost energy soared out from his body. Vagabond Qing, from the Luanyang star? Naturally, my ancestral master will settle the score with you for what happened today. I'm Taoist ghost from the Iron Ghost, soul-seizing sect. Vagabond Qing Yi's expression turned stiff. A disciple of the Iron Ghost, soul-seizing sect? A disciple of the Iron Ghost, soul-seizing sect, one of the two strongest evil immortal sects in Liyuan Galaxy? With Jean Dan's cultivation base, he was able to withstand his immortal pressure. Apparently, only the trusted disciple of White, Ghost Immortal, and Ghost Lady could have such confidence. The Iron Ghost, soul-seizing sect was famous for seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. When someone provoked them, the revenge would usually last for thousands of years. It was a huge hornet's nest that would give anyone a headache and could not be poked. Over the past few years, the two ancestral masters of the Iron Ghost, soul-seizing sect, White Ghost Immortal and Ghost Lady, had suddenly disappeared without a trace. According to Vagabond Qing Yi's understanding of them, they must be hiding somewhere, practicing some evil cultivation technique or some powerful ghost magic. Therefore, Vagabond Qing Yi dare not to do anything to Wuxia. After all, Vagabond Qing Yi was the only heaven immortal guarding the carefree palace in the Luanyang star. Twitching his lips, Vagabond Qing Yi thought of all the troubles that would come after provoking the Iron Ghost, soul-seizing sect. Fellow Taoist, please wait. This must be a misunderstanding. Fellow Taoist, fellow Taoist. With just a few words, Wuxia had plunged headfirst into the thick layer of Xianbing Shui Yuan planet. In just a blink of an eye, he had plunged several thousand feet deep into the ground. Wuxia roared through voice transmission. Misunderstanding my ass. We, the Iron Ghost, soul-seizing sect, have never suffered such a loss before. Just you wait. The two ancestral masters will come to your Luanyang planet and explain everything to you. Vagabond Qing Yi's hand trembled, and he stamped his foot on the cloud. Looking at the group of cultivators behind him, he smiled bitterly and said, "What do you mean by this?" Chang Wu's companion coveted the generous reward of energy stones and failed to kill someone on the street of Snowflake City. In the end, the city was destroyed by someone, forcing me to fight for your master's wife. In the end, I provoked a group of demons and devils from the Iron Ghost, soul-seizing sect. Why bother? After drilling into the ground, Wuxia quickly switched to the innate escape art of water element, transforming into a wisp of white water vapor and darting about wildly in the Xianbing. Slowly, he poked half of his head out from under an ice rock about 1 mile away. His aura had faintly merged with the surrounding ice layer, and even the divine will of a heaven immortal could not detect his presence. Narrowing his eyes and looking at Vagabond Qing Yi, Wuxia heard every single word of Vagabond Qing Yi's grumbling. Immortal Chang Wu's companion coveted the energy stones, and that's why she killed someone on the street of Snowflake City? The person she killed must be Yin Qijuan and his company. Wuxia recalled the information he had read in the books in White Cloud Immortal Sect during the last 3 years. The companion of Immortal Chang Wu from Grand Marshal Palace was born in Lin Clan of Snowflake City on Shui Yuan planet. She was born with the 9 Yin meridians, an excellent physique for cultivation, and a great benefit to Immortal Chang Wu's cultivation. From this, it could be seen that this daughter of Lin Clan coveted the generous reward of energy stones that was promised by someone, and had pretended to be a killer and killed someone on the street. Grand Marshal Palace? Immortal Chang Wu? As long as Yin Qijuan is safe and sound, Great Yin Dynasty will take care of the revenge on you. If anything happens to Yin Qijuan, as he is my father-in-law, I'll definitely wipe out your entire clan. A cold gleam flickered in Wuxia's eyes, and he swore in his mind. Lin Clan of Snowflake City? There's no need for you and your entire clan to live any longer. After a brief moment of pondering, Wuxia was about to exercise the innate escape art of water and rush towards Snowflake City. But suddenly, a large group of bright beams approached from afar. A middle-aged man clad in a sky-blue armor, looking valiant, and a Taoist clad in a fiery red Taoist robe, with a pair of round eyes and a curly beard, were flying towards them from afar, bringing with them a group of several dozens of cultivators of different cultivation bases. From far away, the middle-aged man and the fiery robe Taoist cried out, "Fellow Immortal Qing Yi, did you notice something?" Vagabond Qing Yi smiled wryly, nodded at both of them, and said, "Immortal Chong Wu, Immortal Xianxia, just now, a disciple of Iron Ghost soul-seizing sect drove a planetary ship into Shui Yuan planet." Using only a few words, Vagabond Qing Yi explained what happened just now, especially mentioning how, although he did not attack, he unleashed his immortal pressure with all his might, and yet failed to kill that Taoist ghost. Immortal Chong Wu and Immortal Xianxia, clad in a fiery red Taoist robe, exchanged a glance and cried out in surprise at the same time. The three of them looked at each other for a while, then a cold gleam flashed in Immortal Chong Wu's eyes as he cried out fiercely, "So what if he is from Iron Ghost soul-seizing sect? With the three of us working together, we are not afraid of White Ghost Immortal and Ghost Lady." Clearly, this incident is just a misunderstanding. If they're willing to settle this peacefully, then so be it. But if they are unwilling, we'll have to have a good fight with them and kill the arrogance of these two fiends. Immortal Xianxia and Vagabond Qing each cheered at the same time, then came to an agreement of advancing and retreating together. While the three of them were discussing, Immortal Chong Wu's body suddenly turned stiff. Casually, he produced a jade talisman, tilted his head and listened attentively for a while, then threw his head back and gave a loud laugh. "Excellent. Qiu Luo has found those three rascals. Let's go there now and kill them. Then we'll share all the benefits equally." The three heaven immortals laughed joyfully, then brought their disciples behind them, transformed into a large group of bright beams, and flew towards the north. Yin Qijuan was discovered. Wu Qi's heart gave a jerk, and he quickly exercised an escape art and followed after them. Chapter 323. Lin Xiao, with her long hair disheveled and her face twisted ferociously like some evil ghost, was flying high up in the sky. A shuttle-shaped thunderbolt was seen flashing and flashing in her right hand. Every now and then, a 10-feet-thick thunderbolt would come whistling down from the sky, exploding one after another on the Xianbing layer, which had remained untouched since the ancient times. The deafening explosions stirred up the tranquil snowfield. Countless beasts were seen running wildly, leaving this land of death at full speed. On the flat snowfield, because of the tremendous impact, large chunks of Xianbing cracked, revealing long, deep, and pitch-black cracks underneath. Then, some more Xianbing poked out from the snowfield. Exposed under the sunlight, their sharp edges and corners that looked like blades and swords were reflecting a cold gleam. Another thunderbolt came whistling down. This time, it smashed onto a broken Xianbing layer. A deafening boom that shook the heaven and earth echoed out. A large piece of Xianbing cracked, and the Xianbing layer within 100 miles suddenly collapsed. Countless streams of cold air that were as sharp as blades soared up into the sky, erecting a vast white curtain between the heaven and the earth. The shattering of the ice layer triggered a chain reaction. The ice layer that was collapsing gradually spread far into the distance. Accompanied by a deafening boom, a huge pit that measured over 300 miles in diameter and was about 100 miles deep was created on the ice layer underneath Lin Xiao. Most of the area under the 100 miles thick ice layer on Shui Yuan planet was a deep ocean. After the ice layer collapsed, the surface of the ocean, which had never been exposed to sunlight since ancient times, was exposed. White ice chunks of various sizes were drifting weakly on the pitch-black surface of the ocean. Vaguely, some huge dark shadows could be seen moving at top speed under the surface of the ocean, emanating an enormous demon aura that towered into the sky. Lin Xiaoluo looked down at the ocean that suddenly appeared under her in astonishment. Even though she was a native of Shui Yuan planet, very few people knew what was underneath this 100 miles thick ice layer. Upon seeing such a vast ocean, Lin Xiaoluo's curiosity was immediately aroused, especially the faintly discernible demonic energies. Some of them actually made Lin Xiaoluo feel an instinctive fear, which made all the pores on her body stand on end. Lin Xiaoluo gasped and put away the shuttle-shaped offensive immortal item. She did not know how vast the sea below was. If she continued to bombard it, it would trigger an uncontrollable chain reaction and cause the entire ice rock to collapse. The consequences were not something she could bear. Lin Xiaoluo glanced coldly at the vast expanse of white ice around her, clenched her jaws tightly and cursed, "You three rascals! Now that you are in my hands, I'll definitely make you beg for death." And that scoundrel, with just a measly reward of spirit stones, he made me provoke such a troublesome enemy and caused such a huge disaster. If I don't make you bleed 100-fold, how can I answer to the 3 great clans of Driftsnow City? While Lin Xiaoluo was venting her anger, a huge dark shadow suddenly rushed up to the surface of the ocean. Accompanied by a deafening roar, an incomparably huge and terrifying sea beast rushed out of its slumber. The shape of the beast was similar to that of a swanee, but its body was over 100 miles long, with several hundred extremely long and thick tentacles growing near its mouth. At the tip of each tentacle was a huge pearl, measuring several tens of feet in diameter, emitting a bizarre demonic gleam that could shake one's mind. Surprisingly, on the enormous body of the sea beast was a pair of huge, translucent wings that looked like those of a flying fish. Flapping the wings at an incredible speed, the beast soared up to a height of 100 miles, and in just a blink of an eye, it had arrived at a height of less than 3 miles below Lin Xiaoluo. The sea beast opened its mouth, and a pitch-black hole, measuring tens of miles in circumference, appeared out of nowhere. Inside the huge mouth were countless triangular sharp teeth of different sizes. A frightening suction force suddenly came from the mouth, causing Lin Xiaoluo and the 12 nascent divinity cultivators to feel their bodies sink down uncontrollably. Lin Xiaoluo gave a shrill cry. Without hesitation, she produced the shuttle-shaped immortal item once again, injecting all her energies into it in a blink of an eye. With that, she forced out a dozen green thunderbolts, each about 1 mile in diameter, and smashed them down towards the enormous and frightening ocean beast. A loud boom rang out, as one huge flaming cloud after another enveloped half of the sea beast's body. The green thunderbolts exploded on its smooth and scaleless body, leaving behind several tens of large holes that went deep into its internal organs. A huge amount of blood sprayed out from the holes. The sea beast let out a shrill and unpleasant howl, then plunged back into the ocean in a sorry state. Before turning around and fleeing, the several hundred tentacles near the huge mouth aimed straight at Lin Xiaoluo and the 12 nascent divinity cultivators standing behind her. At the same time, a blinding light burst out from the pearls on the tip of each tentacle. Amidst bizarre hissing noises, several hundred strong beams, each several tens of feet in diameter, shot out from the tip of the tentacles, smashing viciously onto the bodies of Lin Xiaoluo and the rest of the people. Lin Xiaoluo's immortal armor suddenly emitted a sheet of white light, firmly blocking the full force attack of the sea beast before it retreated. On the other side, the 12 nascent divinity cultivators behind her let out a miserable howl. The armors worn by the 5 weakest nascent divinity cultivators were destroyed by the sea beast, and their bodies melted like candles under a scorching flame under the bombardment of the strange demon beam. In just a blink of an eye, they were melted into a liquid that came together with an alluring aroma of meat, falling back to the surface of the ocean. The sea beast plunged back into the ocean, opened its mouth joyfully, and swallowed the liquid of the 5 nascent divinity cultivators into its stomach. Then, 5 nascent divinities shot up into the sky, howling furiously as they sped up into the sky. Lin Shuo stared at the fleeing nascent divinities of her 5 disciples and felt a bitter taste in her mouth. After losing their fleshly bodies, they could either choose to possess another body or cultivate with pure nascent divinity. However, the cultivation technique passed down in Grand Marshal Palace paid more attention to the tempering of the fleshly body, as 70% of the cultivation base was focused on the fleshly body. After losing their fleshly bodies, it was nearly impossible to cultivate their nascent divinity to peak stage nascent divinity realm, transcend the heavenly tribulation, and become a heaven immortal. In order to possess another body, the fleshly body must be able to withstand the enormous power of the nascent divinity. Only by possessing the fleshly body of at least a peak stage nascent soul cultivator would there be any hope. However, which peak stage nascent soul cultivator would be willing to give up their fleshly body? On top of that, the cultivation technique of Grand Marshal Palace was unique, as it required a fleshly body and spirit root that was different from ordinary cultivators. Therefore, it was even harder to find a suitable fleshly body. Or perhaps reincarnation? She would have to give up the several thousands of years of hard work, just like that. Lin Shuo nearly had a mental breakdown due to the sudden incident. In Grand Marshal Palace, there were only slightly over 30 nascent divinity cultivators serving under Immortal Changwu. Now, she had lost 20% of them. Although she was Immortal Changwu's most beloved wife, the responsibility was still too much for her to bear. These disciples had been following Immortal Changwu for several thousands of years, and the relationship between them was very deep. It had been less than 1,000 years since Lin Shuo became Immortal Changwu's wife. Yu, looking at the 5 disciples' nascent divinities flying out of their bodies in bewilderment, Lin Chu suddenly scolded hysterically. "You 5 idiots! Useless fools! How could you allow an ocean beast to destroy your fleshly bodies? You are a disgrace to Grand Marshal Palace." Lin Shuo's sudden outburst stunned all the disciples standing around her. Anger rose up in the hearts of the 5 disciples who had their fleshly bodies destroyed, while the expressions of the other 7 nascent divinity cultivators flickered. Led by 3 peak stage nascent divinity cultivators, they quickly retreated from Lin Shuo, forming a formation to protect the nascent divinities of their 5 fellow disciples, and gave up on protecting Lin Shuo. The leader, the nascent divinity cultivator with a large round shield, stared coldly at Lin Shuo and said, "Master's wife, this demon beast has an incredible cultivation base, and it was because of your personal affair that my 5 junior brothers had their fleshly bodies damaged." Master's wife's words really make one's heart go cold. Cupping his fist, the nascent divinity cultivator shook his head and said, "Master's wife, take your time to hunt down those 3 men. In any case, it is impossible for them to escape from Shui Yuan planet. I'm going to escort my 5 junior brothers to stabilize their nascent divinities. My 5 junior brothers have not reached the realm where their nascent divinities can leave their bodies at will. They will have to rely on various spirit herbs to stabilize their nascent divinities, and only then will they have a slight hope of continuing their cultivation in the future. Master's wife, are you going to leave with us?" Lin Shuo was struck dumb. How could the disciples of Grand Marshal Palace treat her like this? Staring fixedly at the group of nascent divinity cultivators, she roared fiercely, "You bunch of rascals! Are you trying to rebel? I'm your master's wife. How dare you disrespect me?" The nascent divinity cultivator with a round shield gave Lin Shuo a look of disgust. Then he glanced at the nascent divinities of his 5 junior brothers and said coldly, "There are more than 10 masters' wives in Grand Marshal Palace. Lin Shuo, do you really think you are the mistress of Grand Marshal Palace? If not because you possess the 9 meridians, how could Master take a liking to a vain, shallow, arrogant fool like you?" After pointing their fingers at Lin Shuo and scolding her. The 12 nascent divinity cultivators from Grand Marshal Palace did not pay any more attention to Lin Xiao'o. They spun, stepped into bright beams, and flew towards Snow Mess City. At the same time, the cultivator with the round shield used a mystic technique of Grand Marshal Palace to inform his master about the situation here. Lin Xiao'o was struck dumb as she stared at the direction where those disciples were flying away. Are you really going to leave me here alone? Are you really trying to rebel? Lin Xiao'o stared blankly at those fast, disappearing beams, then suddenly howled hysterically. I won't let you go. You will definitely be severely punished. Your disciples, your clan members, your descendants, I won't let any of them go. Who are you? I'm the mistress of Grand Marshal Palace. You. When the oceanic creature saw all the nascent divinity cultivators flying away, leaving Lin Xiao'o alone in the sky, its greed was immediately aroused. It threw its head back and gave a long roar. Twisting its huge body, it sprung up into the sky and opened its mouth to swallow Lin Xiao'o. Lin Xiao'o shrieked. As if she had gone mad, she casually drew a spirit incantation on the shuttle-shaped immortal item. Without worrying about damaging its source, she used the method of overdrawing its source energy, causing the immortal item to burst out with a blinding purple-gold light. All of a sudden, a shuttle-shaped purple-gold thunderbolt, measuring 1,000 feet in circumference, emerged in her palm. The throbbing thunderbolt did not produce any sound. Instead, like a sticky, melted crystal, it was wheeling soundlessly around her body. With her face twisted and her eyes staring blankly, Lin Xiao'o raised the thunderbolt and threw it forcefully towards the oceanic creature. Go to hell. Go to hell. Damned woman. Snow Mess City is destroyed. If you don't give me 100 million upper-grade energy stones, I'll wipe out your entire clan. The thunderbolt smashed into the oceanic creature's mouth, and a frightening power exploded out. The oceanic creature let out a despairing roar. Without hesitation, it spun around and tried to dive back into the ocean. But it was too late for it. Soundlessly, the purple-gold thunderbolt burst out from its body, burning its huge body into a wisp of green smoke that drifted away in the air. Then, the purple-gold thunderbolt spread out quietly, blanketing the layer of ice 1,000 miles in circumference. The Xian Bing disappeared soundlessly, and only then did the purple-gold thunderbolt slowly disperse. The shuttle-shaped immortal item flew back into Lin Xiao'o's hand. However, the immortal item, which was once filled with natural energies and emanating a faint immortal pressure, had become mottled, looking like a rusty bronze item. It no longer had the mighty aura it once had. Lin Xiao'o had overdrawn its source energy, nearly causing the item's spirit in this rare immortal item to vanish, and nearly turning it into a scrap metal. The Xian Bing vanished, and a pale purple smoke cloud suddenly appeared off in the distance. In just a blink of an eye, the smoke cloud shattered and disintegrated, revealing 3 figures in a wretched state. Staring at the 3 figures, Lin Xiao'o howled at the top of her lungs. It's you 3 rascals. Die. Then, she waved her hand casually, unleashing 5 razor-sharp energy beams that pierced several hundred miles through the sky, thrusting towards the 3 figures. Chapter 3:24. Faced with the 5 incoming airstreams, Yin Qijuan, whose energy was almost depleted, let out a long cry, sparing no effort to burn his nascent soul, which he had just formed. An enormous and pure energy emerged out of thin air, as a large sheet of gray and white energy rushed out from Yin Qijuan's body. Cursing with a harsh voice, he pulled out the last life-saving magical treasure he had, the pendant of life and death. A sheet of gray and white strong light soared into the sky, transforming into a shield-shaped light screen before Yin Qijuan. A loud boom rang out, as the 5 air streams smashed viciously onto the light screen transformed from the pendant of life and death. The grayish-white light shook violently, and after 2 seconds of friction, the 5 air streams, which were at least 10 times weaker, smashed onto Yin Qijuan's body. They pierced through his chest and came out from his back, opening up 5 transparent wounds the size of a human palm on his body. Coughing out mouthfuls of blood, Yin Qijuan's eyes went wide with blood as he roared, "Bitch! If I don't die, I'll wipe out your entire clan in the future." Grabbing the unconscious Xiong Wanling and Xianxia with one hand, Yin Qijuan burned his nascent soul crazily, transforming his body into a blinding beam of light and shooting forward. In that very moment, Yin Qijuan had actually exerted a frightening speed that was close to teleportation. The distance of several hundred miles was covered in just a blink of an eye, and he plunged headfirst into the thick layer of ice several hundred miles away. Immediately after that, several dozens of frightening airstreams came smashing down, blotting out the sky and shattering the Xianbing within a circumference of 1 mile. The frightening airstreams kept chasing after him. Yin Qijuan was smashed by the airwaves, causing blood to burst out from his 7 apertures at the same time. Nearly falling into a coma, Yin Qijuan clenched his jaws tightly. With an aura of fearlessness that only a lone wolf at the end of his rope, he desperately exercised all the spells he could, breaking through the layer of ice and fleeing for his life. Sometimes he would turn left, sometimes he would turn right. Sometimes he would use the 5 elements escape art to break through the Xianbing. Sometimes he would use his body to break through the layer of ice and escape. Sometimes he would use the natural tunnel in the layer of ice to escape. In just the time to finish a pot of tea, with his fleshly body on the verge of collapse, Yin Qijuan dragged Xiong Wanling and Xianxia several hundred miles away, as if by a miracle, and fell heavily into a cave eroded by seawater under the Xianbing. His nascent soul, which he had just condensed yesterday, was already on the verge of death. The true essence in his body was once again exhausted. 9 out of 10 meridians in his body were broken, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were broken. Even Yin Qijuan himself could feel that there were 2 huge wounds on his heart. His heart was nearly cut into 3 pieces. Now a huge amount of blood was gushing out from the wounds, filling up his chest quickly. Touching the storage ring on his finger, Yin Qijuan smiled bitterly. He had run out of the last bit of healing spirit pills. He, Xiong Wanling, and Xianxia were lying side by side on the ground, quietly waiting for the arrival of death. Yesterday, when they were ambushed by Lin Chuo and her men in Snowflake City, Yin Qijuan and his companions were lucky enough to escape from the city by relying on the self-explosion of his men of sacrifice. However, not long after they fled, Xianxia, who suffered a severe injury to his head, fell to the ground and was caught up by Lin Chuo and her men. Lin Chuo, who was anxious to kill Yin Qijuan and his companions, brazenly attacked with an immortal item. An immortal thunderbolt struck down, forcing Yin Qijuan to unleash the purple smoke tent to defend himself. But how could the tent withstand the attack of an immortal item? Right when the purple smoke touched the immortal thunderbolt, it was nearly shattered into pieces. Fortunately, Xiong Wanling had transformed back into his true form of a demon bear, using his huge body to defend against the thunderbolt and protect Yin Qijuan and Xianxia. With Xiong Wanling's cultivation base of nearly 10,000 years and the formidable defensive strength of his fleshly body after transforming back into his true form, the immortal thunderbolt nearly shattered his back. The muscles on his back were ripped into nothingness. One of his vertebrae was broken into 7 to 8 parts, and all his internal organs were exposed to the air. Even his nascent divinity was severely wounded by the immortal thunderbolt, nearly perishing his soul. Fortunately, he had risked his life to protect them, and had barely saved Yin Qijuan and Xianxia. However, both of Xianxia's legs were shattered by the immortal thunderbolt, and Yin Qijuan was shaken by it, nearly dying. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoao had unleashed another immortal thunderbolt and blasted a deep pit about 100 miles deep on the snowfield. Yin Shijuan, who was barely able to maintain his consciousness, grabbed Xiong Wanling and He Xianxia, who were severely wounded and on the verge of death, and plunged into the pit. Then, he fled desperately through a cracked underground tunnel. After a few turns and turns, he was lucky enough to escape from Lin Xiaoao's pursuit. What was even more miraculous was that, although Yin Shijuan was severely wounded by the remaining force of the immortal thunderbolt, and his body was nearly shattered to pieces, in just 15 minutes he had broken through the bottleneck of peak stage Jindan realm, which had troubled him for over 1,000 years, and formed his nascent soul. On top of that, the speed of forming his nascent soul was extremely fast, and there was no thunder tribulation. With that, he smoothly attained the cultivation base of early-stage nascent soul realm. Although his cultivation base had skyrocketed, he was still severely wounded. Although Yin Shijuan had consumed all the spirit pills he brought with him, he could barely keep Xiong Wanling and He Xianxia alive. On top of that, this tiny thread of life force was about to vanish at any time. Yin Shijuan was forced into a desperate situation. He had no choice but to flee in the direction of Flying Snow City under the cover of the snowfield, trying to return to Myriad Immortals planet through the grand universal teleportation formation there. As a result, he was once again discovered by Lin Xiaoao, who chased after him all the way, forcing him to hide in the snowfield. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that Lin Xiaoao would be so insane that she actually used the source power of her immortal item, unleashing a deadly strike that was almost equivalent to detonating the immortal item. The snowfield covering 1,000 miles in circumference was destroyed, and he was forced out from his hiding place. The life-saving purple smoke tent was completely destroyed by the heavenly thunderbolt, and he, Xiong Wanling, and He Xianxia were badly shaken by the remaining force of the thunderbolt, and were not far from death. If not for him burning his nascent soul, just now, perhaps he would not have been able to escape to this place. There was a strange phosphorescence flickering in the cave, and a faint blue glow illuminated the surroundings. Some transparent jellyfishes were swimming freely in the Xianbing, which was a few times stronger than steel. Their hazy figures looked like ghosts, and it was these jellyfishes who emitted the blue glow. Yin Shijuan stared at these jellyfishes with surprise, wondering how they could swim freely in the ice. His injuries were worsening, and the feeling of death was invading his body and soul inch by inch. Lying next to him, Xiong Wanling and He Xianxia's breathing was getting weaker and weaker, and their bodies were getting colder. In despair, Yin Shijuan looked at those agile jellyfishes and breathed out a faint sigh. Not a loss in this life, Yin Shijuan said in a self-mocking tone. As the crown prince of Great Yin Dynasty, I've been living a luxurious life since I was born. I've never suffered any setbacks or sufferings. While the other members of the imperial clan were going through harsh trials for the sake of power and cultivation base, as the crown prince of Great Yin Dynasty, I've been living a carefree life for the past 2,000 years. I've only been enjoying my life. Not a loss in this life. He laughed bitterly, and a large amount of black blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth. Yin Shijuan murmured under his breath, "But I really can't accept this. What have I done in this life of over 2,000 years? Besides that time when I went to Mo City to fight against the Heaven Immortals, this is the first time I've left G City. For over 2,000 years, this is the first time I've really left G City. 2,000 years of imprisonment. I really can't accept this." Black blood oozed out from his 7 apertures. With great difficulty, Yin Shijuan turned his head and gave Xiong Wanling and He Xianxia a glance, who were on the verge of death. I've even dragged both Imperial advisors into this, especially Imperial Advisor Xiong. If nothing unexpected happens, he will soon break through the late stage of nascent divinity realm and become a heaven immortal. Yin Shijuan raised his head and looked at the jellyfish, who were swimming freely in the Xianbing. Countless faces flashed before his eyes. Finally, a pretty face suddenly froze in front of him. Yin Qijuan was struck dumb. Then he suddenly laughed and said, why is it you? Although you are Zixian's birth mother, and Zixian is my most beloved daughter, but you. I've even forgotten how you look like. How can I still see your face? The face gradually turned blurry, and suddenly, Wuxia's face popped out. Yin Qijuan coughed violently, clenched his teeth, and said angrily, "Please let me die in peace. Why do I have to think of him before I die?" Not only did this damn kid deceive Zixian with flowery words, he even had the audacity to lure a heaven immortal into myriad immortals' planet. This bastard he. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor was heard coming from afar, followed by a jarring rumble that kept echoing in the cave. It shook Yin Qijuan so much that blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eardrums nearly burst. Yin Qijuan cried out in terror, "That damned bitch has caught up with us? Don't let me live. Otherwise, I'll have your entire clan executed. I'm going to retaliate with the cruelest means." A strange force suddenly emerged out of nowhere. Laughing evilly, Yin Qijuan straightened his back and rose to his feet. Although his spine was broken into 3 parts, he managed to straighten his back and stand up. He grabbed Xiong Wanling and he Xianxia up with one hand, then laughed aloud and said, "My dear Imperial advisors, if we are going to die, let's find a quiet place to die. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing if we are humiliated by a girl before we die?" While laughing wildly, Yin Qijuan dragged Xiong Wanling and he Xianxia's bodies with heavy steps, staggering along the rugged and eroded path in the cave. The deafening rumble behind them was getting closer and closer, and vaguely, there were air blasts coming from behind. All of a sudden, a bright light shone above them, as the thick layer of ice was shattered by a tremendous force. Lin Xiao, clad in a white immortal armor, with a long white whip wheeling around her like a flying dragon, was seen hovering above Yin Qijuan's head. Yin Qijuan. Good, very good. You've destroyed Snowflake City and caused 5 disciples of Grand Marshal Palace to lose their fleshly bodies. Good, very good, very good. How should I thank you? Hundreds of thousands of people in Snowflake City have been destroyed. 5 disciples of Grand Marshal Palace of Nascent Divinity Realm have lost their fleshly bodies. Even if they are hacked into pieces, the hatred in my heart will never be erased. Lin Xiluo's face twisted with anger, and her body was trembling violently. With a swing of the whip, a white beam shot out and pierced through Yin Qijuan's body from his back. After that, she swung it forcefully and tore open a hideous wound on his body. From his heart to his right shoulder, half of Yin Qijuan's body was ripped apart, and a large amount of dark blood kept rushing out from the wound. With great difficulty, Yin Qijuan raised his head, staring at Lin Xiluo, and laughed strangely. "Well then, woman, why don't you obediently become my plaything, and let me help you vent your anger?" At the moment of death, Yin Qijuan was too lazy to care about the Tao of etiquette. Instead, he simply learned from those street thugs and began to talk in a flowery manner. Lin Xiluo's body turned stiff, and she shrieked furiously while baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. Casually, she pointed her finger at the whip. A dragon roar echoed out, as the whip brought out a white beam that was as thick as a water bucket and smashed down viciously towards the top of Yin Qijuan's head. Yin Qijuan closed his eyes and waited for his death. Sensing a strong gust of wind pressing down from above, he sighed and murmured, "I should have known." The whip came whistling down. Chapter 325. Wuxia chased after Immortal Chong Wu and his companions for some distance. Suddenly, 12 beams of light came flying over from the front. He saw Immortal Chong Wu hurriedly approach them, shouting at the top of his voice. Among the 12 men flying over, 5 of them were nascent divinities who had just lost their fleshly bodies. Obviously, they were Immortal Chong Wu's 12 apprentices. Immortal Chong Wu had learned the whole story from his apprentices just now. He rushed forward, first giving his apprentices a harsh scolding, then cursing Lin Xiluo. Finally, he turned to Immortal Xianxia for help, begging him to give him a few spirit pills that could stabilize their nascent divinity so that he could save his 5 apprentices. Immortal Xianxia and Vagabond Qing, he had also come over to watch the show. The fact that 5 nascent divinity disciples of Grand Marshal Palace had their fleshly bodies destroyed was not something that could be easily seen. Immortal Xianxia was an expert in pill concoction, and his attainment was only slightly weaker than Patriarch Jiangyun of White Cloud Immortal Sect. Therefore, it was not an easy task to get a few immortal pills that could stabilize one's nascent divinity from him. Looking at the group of cultivators bustling about in a flurry, Wuxi's heart raced. He sped up abruptly, using his full speed to fly towards the direction where the disciples of Grand Marshal Palace were coming from. He did not hesitate to use the mystic technique and scroll of stealing that allowed him to burn his blood essence, increasing the speed of his innate water escape art by at least 10 times. In just 15 minutes, he had arrived near the 1,000 miles wide ice field where Lin Qiluo exploded. From afar, Wuxi saw a lady clad in a white immortal armor hovering midair. She was waving her arms and legs like an evil ghost, howling and waving a long white whip and lashing down forcefully. Wuxi cried out in alarm. Immediately, 10 Jindan pills sprayed out a stream of innate nectar, which quickly fused into Wuxi's blood essence. Then, he performed an incantation gesture, and in an instant, 30% of Wuxi's blood essence vanished. With a sway of his body, he turned into a beam of blood-red light. With the cultivation base of Jindan realm, he exercised the divine ability of teleportation that only nascent divinity cultivators could use. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived right below Lin Qiluo. Yin Qijuan was waiting for his death with his eyes closed. Wuxi casually waved his left hand, and a buzzing noise rang out from the innate earth element dragon scale shield as it shot out a beam of yellow light that enveloped everyone. A large sheet of golden dragon scales shot out from the shield, wheeling and dancing amidst the yellow light, forming a thick and heavy defensive line that blocked the white beam. With a loud bang, Wuxi's legs went limp, and he almost knelt on the ground. A huge shockwave came through the yellow light, and Wuxi's wrist felt numb, almost broken by the huge force. If not because he was suppressed by Vagabond Qing Yi's enormous immortal pressure, which forced the blood essence of a few nascent divinity cultivators into his body, perhaps Wuxi would have been thrown to the ground by the whip. Fortunately, both his fleshly body and cultivation base had improved greatly, allowing him to barely withstand the whip lashed out by Lin Qiluo in a fit of rage. The deafening noise made Yin Qijuan open his eyes in surprise. As a result, Wuxi's ferocious face happened to come face to face with Yin Qiluo's ferocious face, as all his internal organs were shaking violently, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Rolling his eyes, Yin Qijuan sighed under his breath and said, "Why can I still see this young fellow's face when I'm dead? Can't you let me die a clean death?" Upon hearing Yin Qijuan's words, Wuxi, whose body was trembling violently because of the heavy force of the whip, nearly flew into a rage. "What bullshit are you talking about? When I heard the news, I risked my life to come here and save you. What the fuck is wrong with that? If you want to die a clean death, I'll let you die a clean death right now, without leaving even a single hair behind." Yin Qijuan shuddered, then suddenly woke up. With a great surprise, he stared at Wuxi and cried out, "Wuxi, my good boy, why are you here? Are you the reinforcements sent by my father?" Wuxi sneered. With a shake of his left wrist, at least 10,000 golden beams, shaped like dragon scales, shot out amidst deep, muffled whistling noises, thrusting towards Lin Qiluo. Countless golden specks smashed onto Lin Qiluo's immortal armor at top speed, causing her body to tremble violently like a fallen leaf in a storm. Unable to keep her balance, she was pushed several tens of miles up into the sky by the golden specks. Fiercely glaring at Yin Qijuan, Wuxi clenched his jaws and said, "All the grand universal teleportation formations in Shui Yuan planet have been shut down. When their reinforcement arrives, your bones will be fed to the dogs. Damn it, you bitch. Lin Xiaola was caught unprepared by the sudden appearance of Wuxia. Not even in her wildest dream did she expect that someone would come to save Yin Qijuan at this moment. What was even more unbelievable to her was the fearsome power of Wuqi's Earth Element Dragon Scale Shield. Each of the golden beams weighed nearly 50,000 kilograms, and they were as sharp as blades. On top of that, they flew as fast as lightning, and the force of impact was simply unimaginable. Although Lin Xiaola was clad in an immortal armor, she was still struck by countless golden beams and felt a severe pain all over her body. The fierce aura unique to dragon scales pierced through the protection of the immortal armor, leaving behind tiny bloody marks on her delicate body. The immortal armor had protected Lin Qiolua's body from being ripped to shreds by the golden beams. However, the continuous impact from nearly 10,000 dragon scales, each weighing 100,000 kilograms, had made Lin Qiolua lose her balance, and she was knocked flying several tens of miles up into the sky. Lin Qiolua shrieked. She felt her head spinning because of the tremendous shock and impact, and her internal organs were tossing and turning. With great effort, she swallowed an immortal pill to restore her energy, then quickly channeled all the energy into the immortal armor. A loud rumble echoed out as a blinding ring of white light burst out from the immortal armor. Several dozens of palm-sized immortal runes rushed out from the armor, wheeling and wheeling rapidly around her body. The air around her quickly gathered on the surface of her body, and very soon it was compressed into a layer of green energy about 1 foot thick. Every time the golden beams hit the green energy, they could only sink a few inches into it before they were knocked away by a tremendous counterforce. She lowered her head to look at Wuqi and the others, laughed hideously, then swallowed 2 spirit pills to replenish her energy. After that, she bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of her prime blood essence onto the white whip that was knocked back by the Earth Element Dragon Scale Shield. Nourished by Lin Xiaolua's prime blood essence, the white whip suddenly burst out with a tremendous ferocious power. In the blink of an eye, the whip expanded several hundred times, transforming into a huge soft whip that measured about 10 feet in diameter and tens of miles long. With a mighty swing, it smashed down from the sky. Wuqi threw his head back and cursed furiously at Lin Xiaolua. Then, with a twitch of his finger, the Black Dragon Spirit Ring automatically shot out several tins of life-saving immortal pills into the mouths of Yin Qijuan, Xiong Wanling, and He Xianxia. With a sway of their bodies, a large amount of immortal energy rushed out from their bodies, wrapping them up like 3 silkworms. The tens of thousands of golden dragon scales shot back, transforming into a thick layer of defensive golden light that tightly wrapped around Wuqi and his companions. Wuqi exercised the Earth Element Dragon Scale shield with his mind. The dense layer of golden dragon scales wrapped around the 4 of them and began to spin at high speed. Like a drill, it brought them into the ground at an incredible speed. Amidst a series of buzzing noises, the 4 of them plunged several tens of miles deep into the ice layer. Then, with a sudden, slanting movement, Wuqi exerted all his strength to bring them several tens of miles away. A loud boom rang out almost right next to their ears, as Wuqi and his companions howled miserably at the same time, blood spraying out from their mouths. Lin Xiaolua lashed out with the whip, shattering the layer of Xianbing within 100 miles of circumference. Countless tiny ice crystals shot up into the sky, while the misty sunlight sprinkled down. At the same time, thousands of crooked rainbows of various sizes appeared in the sky above the snowfield, illuminating the entire snowfield with their colorful light. It was a magnificent and magical sight. Lin Xiaolua had unleashed a powerful strike without hesitation. The tremendous shockwave knocked Wuqi and his companions flying away. The white whip knocked away the numerous golden dragon scales on the Earth Element Dragon Scale Shield. After flying for several tens of miles, they shot back at high speed, wheeling around Wuqi's body. Wuqi gave a long and sonorous cry and exercised the mystic eyes of universe. A wisp of purple and green divine flame of order shot out from his eyes like a raging flame. Not only could the mystic eyes of universe see through all the restrictive spells in the universe, it could also allow the user to search through the 9 underworlds and also unleash all sorts of powerful offensive techniques. The divine flame of order shot out from his eyes and transformed into 2 tiny flying swords of purple and green colors, shooting towards Lin Xiaoluo in just a blink of an eye. The white whip brought up a strong gust of wind and pushed Wu Qi and his companions nearly 100 miles away. With great effort, Wu Qi managed to stabilize his body. Then, he heard a miserable howl. In the distance, Lin Xiaoluo, who was surrounded by the green energy and white immortal light, had her entire body set ablaze with a purple and green flame. Howling and howling, she plunged down from the sky. The divine flame of order pierced through the green energy that was protecting the immortal armor, stuck onto the white immortal light, and severely wounded the divine will that Lin Xiaoluo had unleashed to control the white whip. Her nascent divinity was wounded, and the pain made her vision turn dark. She fell heavily to the ground like a huge rock. Amidst a purple beam, the spirit-restricting rope streaked across 100 miles, wrapping Lin Xiaoluo up like a rice dumpling and dragging her back. Lin Xiaoluo's energy essence, soul, and even her mind were sealed. Her eyes were wide open, and she had completely lost the ability to fight back. After consecutively activating the shuttle-shaped immortal item and the white whip, Lin Xiaoluo's energy was almost depleted. Now that she was trapped by the spirit-restricting rope, she had completely lost the ability to fight back. The white immortal armor was still emitting a faint white gleam, trying its best to resist the ferocious power of the spirit-restricting rope. However, a sharp howl was heard coming from within the rope. 3 cinnabar talismans flickered and flickered on the rope, and the white immortal armor's gleam dimmed abruptly. Slowly, it turned into a white liquid, squirming and wriggling, trying to shrink back into Lin Xiaoluo's body. But Wu Qi stretched his hand out and grabbed all the white liquid into the air. An exquisite armor the size of a fist appeared in Wu Qi's hand, emitting a faint white gleam. Casually, Wu Qi shoved the immortal armor into his forehead and sent it into the storage space in his spiritual ocean. The immortal armor trembled and was about to launch a counterattack when the Phoenix Fire pouch flew over gracefully, unleashing a clump of purple and green divine flame that wrapped the immortal armor tightly. The immortal armor began to tremble with fear. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoluo opened her mouth and coughed out a stream of blood. The thread of divine which she left in the immortal armor was completely refined by the divine flame of order. Then he pulled up the bound Lin Xiaoluo, wrapped them up in countless golden dragon scales, transforming into a golden beam and plunging into the ground. They were about to flee. At that very moment, 3 figures were seen approaching from afar, bringing with them an immortal pressure that blotted the sky and blotted the earth. The leading figure was none other than Immortal Chang Wu, whose face was filled with rage. The immortal pressure that felt like it had a corporeal body smashed onto the thick layer of ice around Wu Qi and his company. Suddenly, the layer of ice, 1,000 miles in circumference and over 100 miles in thickness, cracked and shattered. Countless ice shards wrapped around Wu Qi and his company, sending them flying up into the sky. Immortal Chang Wu's immortal pressure had locked onto Wu Qi and his company. "How dare you? Die!" he cried out sternly. Clenching both hands into fists, Immortal Chang Wu thrust his fist towards Wu Qi and his company from a distance of several hundred miles away. When the fist was unleashed, the heaven and earth changed. Countless huge ice shards around Wu Qi and his company vanished into nothingness at the same time. Chapter 326. Chang Wu. Wu Qi let out a long and stern cry, as a sheet of white light suddenly exploded around him. Just now, he had forcibly seized Lin Qiluo's immortal armor and subdued it with the divine flame of order. Facing immortal Chang Wu's attack from a distance, Wu Qi, who knew he did not have any magical item that could withstand the punch, quickly detonated the item spirit of the immortal armor with the divine flame of order, causing all its power to be unleashed in an instant. An armor about 1,000 feet tall, glowing with a blinding white light, emerged out of thin air next to Wu Qi and his company. Although immortal Chang Wu's punch had hit the immortal armor, it only produced a tiny ripple on its surface. The powerful punch was repelled by the immortal armor and was sent flying backward, sending an invisible gust of wind that smashed viciously onto immortal Chang Wu and his company. The three heaven immortals were still fine, as the gust of wind was just like a gentle breeze and did not cause any harm to them. However, for the several dozens of disciples behind them, Chi-Chi gave a muffled snort as they were knocked flying backward and coughed out mouthfuls of blood. It happened so suddenly, and immortal Chang Wu cried out in shock. How could that fellow control the Grand Wu's snow armor? Right after immortal Chang Wu's cry left his mouth, the immortal armor disintegrated with a boom. Because of Wu Qi's desperation, the immortal armor's item spirit was detonated, and the entire core structure of the immortal armor collapsed, turning into countless silver droplets that shot in all directions. Wu Qi gave a long and sonorous cry. Immediately, the earth element dragon scale shield shone with a bright yellow light, and countless silver droplets were sucked into the shield. Suddenly, a bright seven-colored light burst out from the surface of his body, and in the next moment, Wu Qi and his company vanished without a trace. In just the blink of an eye, the chariot of 8 horses was unleashed, shrouded in a bright seven-colored light, and shot forward. At the same time, when the chariot of 8 horses was unleashed, Wu Qi had also thrown Yin Shijuan and all the others into the spirit breeding ring. His body was shrouded in auspicious clouds, and in just a twinkling of an eye, he had traveled several tens of thousands of miles from Snowflake City to the region controlled by White Frost City. When he was still several hundred miles away from White Frost City, Wu Qi kept the chariot of 8 horses, transformed into a dark beam, and plunged into the snowfield. A deep, deep laugh rang out as 18 figures shot out from Wu Qi's body. The 18 celestial fiend puppets twisted and transformed in midair, and in just a blink of an eye, they transformed into 18 men dressed in similar outfits, but with different facial features, different heights, different sizes, and different looks. All the men transformed from celestial fiend puppets had Jean Dan's strange signs hovering behind their backs. On top of that, all the Jean Dan's strange signs were a layer of faintly discernible yellow dust, within which blades and swords could be vaguely seen flashing. An experienced cultivator would be able to tell at a glance that these cultivators were from the same sect and that they practiced the same cultivation technique. That was why the Jean Dan's strange signs were so similar. However, the magical arts and divine abilities they were proficient in were different, which was why the Jean Dan's omen had changed slightly. Originally, although the celestial fiend puppets had the cultivation base of Jean Dan realm, they would not show any Jean Dan strange signs. When Wu Qi was refining them, he had given each of them a tiny bit of innate earth element essence, which was why the celestial fiend puppets carried a tiny bit of innate earth element energy. Therefore, they were able to simulate the Jean Dan strange signs. When they were still about 1,000 feet from the ground, Wu Qi tore his clothes and grabbed at the snowfield. Immediately, a snow bear flew up with a loud roar. The sword of Greedy Wolf chopped off the snow bear's head, causing a large amount of blood to spray and splash onto Wu Qi and the company. A few celestial fiend puppets snorted coldly. Their bodies tilted to one side and their necks twisted. Their clothes were torn apart, and their limbs fell off abruptly, scattering all over the ground. The other few celestial fiend puppets also casually cut their own bodies, opening up deep wounds on their bodies. At first glance, they looked exactly like the wounds left by the claws of beasts. They waved their hands casually, holding various weapons in their hands. After that, they transformed into beams of light that wheeled and wheeled rapidly around their bodies. A large amount of bear's blood splashed onto their bodies, making them look extremely ferocious. At the place where Wuxia and his company landed, apart from the unfortunate snow bear, several thousand feet away from them, there was also a Shueho who had a big belly and was lying lazily on the snowfield, basking in the sun. The venomous bug looked like an inchworm, as thick as a water bucket, and about 70 to 80 feet long. The segments of its body were very distinct, and there were 7 to 8 pairs of sharp appendages on its hard, snow-white shell. As soon as Wuxia landed on the ground with his body covered in blood, he immediately unleashed a sword beam. The sword beam, transformed from the Unity of Sword Beam script, was powerful enough to pierce through metal and stone, so it smashed onto the Xuemu's body from several thousand feet away. It made the bug squeak miserably, as a piece of the white shell on its abdomen was shattered. The ferocious Xuemu howled and charged towards Wuxia. A demon bug like the Xuemu was born with the cultivation base of peak stage Xianxia realm, and would form its demon core when it matured. However, because of its poor innate talent, it would not gain sentience after forming its demon core, and could only remain as a demon beast, unable to become a demon immortal. The Xuemu in front of them was an adult Xuemu, possessing the cultivation base of peak stage Jindan realm. However, it did not have any sentience, and only knew how to fight with its innate talent. It leaped before Wuxia, opened its mouth, and sprayed out a clump of pale blue cold air that came with a faint fragrance. After that, it used its 7 to 8 pairs of sharp appendages to scratch and hack at Wuxia and his company. A few celestial fiend puppets howled miserably as they were injured by the appendages, retreating with their bodies covered in blood. A large sheet of snowy mist came rushing over from behind, as Immortal Changwu, Vagabond Qing Yi, and Immortal Xianyang, the 3 heaven immortals, sent out their powerful divine wills that seemed to have taken a corporeal form. As their divine wills swept across the snowfield, a large sheet of Xianbing disintegrated. Numerous snowflakes soared into the sky, turning into a thick sheet of snowy mist that blanketed the land 10,000 miles in circumference. Gusts of wind whistled and whistled amidst the snowfield, generated by the divine wills of the 3 heaven immortals. The razor-sharp gale swept across the snowfield, and large chunks of ice were cut open, leaving deep marks on them. Like an iron fence, the formidable divine wills plowed through the snowfield inch by inch, not leaving any suspicious spots unchecked. Under the search of the divine wills, some snow caves that went several tens of miles deep into the ground, which could fit a man, were rolled up by an invisible force. The thick Xianbing was torn to pieces, while some snow beasts hiding in the caves were ripped to shreds by the divine wills. In just a blink of an eye, the divine wills had swept across Wuxia and his company. Wuxia had retracted all his aura, revealing only the cultivation base of middle-grade Jindan realm. Riding on a shabby, upper-grade magical flying sword, which he looted from an unknown dead man, he transformed into a pale green beam and fought against Xuemu. A cold breeze sprayed out of Xuemu's mouth. Immediately, large patches of white frost emerged on the less than 6 feet long green beam, and the flying sword was frozen to the point of producing cracking noises. A few celestial fiend puppets, their bodies covered in blood, had their eyes flickering with a faint fiend gleam as they cried out at the top of their lungs, "Junior brother, be careful." Then, they too unleashed a few grayish-white sword beams and charged forward, hacking and slashing at Xuemu. However, the power of these sword beams was limited, as they could only leave behind a few shallow white marks on Xuemu's carapace, and some tiny pieces of the carapace could be seen falling off. 3 powerful divine wills circled around Wuxia and his company, and did not even bother to give them a careful examination. Instead, they sped away into the distance, leaving behind a vast snowy mist and gusts of wind. Not far behind them, Immortal Chang Wu and his company were seen approaching menacingly. They did not even give Wuxia and his company a look and just kept chasing after them. Just now, when Wuxia fled, there were 4 men, Lin Xiao, and 1 woman. But now, Wuxia and his company consisted of 19 men, all of whom possessed the cultivation base of Jindan. Most of them were severely wounded, and a few of them even had their limbs broken. Wuxia had perfectly acted out the ending of a team of cultivators who overestimated their own strength and provoked a formidable demon beast. For the 3 heaven immortals, as well as their disciples, a tiny ant like Wuxia was nothing in their eyes. The snowy mist rolled and rolled, while the gusts of wind lifted Wuxia and his company up into the air, knocking them down forcefully to the ground. Although Xuanmu was ferocious and barbaric, it knew the principle of seeking fortune and avoiding calamity. When the 3 heaven immortals charged past it with a murderous aura, it let out a shrill cry, cradled its huge head with its long limbs, and lay flat on the ground, not daring to move at all. A few sword beams smashed viciously on its body, but they only broke its shell and did not cause any actual harm to it. Immortal Chang Wu and his company continued their pursuit for several hundred miles, and they saw a large group of cultivators flying up from the sky above White Frost City and approaching them. After a brief and hurried conversation, the 3 heaven immortals quickly brought their disciples and flew towards Wuxia and his company. Immortal Chang Wu and the other 2 heaven immortals stepped on clouds from afar, hovering several tens of miles away in the sky. Led by a peak-stage nascent divinity cultivator, a group of several dozen earth immortals of nascent soul realm came charging towards Wuxia and his company. Right when Xuanmu rose to its feet from the snowy ground, the peak-stage nascent divinity cultivator had already arrived next to it, giving its head a heavy kick and crushing it to pieces. With a strong desire to kill, the cultivator, who was clad in a red Taoist robe and dressed like immortal Xianxia, came before Wuxia, spitting saliva as he roared at Wuxia, "Junior, where did the colorful light go?" Without holding back, the peak-stage nascent divinity cultivator thrust all his divine will towards Wuxia, focusing all his attention on intimidating Wuxia with violence, forcing him to tell the truth. Immortal Chang Wu and his company stood at a distance, watching coldly as the nascent divinity cultivator forced Wuxia to confess. As a mighty heaven immortal, it was impossible for him to condescend to ask Wuxia for information. The appearance of a peak-stage nascent divinity cultivator was more than enough to deter any cultivator living in Shui Yuan planet. Wuxia stared blankly at the peak-stage nascent divinity cultivator in front of him, as if he was really petrified by the man. His body was shivering violently, and his mouth was letting out some stuttering noises. The peak-stage nascent divinity cultivator sneered complacently. Casually, he pulled out an upper-grade magical item flying sword and said, "Tell me, have you seen that colorful light? If you tell us where it went, you will be rewarded." The chariot of 8 horses was moving too fast, inhumanly fast. Even though Immortal Chang Wu and his company of 3 heaven immortals were thrown into a great confusion by Wuxia. By the time they joined hands and fused their divine will into one, they could not find even a shadow of Wuxia along the way. Therefore, they could only ask for information from the teams of hunters that passed by along the way. Wuxia blinked his eyes, then suddenly straightened his back. "Immortal Chang Wu, fuck you. Ha ha. I'm going to kill every single one of your clan on Shui Yuan planet." Laughing wildly, the spirit-restricting rope transformed into a purple beam and shot up into the sky, tightly binding the peak-stage nascent divinity cultivator in front of him. The sword of Greedy Wolf gave a shrill cry, as 14 pitch-black wolf heads shot out together with a blinding black beam. From afar, Immortal Xianxia let out a furious cry, then waved his hand and shot a flame towards Wuxia. As soon as the flame was unleashed, the tens of miles wide snowfield underneath Immortal Xianxia's feet suddenly melted into a pool of hot water. Although the flame was still several tens of miles away from Wuxia, the high temperature was already approaching him. Suddenly, Wuxia's hair was set ablaze. Chapter 327. How dare you, Junior? Immortal Xianxia's loud cry shook the heaven and earth. Wuxia grinned coldly. These cultivators in front of him were tightly bound by the spirit-restricting rope. Not to mention the peak-stage nascent divinity cultivator. Even the bones of the few nascent soul cultivators were shredded by the rope. The sword of greedy wolf whistled through the air and pierced through the bodies of these cultivators, bringing forth a large sheet of blood. All the cultivators' blood essence was devoured by the sword of greedy wolf. After that, Wuxia gave a long cry, spun, and left without hesitation. You 3 old fools, just you wait and see. I'll slowly kill every single one of you. Wuxia's loud laughter shook the entire snowfield, making it tremble slightly. While laughing, Wuxia patted his head and body, extinguishing the flame on Immortal Xianxia's hair and clothes. At the same time, all 18 celestial fiend puppets transformed into faint shadows and fused into Wuxia's body. A large sheet of rainbow light enveloped Wuxia's body and sped off into the distance, vanishing without a trace in just a blink of an eye. The raging flame unleashed by Immortal Xianxia smashed heavily onto the ground, burning the snowfield 100 miles in circumference into gases in an instant. Underneath the thick layer of Xianbing, a vast amount of seawater evaporated in an instant, revealing a huge hole with a diameter of nearly 1,000 miles. Once again, Wuxia unleashed the chariot of 8 horses and made his escape. Even with the eyesight of Immortal Chong Wu and his company, they could not see clearly what magical treasure Wuxia was using. They could only see a large sheet of rainbow cloud, and a large sheet of auspicious light and auspicious mist. Apart from that, they could not see anything. In short, Wuxia was using an incredible treasure. But what exactly was this treasure? Why could it travel at such an absurd speed? Riding on the chariot of 8 horses, Wuxia traveled 10,000 miles in just a blink of an eye. After that, he kept the chariot and landed on the snowfield once again. He looked around coldly. This place was already under the control of the Flying Snow City. 100 miles away, he could vaguely see a black shadow standing on the vast snowfield. There were many sword lights dancing in the sky above the black shadow. That was the Flying Snow City. With a sway of his body, Wuxia changed into an ordinary blue Taoist robe, then took out a flying sword of mid-grade magical item level. Riding on a yellow sword beam, he slowly flew toward Flying Snow City. After an hour, Wuxia, who had reduced the speed of his sword light as much as possible, arrived outside Flying Snow City. Flying Snow City was built on dozens of towering Xianbing mountains. Between the mountains, a sturdy and tall city wall was built, blocking the howling wind from the snowfield. Above the fence wall was a thin layer of defensive screen, shielding the wind and snow from the snow. At the moment, this layer of defensive screen had been glowing with a faint cyan light. The gale rolled up countless snowflakes and struck on the defensive screen, vibrating it and causing a buzzing noise that came from a long distance away. Wuxia ran his fingers through his hair, making himself look a little disheveled. His body was trembling and panting heavily as he rushed to the city gate of Flying Snow City. A few cultivators who guarded the gate gave Wuxia an appraising glance, but did not take him seriously, allowing him to enter Flying Snow City safely. There were many cities on Shui Yuan planet, and not only were many cultivators from the planet living here, there were also many cultivators who came from outer heavenly realms. Some of them were members of the hunting team Wuxia disguised as, and some were teams of cultivators who went out to gather herbs and energy stones. There were all kinds of people. Judging from the disguise Wuxia put on, he was obviously a small, insignificant character, not worthy of any attention. Only after entering Flying Snow City did Wuxia breathe out a soft sigh of relief. He stood under the eaves of a roadside shop, gazing coldly through the city gate. A large sheet of snowy mist was approaching from the snowfield, blotting the sky and covering the earth. On the cloud above him, Vagabond Qing Yi was chasing after Wuxia aggressively with several dozens of his disciples. However, Wuxia had already entered Flying Snow City. Although Vagabond Qing had sent his divine will to circle around the city for quite a while, how could he find any trace of Wuxia? Vagabond Qing Yi unleashed his divine will to trace Wuxia's whereabouts, while his immortal pressure had subdued all the cultivators in the entire Flying Snow City. The arrival of a mighty heaven immortal had shocked the leaders of all the major clans in Flying Snow City. Nearly 100 beams of light flew into the sky from all over the city, greeting Vagabond Qing Yi respectfully. Among them, a few people with the highest position even came before Vagabond Qing Yi, bowing their heads and listening to his lecture. Wu Qi grinned. With a sway of his body, he entered a small alley on the roadside. When he came out again, he had changed his appearance, donning a dirty apricot yellow Taoist robe. The current Wu Qi had a fierce-looking face, and his eyes were big and round, giving him a ferocious look. At first glance, anyone could tell that he was not a good person. Behind his back was a clump of dark mist, within which a small flying sword was darting stealthily. Wu Qi had released the abnormal sign of the Jin Dan, which belonged to the Jin Dan, from his dantian. Swinging his arms casually, he went on a rampage through the streets. Flying Snow City was built on icebergs. Inside the city, there were several tens of icebergs that towered into the clouds, shaped like swords. These icebergs, which were filled with abundant natural energy, were the residences of many powerful clans and cultivators in Flying Snow City. At the foot of the icebergs, along the valleys between the icebergs, were the places where ordinary people and foreign cultivators lived. Winding and complicated streets meandered back and forth at the foot of the icebergs. These streets, which were less than 20 feet wide, looked rather narrow and cramped, were densely lined with all kinds of shops, inns, and restaurants. Wuxi even saw 2 brothels on the roadside. Some gorgeously dressed girls were seducing customers in front of the doors. Among them, a few were female cultivators who possessed the cultivation base of Xianxia realm and had pretty good spirit roots. Wu Qi gave the 2 brothels a surprised glance, then shook his head and pushed away a few pedestrians with his shoulder. While humming an unknown tune, he assumed a rude and overbearing manner and rushed into a large inn, which was built around an iceberg. A horizontal board made of jade was hung in front of the inn's door, on which were inscribed 4 large golden characters, Huisian Abode. This was the largest and most luxurious inn in Flying Snow City, and it was specially prepared for foreign cultivators. It had all kinds of luxuries, and of course, the price was very high. Except for those hunting teams who had hunted some valuable demon beasts by luck, or cultivators who had found some rare spirit herbs, only a few people could afford to stay in this inn. Right after Wu Qi entered Huisian Abode, an old man clad in luxurious clothes came up to him, accompanied by 4 beautiful serving ladies. The old man bowed deeply to Wu Qi and said, "Honorable Immortal, are you looking for a place to stay? I'm Su Tai, the 3rd manager of Huisian Abode." Giving Su Tai a glance, Wu Qi tilted his head up, sneered, and said, "If you don't want to stay, are you here to die? Cut the crap. Do you have any small courtyards with a single entrance and courtyard? Some of my friends are going to stay here in a while, and I can't afford a small place." Su Tai let out a few hollow laughs, then pointed his finger to the back and said with a smile, "Honorable Immortal, our Huisian Abode is the best inn in Flying Snow City. If you want a courtyard with a single entrance and courtyard, we do have them, and we have a lot of them. The best ones are the few courtyards halfway up the snowy peak at the back. They are full of natural energies, beautiful sceneries, and all the furnishings are the best quality." Wu Qi gave Su Tai a look, then casually threw him a bag of upper-grade energy stones. He snorted coldly and said, "I want the courtyards halfway up the mountain. Make it clean for me, and I don't want any random cats and dogs making noise right next to my ears." A few of my fellow disciples had bumped into some powerful demon beasts outside, and they were severely injured. Therefore, I need to borrow your place to recuperate." After a brief moment of silence, Wuxia fished out an inner core of an ice element python from Black Dragon Spirit Ring and threw it over to Sutai. "Find a reputable merchant and auction this inner core of a peak stage nascent soul demon python. You only need upper-grade energy stones and nothing else." The inner core of the python was a prey that Xianxia and his men hunted in Meng Mountains. Since it was kept in Black Dragon Spirit Ring by Xianxia, it was naturally the best of the best. The inner core contained a very strong ice element essence. The fist-sized inner core was glinting brightly, emitting a cold gleam that reached a distance of 1 foot. The white gleam was so blinding that it made one's eyes hurt. There was also a large sheet of misty water vapor wrapping around the inner core, making it look even more extraordinary. Holding the inner core firmly with both hands, Sutai sensed the pure and enormous ice element energy essence coming from it. His eyes shone brightly. He could tell that Wuxia was a nouveau riche who had successfully hunted a powerful demon beast. A customer like this must be served well. Just this inner core of a peak stage nascent soul snow python was worth more than 100,000 upper-grade energy stones. The cultivators of Shui Yuan planet were proficient in cultivating various ice element and water element cultivation techniques. An inner core of an ice demon beast of excellent quality like this would bring great benefits to the cultivator's cultivation base. Not to mention finding a reliable merchant to auction it. Even the clan behind Wuxia abode would pay a hefty price to purchase it. Sutai bowed deeply and respectfully to Wuxia, smiled and said, "Don't worry, the price will definitely satisfy you, Senior Immortal." Sutai did not mention anything about finding a merchant to auction it. In any case, as long as he could provide Wuxia with sufficient upper-grade energy stones, it did not matter who he sold it to. Wuxia gave Sutai a look and snorted coldly. Then, he walked out of Wuxia abode, took a stroll of the alley outside, and released Yin Qijuan, Xiong Wanling, and he Xianxia from the spirit breeding ring. After that, he released 9 celestial fiend puppets, transforming them into 9 hideous and ferocious-looking men. Then, they carried Yin Qijuan, Xiong Wanling, and he Xianxia into Wuxia abode. Of course, Yin Qijuan, Xiong Wanling, and Xiong Wanling's facial features were slightly altered by Wuxia using a mystic technique he learned from Scroll of Stealing. Seeing that Wuxia had indeed brought 3 severely wounded cultivators into the abode, Sutai hastily called over some serving ladies and brought Wuxia into Wuxia abode. They walked along a winding mountain path and arrived at a snowy peak at the back of the mountain, stopping before an exquisite courtyard that occupied an area of tens of acres. Nodding and bowing, Sutai explained to Wuxia, "Senior Immortal, this snow-cloud courtyard is the best courtyard in Wuxia abode. There are 2 small energy veins in the courtyard, and it is filled with abundant natural energy. No matter if it is for cultivation or healing, it is a good place." Sutai gave Yin Qijuan and the other 2 unconscious men a glance, then bowed deeply and said, "Wuxia abode has a friendly relationship with the largest pill workshop in Flying Snow City. Senior Immortal, do you need some healing spirit pills for your senior and junior brothers?" Wuxia shook his head and said coolly, "Don't bother, we have our own healing spirit pills. Just keep a close watch on the door, and don't let anyone disturb us." Glaring at Sutai, Wuxia brought his men and walked into Snowcloud Courtyard. Suddenly, voices of several dozens of people rang out from the sky above Flying Snow City. "Impose a curfew on the entire city, and carefully interrogate all the foreign cultivators." Chapter 328. Obviously, Vagabond Qing, he had reached an agreement with the leaders of the local clans in Flying Snow City. Right after Wuxia settled Yin Qijuan and his 2 companions in the best room in Snowcloud Courtyard, A group of cultivators with an air of arrogance that seemed to be unparalleled in the world broke into Snowcloud Courtyard. There were 4 Dan cultivators and 12 Xianxia cultivators. However, the leader of the group was a peak-stage Hotian cultivator who looked to be about the same age as Wuxia, about 17 or 18 years old. He was born with a handsome face and had a rather romantic temperament. However, his face was pale, and his eyes were dark and bloodshot. Obviously, his vitality had been damaged by excessive wine and women. Vaguely, Wuxia could feel that the energies in this man's body were fluctuating and messy. Unless he spent a lot of resources and used some spirit pills to strengthen his foundation, it would be impossible for him to break through the Xiantian realm. Sutai was carefully serving the young man. When he saw Wuxia walk out from the main room, he quickly came up to him and said, "Senior Immortal, this is Su Yi, the 9th young master of Su clan. You've heard it just now. A senior heaven immortal has given the order to interrogate all the people who come and go in Flying Snow City." Before Su Tai could finish his words, Su Yi had already waved his arm and shouted, "Enough! Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Striding before Wu Qi, Su Yi gave Wu Qi a disdainful glance, then cried out sternly, "What is your name? Where did you come to Shui Yuan planet? How long have you been here? What do you do? You, you look like a bandit to me. You're not a good guy. Somebody capture this guy alive, throw him into the prison, and interrogate him." 4 Dan human immortals tilted their heads up and stared coldly at Wu Qi, slowly approaching him step by step. One of them said coldly, "Junior, don't resist, or you'll have to suffer." Wu Qi shook his head and did not say a word. There were so many arrogant and ignorant people under the heaven. It was not worth it to be angry with them. Then he heard Su Ye's sinister laugh and said, "That snow python inner core just now belongs to you, you thief. No, I think that inner core must be stolen goods. I heard that a few days ago, the Mu clan storehouse was robbed and the snow python's inner core was lost. Sutai, is there such a thing? The inner core that you took out just now, was it the one that the Mu family lost? The Su family and the Mu family have been on good terms for generations. Now that they have been robbed, our Su family has the obligation to help them recover the stolen goods." Sutai opened his mouth and his face turned red. He didn't dare to make a sound. He looked at Wu Qi and lowered his head again. Wu Qi couldn't help but feel sick in his heart. What's wrong with these cultivator clans? Feng clan and Yu clan of Dark Radiance planet were like that. And now, Su clan of Shui Yuan planet was also like that. Aren't their eyes a little too shallow? Can't they see anything good? And why were they all so despicable? How could they be so skilled in framing others and making others a scapegoat? Coldly staring at Su Yi, who was wearing an arrogant expression, Wu Qi quietly fished out a black medallion from under his sleeve. It was forged using 10,000 years old dark iron from the bottom of the ocean, shaped like a ghost or skeleton, and had 3 sharp horns growing out of its forehead. The medallion was shrouded in dark smoke, and faint miserable howls kept coming out from it. Right after he took out the medallion, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Su Yi, and Chi-Chi shuddered, and they were forced to take a few steps back by the threatening ghost aura and evil force emanating from the medallion. Grinning coldly, Wu Qi said in a ferocious voice, "I'm really a bandit. Of course, I have the aura of a bandit. Little Su, is that inner core really the one that was stolen from the Mu clan? Are you going to throw me into the prison and interrogate me with torture? Hee, do you know who I am? Do you know me? Do you know me? What's written on this medallion? Fuck you." Wu Qi thrust his leg out and gave Su Yi a powerful kick on his lower abdomen, who had his eyes wide open and his face turning green. The kick made him scream miserably as he was sent flying 80 feet away. Wu Qi had exerted all his strength in the kick. With just a flick, the kick shattered a clump of innate energy in Su Ye's dantian, opening up a crack in his dantian. At least 70% of his cultivation base was destroyed. Wu Qi snapped sternly, "You Su clan of Flying Snow City are really something. How dare you provoke us, the Iron Ghost, soul-seizing sect?" The medallion was found among the belongings of White Ghost Immortal and Ghost Lady after they fell on Myriad Immortal's planet 3 years ago. It represented the identity of a core disciple of the Iron Ghost soul-seizing sect. Apart from being used to prove one's identity, the medallion had no other function. Therefore, Wuxia could easily get his hands on it. Iron Ghost soul-seizing sect was one of the strongest sects among the 7 evil immortal sects in Liyuan Galaxy. Its founding ancestral masters, White Ghost Immortal and Ghost Lady, possessed a profound cultivation base and bizarre divine abilities. On top of that, they were cruel and merciless, seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. Apart from a few powers, no one in Liyuan Galaxy dared to offend them. Even the strongest cultivator in Shui Yuan planet was merely a nascent divinity cultivator. As one of the 5 major clans in Flying Snow City, the current clan leader of Su Clan had just broken through the nascent divinity realm. Compared to an evil sect like Iron Ghost soul-seizing sect, they were nothing. Although White Ghost Immortal and Ghost Lady had fallen, no outsider knew about it. Neither White Cloud Immortal sect nor Tranquil Vimla sect were stupid enough to spread this news everywhere. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone in Liyuan Galaxy, Iron Ghost soul-seizing sect was still the strongest immortal sect among the evil sects, and White Ghost Immortal and Ghost Lady were still the leaders of the evil sects that no one dared to offend. When Wuxia showed the medallion, Su Yi and Su Tai were struck dumb, and all the cultivators of Su Clan standing nearby were struck dumb as well. The 4 human immortals of Jin Dan's sect, who were arrogantly shouting at Wuxia just a moment ago, bowed their heads while trembling and cautiously retreated to a far distance. After all, Su Clan did not have any heaven immortal backing them. If they offended a disciple of Iron Ghost soul-seizing sect with White Ghost Immortal and Ghost Lady's temperament, it would not take them more than 3 months to completely wipe out Su Clan. When he thought of the dreadful situation, Su Tai's teeth chattered and produced a loud and clear noise. He stared blankly at the medallion in Wuqi's palm, then suddenly dropped to his knees and cried out, "Senior Immortal, please understand. It is 9th Young Master who has offended you, and it has nothing to do with the Su Clan of Flying Snow City." Su Yi, who was lying on the ground, clutching his lower abdomen and twitching violently, had his face turned deathly pale. He gave Su Tai a venomous look, but dared not to say a word. He had offended a core disciple of Iron Ghost soul-seizing sect. Even if the patriarch of Su Clan were here, he would make the same choice as Su Tai, sacrificing a good-for-nothing direct descendant of his clan to apologize to a disciple of Iron Ghost soul-seizing sect. Wuxia let out a strange laugh and put away the medallion. Abruptly, a misty ghost aura rushed out from behind his back. Activating the Yin Ghost technique taught to him by Princess Zhonglu, the ghost aura around Wuxia grew stronger and stronger. Ghostly cries kept coming out from under the ground, as if countless vengeful souls were gathering under the ground and were about to break through the surface and rush into the mortal world at any time. After revealing this technique, Su Tai, Su Yi, and the others were even more convinced that Wuxia was indeed from Iron Ghost soul-seizing sect. Apart from this group of evil cultivators who spent all their time dealing with ghosts and monsters, no one in Liyuan Galaxy could have a technique that looked like this. Grinning coldly, Wuxia walked over and kept stepping on Su Ye's face. Over and over again, Su Ye's head slammed against the ground. Soon, his face was broken by Wuxia, and all his teeth were spitting out from his mouth. With a cold voice, Wuxia said, "Let me teach you a lesson. If you bring me the upper-grade energy stones that should be paid for the inner core as soon as possible, and then waive all the fees I paid in your inn, I will forget everything that happened today." Wuxia forcefully stomped his foot on Su Ye's chest. Su Yi howled miserably, and a large amount of blood burst out from his 7 apertures at the same time. The stomp from Wuxia had shattered all his ribs, and his internal organs had suffered a tremendous shock, nearly crushed by the stomp. Su Tai answered in fear and trepidation. Without hesitation, he ordered the cultivators of Su clan to carry Su Yi, who was at the brink of death, and dashed out of Snowcloud Courtyard. 15 minutes later, 200,000 upper-grade energy stones were brought before Wuxia, along with a great amount of fine wine, delicacies, and spirit fruits, which are the specialty of Shui Yuan Planet. The chief manager of Huixian Abode, who was also Su Ye's uncle, had personally brought all these things to Wuxia. Carefully and cautiously, he kept apologizing to Wuxia. Wuxia was too lazy to talk to these people. After giving them a few words, he once again reiterated that he did not wish to be disturbed while his senior and junior brother was recuperating. After that, he chased all the mortal family members out. Just as Wuxia expected, Snowcloud Courtyard became extremely quiet in an instant. Su clan, who were badly frightened by the reputation of Iron Ghost soul-seizing sect, had carefully kept the secret that Wuxia was recuperating in Snowcloud Courtyard, and did not mention a word about it to Vagabond Qing Yi. Right under the nose of Vagabond Qing Yi and the others, Wuxia settled down comfortably. Even though Immortal Changwu, Vagabond Qing Yi, and Immortal Xianyang brought countless cultivators and turned the entire Shui Yuan planet upside down, they could not find even a single hair of Wuxia. However, the 4 grand universal teleportation formations that connected Shui Yuan planet to the outside world had been completely shut down, and Immortal Changwu and the other 2 heaven immortals had long locked down the entire planet with a mystic technique. As a result, anyone who used a planetary ship to enter or leave the planet would be discovered immediately. Therefore, they firmly believed that Wuxia and his company were still hiding on Shui Yuan planet. However, no matter how hard they searched, they just could not find where Wuxia and his company were hiding. Who would have thought that Wuxia would actually stay in the most luxurious Inn in Flying Snow City, and even stay in a most luxurious courtyard of Huixian Abode in such a high-profile manner? He even brutally beat up the lineal descendants of the owner of Huixian Abode. 2 days later, as Wuxia kept injecting energies into Yan Shijuan, Xiong Wanling, and He Xianxia, and fed them immortal pills that could replenish their blood essence and divine energy, Yan Shijuan, who suffered the lightest injury, finally woke up. After that, Xiong Wanling and He Xianxia opened their eyes as well. When they opened their eyes and saw Wuxia, all 3 of them breathed out a sigh of relief at the same time. With a wry smile on his face, Yan Shijuan said, "I thought we were dead for sure this time. I never thought we could actually come back from the jaws of death." He breathed out a long sigh, staring at Wuxia suspiciously, and asked, "How did you save us from the hands of those heaven immortals?" Wuxia just laughed and did not answer Yan Shijuan's question. Feeling helpless, Yan Shijuan could only smile wryly. On the other hand, Xiong Wanling and He Xianxia shouted at the top of their lungs that they would take revenge on the enemies by bathing Snowflake City in blood. Wuxia grinned evilly and told the 3 of them what he wanted to say. "Revenge. We must take revenge on those bastards. But we have to plan carefully." As the discussion went on, ear-piercing evil laughter could be heard coming from Snowcloud Courtyard from time to time. Chapter 329. Before Wuxia could say anything, Lin Xiao's soft cry was suddenly heard coming from the main room. I'll tell you everything. Please spare me. I can't take it anymore, I really can't." On top of that, it was an immortal item cultivated by Wuxia himself with his nascent divinity blood essence. Not only was it easy to control it, its power was also much stronger than other immortal items. It could control the power of thunder, turning it into immortal thunder to attack the enemy. However, Wuxia already had a cold electric mirror, which could also unleash thunderbolts to attack the enemy. On top of that, the cold electric mirror had already fused with Wuxia's nascent divinity, allowing him to control it with ease. It was not something that this immortal item, which he seized by force, could compare with. Wuxia threw the cold electric mirror towards the ball of liquid, and the purple-golden liquid quickly fused into it. The palm-sized mirror gradually expanded and gradually turned into a round mirror, about 3 feet in diameter and as thin as a cicada's wing. The surface of the mirror was faintly discernible, like a shadow, and it was surrounded by purple thunderclouds. When Wuxia took a closer look into the mirror, he saw countless electric arcs interweaving in the deep, bottomless mirror. For a moment, it looked as if there were millions of electric serpents slithering quickly inside the mirror, emanating an extremely frightening power. The cracking noises lasted for a full 2 hours, and Lin Xiluo's cries could be vaguely heard. But very soon, Lin Xiluo's mouth was gagged by something, and her cries became muffled. Roughly 15 minutes later, the charming slapping noises echoed out once again. Lin Xiluo's soft panting and moaning could be heard coming from the room, together with Yin Shijuan's scolding and cursing voice. Wuxia looked at Xiong Wanling's huge body in astonishment. Why did he torture Lin Xiluo? Was there anyone alive? The soul particles refined by the divine flame of order did not feel any burden when absorbed, nor did they suffer any side effects. Like a large amount of milk being mixed into a cup of water, these soul particles were easily absorbed by Wuxia. The artifact spirits of immortal artifacts were pure spiritual entities that had cultivated to the level of spirit immortals. Their divine abilities and magic powers were inferior to that of true immortals, but their souls were condensed, and they possessed an astonishing amount of soul origin power. Wuxia absorbed the soul particles transformed from the item spirit of the immortal item. Instantly, his fist-sized golden nascent divinity expanded several times, while his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls grew rapidly like bean sprouts. A purple-blue beam shot out from between Wuxia's brows, and the cold electric mirror flew out from between his brows. Such a large snowflake fell on the snowy ground and made a rustling sound, making the world seem so quiet. It took Wuxia 3 days and 3 nights to refine the 2 treasures. As he rose to his feet, Wuxia was about to call out to Yin Shijuan. Since Lin Xiluo refused to tell him the information Wuxia wanted to know, there was no need to torture her in this way. He could just use physical torture or simply use a spell of hypnosis to control her nascent divinity. Wouldn't that solve the problem? Xiong Wanling's long tongue licked the bridge of his nose, and a wild and ferocious look emerged on his face. Suddenly, a clear and melodious clanking noise was heard coming from the main room. Yin Shijuan was in the middle of interrogating Lin Xiluo, trying to find out who paid a great price to hire her to assassinate him. Apart from the cause and effect of the assassination, Wuxia also asked Yin Shijuan to find out how strong the forces under Immortal Changwu and the other 2 heaven immortals were, and the overall strength of the 3 major clans in Snowflake City. This shuttle-shaped magical item was the immortal item Lin Xiluo used to hunt down Yin Shijuan and his company. Since Wuxia had stripped off her immortal armor, he would not let go of this immortal item. While Yin Shijuan was interrogating Lin Xiluo, Wuxia had just finished digesting the immortal item. If he wanted to take revenge on the other party, if he didn't even know the other party's strength and rashly fought with the other party, it wouldn't be taking revenge, it would be courting death. Then Wuxia pointed his finger out. The Phoenix Fire pouch flew out and quickly landed under the shuttle-shaped immortal item. A divine flame of purple and green surged out, wheeling around the immortal item and burning fiercely. The immortal item trembled violently. Using his divine will, Wuxia immediately sensed the item's spirit howling miserably at the top of his lungs. But Wuxia did not pay any attention to the item spirits struggling and begging. With a cold heart, he used the divine flame of order to completely refine the item spirit. The divine flame of order had a very strong lethality to all spirit bodies and nascent divinities, not to mention that Lin Xiluo had overdrawn her source energy and damaged its foundation. The item spirit did not last long before it was completely refined by the divine flame of order into countless colorful soul particles. Glinting with a magnificent light, that could intoxicate one's mind. Wuxia took a deep breath. A bright beam shot out from his forehead, sucking all the soul particles into his spiritual ocean and fusing them with his nascent divinity. There was a distance of several tens of feet to several hundred feet between Wuxia, Xianxia, Xianxia, and Xianqijuan. If Lin Xiao made a sound, or Immortal Chang Wu struck, Wuxia could only ensure that he could escape safely, but he could not do anything about the safety of the others. Although it was just a spirit item, after refining it, Wuxia had fused a clump of energy essence from it into the Earth Element Dragon Scale Shield. After that, 36,000 dragon scales fused with the energy essence from the immortal armor and the whip, causing their color to change slightly. They became thinner and sharper, but also heavier. Wuxia wailed in his mind, "Yin Shijuan, you must not let Lin Xiao make any noise now, or you'll be in big trouble." After that, Wuxia took out the white whip which was used by Lin Xiao. This long whip was just an ordinary spirit artifact, not an immortal artifact. Lin Xiao was just one of Immortal Chang Wu's companions, and it was already an incredible thing for her to have an immortal armor and a shuttle-shaped thunder immortal item. If this whip was also an immortal item, Wuxia would suspect that Immortal Chang Wu had discovered some cave abode left behind by some ancient immortals. The white gust rolled up countless snowflakes and smashed viciously onto the defensive barrier above Flying Snow City. The green barrier shook and shook, completely neutralizing the fierce gust of wind. The palm-sized snowflakes had lost their arrogant momentum of destroying and drowning everything. Lazily, they passed through the barrier and drifted down slowly. Xianxia and Xianxia, who had not fully recovered from their injuries and were still staggering when they walked, came out from their rooms. With a ferocious face, Xianxia cried out in a low voice, "Crown Prince, quickly ask this girl to confess. Tell us everything we want to know. Otherwise, I don't care if she doesn't have any hair on her body or if she's a little ugly. I, Old Bear, will personally go into battle and torture her." He casually swept his divine will around, and all the movements within the area of 1,000 miles around him appeared in his mind. The trajectories of the 789,457 snowflakes that fell down from the sky above Flying Snow City at the same time appeared clearly in his spiritual ocean. A satisfied smile appeared on Wuxia's face. His divine will had grown a few times stronger, especially his nascent divinity, which had become extremely condensed and strong. In terms of quality, the nascent divinity of ordinary nascent divinity cultivators was far inferior to Wuxia's nascent divinity. After all, what he had just absorbed was all the soul source energy of an immortal item's item spirit. A light cough was heard as an old man with white hair walked into Snowcloud Courtyard. Standing in the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back, Wuxia raised his head and looked at the sky, then turned to look at the main house behind him. He had a strange expression on his face. While he was chatting and laughing, an old voice suddenly came from the front door. "May I ask if fellow Taoist from Iron Ghost Soul-Seizing Sect is here?" "I, Su Qinggu, have something to pay a visit to you." In the main house, Yin Shijuan had been torturing Lin Xiao for 3 days and 3 nights. During this period of 72 hours, Yin Shijuan did not stop at all, and the loud smacking noises kept ringing out. After learning the news from the celestial fiend puppets, Wuxia could not help but roll his eyes. Isn't Yin Shijuan a little too fierce? Yin Shijuan's complacent, almost insolent laughter rang out. Wuxia turned to look at the main house in astonishment. Did he really succeed in the interrogation? Wuxia was taken aback, then said hastily, "Please." In Snowcloud Courtyard, there were several dozens of old plum blossoms that were at least 1,000 years old. Their dark trunks were covered with moss, and on their twisting branches that looked like dragons, there were at most 40 to 50 plum blossoms blooming on each of them. Although the number of blossoms was less, each of them was as big as a human fist, with white petals and green pistils. A faint fragrance was lingering in the courtyard, and together with the snowflakes falling from the sky, it was a beautiful scene. Lin Xiao's cries and curses were heard coming from the main house once again. But this time, there was an indescribable wetness in her voice. Yin Qijuan was laughing coldly in a low voice. Accompanied by the smacking noises, Wu Qi could not help but feel his body burning up. Shaking his head, Wu Qi twitched his lips and thought, "What is this? My father-in-law is interrogating the enemy inside, while I'm eavesdropping outside. If someone knows about this, what a cruel interrogation." Wu Qi shook his head, tucked both hands under his sleeves, threw his head back, sighed, and said, "As his son-in-law, it is really not easy for me to serve my father-in-law, Lao Tzu, to such an extent. Not only did I help him capture the enemy alive, I even had to strip him naked, tie him up, and throw him on the bed for him to torture. Fortunately, my father-in-law, Lao Tzu's wife, has been dead for 2,000 years, and he hasn't appointed a new wife yet. Otherwise, how am I going to explain this to my mother-in-law?" A satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he retracted the phoenix fire pouch back into his spiritual ocean. After that, a bright beam shot out from between Wu Qi's brows, and the cold electric mirror had once again fused back into his forehead. However, because the cold electric mirror had gone through a qualitative change, the originally thin purple line had now transformed into a glinting purple erect eye. The erect eye was glinting brightly right between Wu Qi's brows, giving him a mighty and domineering aura out of nowhere. Suddenly, the sound of a teacup falling to the ground was heard coming from the main house. Shaking his head, he sat cross-legged on the snowy ground. A few celestial fiend puppets who had transformed into hideous Taoists emerged from the surrounding air, occupying various vital spots in the courtyard. Carefully, Wu Qi fished out an object from under his sleeve. It was a shuttle-shaped magical item about the size of a rugby ball, emitting faintly discernible thunderbolts. The spirit-restricting rope was firmly tied around the Dharma artifact, completely restricting its power. Waving his wrist satisfyingly, Wu Qi was very satisfied with the transformation of the earth element dragon scale shield. As he continued to craft it meticulously, as long as he kept giving it more chances to evolve, he would never waste that ball of innate earth element energy essence, and would definitely give it the power it should have. What made Wu Qi's neck tighten was the fact that Immortal Chong Wu, who had an unsightly expression on his face, was standing right next to the old man. With a wry smile, Wu Qi sighed and said, "Sigh, a prodigal son is always a prodigal son. This father-in-law of mine, I really can't say anything about him." After devouring all the materials and essence of an immortal artifact, with the exception of the artifact's spirit, the cold electric mirror immediately underwent a world-shaking transformation. The quality of the mirror rose greatly, and it became no different from an immortal artifact. As long as the faintly discernible thread of consciousness within the cold electric mirror could cultivate to become a spirit immortal under the nourishment of Wu Qi's nascent divinity, it would immediately transform into an immortal item-grade mirror. Su Qinggu came before Wu Qi, extended his hand, and introduced Immortal Chong Wu. "Senior, this is the master of Great Martial Palace, Immortal Chong Wu." After the item spirit was taken away, the immortal item immediately disintegrated into a clump of golden-purple liquid, within which countless tiny electric arcs could be seen blinking rapidly. Chapter 330. Inside the main room, the naked Yin Qijuan was drenched in cold sweat. He stared blankly at the broken teacup on the floor, then turned to look at Lin Xiao, who was lying on the table with her fair buttocks raised high up into the air and was now in a semi-conscious state. He shuddered violently. The immortal pressure emanating from the courtyard was so clear that it felt like a steel blade was slicing and cutting Yin Qijuan's body. A heaven immortal had come to Snowcloud Courtyard? How many heaven immortals were there in Flying Snow City? Was it not just Immortal Chong Wu and his companions? Su Qinggu introduced the master of Great Martial Palace, Immortal Changwu, and the faint immortal pressure emanating from him. While he was torturing Immortal Changwu's wife, Immortal Changwu, he was in the courtyard. Beads of cold sweat were breaking out from Yin Shijuan's body, trickling down his skin. Just now, it was Lin Xiaoa who had unconsciously waved her hand, causing a teacup on the table to fall to the ground and shatter into pieces. If Immortal Changwu sent his divine will into the room, then Yin Shijuan narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he laughed evilly and said, "Little beauty, you sure are hot." While uttering obscene words, Yin Shijuan swept all the teacups on the table to the ground, then covered Lin Xiaolua's mouth with one hand and plunged into her body. A series of cracking noises echoed out as Lin Xiaolua let out an indistinct howl. But as Yin Shijuan covered her mouth with his palm, the howl turned into a moan. Snowflakes kept falling down from the courtyard. Upon hearing the strange noises coming from the main room, Wuxia grinned and said, "So it's Senior Changwu. This way, please. I happen to have some nice tea leaves here, and I hope Senior can have a taste of them." Right when Immortal Changwu entered the room, he suddenly heard the cracking noises coming from the main room. He was about to send out his divine will to find out what was going on in the room. But the strange noises that came one after another made Immortal Changwu give up the idea of using his divine will. Disdainfully, he gave Wu Qi a sidelong glance. These cultivators from the evil path were always like this, doing dirty things in the house in broad daylight. They were filthy and despicable to the extreme. As a mighty heaven immortal, how could Immortal Changwu use his divine will to investigate the dirty affairs of a few juniors? Immortal Changwu quickly retracted his divine will, nodded at Wu Qi, and said coolly, "Good tea leaves? Perfect." Wu Qi turned around to look at the main house. Cold sweat broke out on his back and was quickly frozen into ice shards by the cold wind. They formed on Wu Qi's back, and the chill was unbearable. Wu Qi was amazed in his mind. Fortunately, Yin Shijuan reacted in time and made such a big move. Otherwise, if Immortal Changwu sent his divine will into the cave and saw how his wife was being treated by Yin Shijuan, he would most likely kill her right away, and Wu Qi would have no choice but to flee. Now, as a dignified heaven immortal, he would never peep into the private affairs of his juniors. Wu Qi breathed out a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he led Su Qinggu and Immortal Changwu into the wing room on the west side. Two celestial fiend puppets quickly found a tea set, then collected an urn of snow water from the petals of the plum blossoms in the courtyard, lit a fire in a small clay stove, and began boiling the water at the entrance of the wing room. Wu Qi handed over a bag of wild spirit tea harvested from the depths of Meng Mountains to the two celestial fiend puppets, then said solemnly, "Seniors, we are honored by your presence. Junior brothers, please make a cup of fragrant tea for us, and don't neglect it." One of the puppets grinned, then said with a hoarse voice that sounded like the friction between a steel blade and a hacksaw, "Rest assured, senior brother, it will be done properly." Only then did Wu Qi enter the wing room, cupping his fist and bowing respectfully to Immortal Changwu, who was sitting on the host's seat. "May I know what brings you here, senior brother?" Immortal Changwu gave two celestial fiend puppets, who were squatting at the entrance and boiling the tea, and snorted indifferently. Su Qinggu rose to his feet hastily, smiled at Wu Qi, and said, "I heard from those few good-for-nothing clan members that fellow Taoist is from Iron Ghost, soul-seizing sect. May I ask, fellow Taoist?" Wu Qi narrowed his eyes, smiled, and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "I'm Fifth Ghost." Immortal Changwu narrowed his eyes and nodded slowly. Su Qinggu gave Immortal Changwu a look, smiled, and said, "Fellow Taoist Fifth Ghost, I've long heard of your name. This is what happened. For the past few days, Senior Changwu and the other two seniors had sealed off the Grand Universal Teleportation Formation in Shui Yuan Planet, trying to capture a few reckless cultivators. However, it seems they have an extraordinary artifact which allows them to travel at a very fast speed and is an expert in hiding their aura. Therefore, we haven't found any trace of them in the past few days. Wuxia smiled, shook his head, sighed, and said, "If that is the case, perhaps they have already left Shui Yuan planet?" "Impossible," said Immortal Changwu coolly. "Vagabond Qing, he has already sealed off the sky above Shui Yuan planet with the Skynet, and the three of us have also laid out a restrictive spell. No one can leave Shui Yuan planet without alerting us. I'm sure they are still in Shui Yuan planet, but we have no idea where they are hiding." With a wave of his palm, a sheet of green light shot out, amidst which emerged Wu Qi, Yin Qijuan, Xiong Wanling, and He Xianxia. Immortal Chang Wu said coldly, "Shui Yuan planet is surrounded by Xin Bing snowfields, and there are countless caves that they can hide in. Even with our divine will of Heaven Immortal Realm, it is impossible for us to search the entire planet in a blink of an eye and find them." Su Qinggu gave Immortal Changwu another look, chuckled, and said, "Iron Ghost Soul-Seizing Sect is an expert in controlling ghosts. I wonder how many ghosts can fellow Taoist fifth ghost control?" Wu Qi cried out as if he was suddenly enlightened. "Seniors, do you mean to let me control the ghosts and search the entire Shui Yuan planet?" Inwardly, Wu Qi was laughing. This Immortal Changwu is indeed a good schemer. Even for a heaven immortal, it was impossible for him to unleash his divine will and see everything with a single glance. When three heaven immortals joined hands to search the entire Shui Yuan planet, there would always be some flaws that could be exploited. However, the technique used by Iron Ghost Soul-Seizing Sect to control Yin Ghosts was different. By releasing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of Yin Ghosts at the same time, they could search a very large area. On top of that, Yin Ghosts were ghosts that had no form or substance, so they could enter and leave any Xin Bing or seawater at will. In front of these ghosts, there were no blind spots or hiding spots. With the help of Yin Ghosts and the divine will of three heaven immortals, there was a real possibility that they could find out where Wu Qi and his company were. Wu Qi put on a hesitant face and did not say a word for a long while. Upon seeing Wu Qi's reaction, Immortal Chang Wu could not help but frown. He lightly knocked on the armrest of the chair and said coolly, "Fifth Ghost, work hard for me, and I won't let you suffer any losses. Iron Ghost Soul-Seizing Sect has a friendly relationship with Grand Marshal Palace. When I meet your ancestral masters in the future, I can put in a few good words for you." While Wu Qi was pondering for a while, two celestial fiend puppets carefully walked up to him, each carrying a tray with 3 cups of tea. Hastily, Wu Qi took over the tray, then respectfully served a cup of tea to both Immortal Chang Wu and Su Qinggu. "Seniors, please have a taste of the finest spirit tea we've gathered," said Wu Qi respectfully. "A spirit tea of this grade is very rare nowadays." Immortal Chang Wu and Su Qinggu exchanged a glance, then picked up their teacups disapprovingly. In their eyes, Wu Qi was just a Jin Dan realm disciple of Iron Ghost Soul-Seizing Sect, and a Jin Dan human immortal was an insignificant figure among all the immortal sections. So, what kind of excellent tea could he possibly gather? However, when the lid of the teacup was lifted, Immortal Chang Wu could not help but give a shout of praise. As soon as the lid of the porcelain teacup was lifted, a tiny wisp of white smoke rose slowly from the tea, rising 3 feet high like a tornado. After that, the wisp of white smoke twisted and squirmed gracefully in the air, transforming into a clump of Ganoderma-shaped smoke and slowly dispersing. Immediately, a delicate fragrance filled the air, and a fragrance that could make one's pores open up uncontrollably filled the entire room. Excellent tea. It is indeed a supreme grade tea. Immortal Chang Wu sniffed the aroma with great interest, then looked at the floating tea leaves in the green tea. Shaking his head, he picked up the teacup and slowly took a sip of the fragrant tea. As soon as the tea entered his mouth, it tasted like a mouthful of buttermilk, slipping from the tip of his tongue all the way into his stomach. Gulp! A clump of hot air and rich aroma exploded in his stomach, and a strange fragrance flowed through his entire body, making him feel warm and comfortable. It was as if the fragrance was spreading out from his pores. Immortal Chong Wu felt refreshed, and an indescribable feeling of comfort nearly made him moan. For a moment, he forgot that Lin Shuo had fallen into the enemy's hands, forgot that he still had to hunt down those few reckless cultivators, and forgot all the troubles in the world. The aroma of the tea was simply too magical. Immortal Chong Wu could not help but pick up the teacup once again. This time, he finished the tea in one gulp. Similarly, Su Qinggu picked up the teacup and took a sip of the tea as well. He could not help but praise. Fragrant and fragrant. This is indeed a supreme-grade tea. Holding the teacup in his hand, Wuxia looked at Immortal Chong Wu and Su Qinggu without saying a word. After a while, he asked leisurely, "Seniors, do you feel comfortable? I feel like I'm floating in the air, like a feather flying in the sky, feeling extremely relaxed and happy." Su Qinggu raised his head slowly, gave Wuxia a smile, and fell to the ground. Immortal Chong Wu looked at Su Qinggu with a puzzled expression, then asked with a stammering voice, What happened?" Wuxia casually threw the teacup to the ground, gave Immortal Chong Wu a strange look, smiled, and said, "I never expected that you would bring yourself to me. 100 times the amount of Drunken Dragon incense, and it looks like the effect is pretty good. Drunken Dragon incense can really knock out a heaven immortal." "You." Immortal Chong Wu rose to his feet, his body trembling. Lightly, he raised his hand and slowly pointed at Wuxia. Immortal Chong Wu gave Wuxia a lazy and delicate glance, then slowly opened his mouth. But before he could let out any scolding words, he had already fallen headfirst to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. His face was flushed, as if he was drunk, and a strong fragrance was emanating from his body. Next to him, two celestial fiend puppets let out a ferocious laugh. Wuxia breathed out a faint sigh. He came next to Su Qinggu and deftly removed all the valuables from his body. After that, the spirit-restricting rope transformed into a beam of purple light and flew out, coiling around Immortal Chong Wu's body for 7 to 8 rounds, tying him up like a rice dumpling. Completely defenseless, Immortal Chong Wu was tied up by the spirit-restricting rope and had completely lost the chance to turn the tables. After shoving Immortal Chong Wu into the spirit breeding ring, Wuxia laughed and said, Let's go. Let's go. A heaven immortal. We're going to make a fortune." In a flurry, Wuxia shoved Yanqijuan and the others into the spirit breeding ring, changed his clothes, and changed his visage before rushing out of Snow Cloud Courtyard. Right when he stepped out of the courtyard, an immortal pressure suddenly descended from above. A figure flashed across the sky. As Vagabond Qing, he stepped on an auspicious cloud and stopped before Wuxia. Chapter 331. Sitting on the ground, shivering, Wuxia cried out miserably, "I'm just here to do business with fellow Taoists from Iron Ghost Soul-Seizing Sect. Just now I bought some rare items from them." After that, Senior Chong Wu came. They exchanged a few words and left. "I have no idea what they're going to do. I'm just here to exchange some rare materials with fellow Taoists from Iron Ghost Soul-Seizing Sect." However, the 3 green jade rings worn on Vagabond Qing Yi's fingers emitted a large sheet of bright lights at the same time. Like countless tiny needles, they pierced towards Wuqi's body. Wuxia felt a chill run through his body. Before the bright lights could touch his body, countless tiny wounds had already appeared on his skin, and countless drops of blood were poking out from his skin, making him look like a man of blood. However, it was a matter of great profit. When he thought that Immortal Chong Wu might be bringing the people from Iron Ghost Soul-Seizing Sect to search for more spirit herbs of 3,000 years, Vagabond Qing, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. He fixed his eyes on Wuxia and cried out sternly, "Tell me where they are now, or else I don't mind seizing your soul and searching for everything I want." Suddenly, Immortal Xianxia coughed out 3 mouthfuls of warm blood. Then, a pair of blood-red, flaming wings sprouted out from his back. With his bloodshot eyes wide open, Immortal Xianxia transformed into a beam of flame and chased after Wuxia. In just a blink of an eye, Immortal Xianxia's flying speed had surpassed Wuxia, who was fleeing with the chariot of 8 horses. With a flap of the flaming wings, he had caught up with Wuxia in just a blink of an eye. He grabbed the bag and fished out the few spirit herbs from within, then cried out in shock, 3,000 years old green radish. This is the main ingredient for concocting 7 orifices spirit cleansing pill. 3,000 years old green radish? Where did these juniors from Iron Ghost soul-seizing sect get them? Viciously, Vagabond Qing turned to look at Wu Qi and cried out coldly, "Junior, what did you exchange with them for these spirit herbs?" If not because Vagabond Qing suddenly sensed that Immortal Chong Wu's aura had disappeared from Flying Snow City, he would not have come here. But when he arrived, he found that Immortal Chong Wu was indeed gone. But this was too strange. Didn't they have an appointment? Vagabond Qing stared at Wu Qi without saying a word. With trembling hands, Wu Qi fished out a bag from Black Dragon Spirit Ring, then handed it over to Vagabond Qing and said, Senior, this is the item I wanted to trade with them. Junior's words are all true. Not a single one is false." Immortal Xianxia threw his head back and roared furiously. "You Flying Snow City are a bunch of trash. Brat, how dare you? How did you plot against fellow Immortal Qing? Immortal Xianxia bellowed furiously. "Quickly stop and surrender. Great Immortal, I'll leave your corpse intact." Being blinded by greed, Vagabond Qing had completely overlooked one fact. If Immortal Chongwu really brought the people of Iron Ghost soul-seizing sect away because of Qing Shiro, why would he allow Wu Qi to leave Snowcloud Courtyard safely? For a person and something related to a precious treasure, it was necessary to have them in his hands. As such, Wu Qi would either be taken away by Immortal Chongwu or be killed to keep his mouth shut. It was impossible for him to leave safely. Roaring furiously, Wu Qi transformed into a dark sword beam and was about to rush out of Huixian abode. Before he could finish his words, Vagabond Qing Yi's vision darkened. His body went limp and fell heavily to the ground. Wu Qi roared with extreme pain. A clump of yellow light burst out from the earth element dragon scale shield and tightly wrapped around his body. Countless 5-colored light beams smashed onto the dragon scale shield, producing deep, muffled booms that sounded like thunder. Wu Qi's body swayed violently, and he was nearly knocked flying away by the seemingly insignificant 5-colored light beams. Hastily, he widened his eyes, from which a tiny green-purple divine flame shot out. Vagabond Qing was taken aback and cried out, What drunken dragon incense?" Wu Qi stared blankly at Vagabond Qing. Wisps of green mist sprayed out from the mouth of the storage bag, while Vagabond Qing was wrapped up by the green mist. Curious, Wu Qi asked, "Senior, do you still have the strength to talk after inhaling so much drunken dragon incense? Don't you feel that your body is a little weak, your vision is a little dark, and you can no longer circulate your immortal energy?" Another clump of 7-colored light wrapped around Wu Qi. Abruptly, he transformed into a tiny beam of light and sped out of Flying Snow City. The restrictive barrier hovering above Flying Snow City could not stop Wu Qi at all, as it was shattered into pieces by the 7-colored light beam unleashed by the chariot of 8 horses. A furious roar rang out, as Immortal Xianxia's huge hand that was burning with raging flame grabbed towards Wu Qi, who was trapped in the chariot. Vagabond Qing Yi's eyes went wide with astonishment. He turned to look at the main entrance of Snowcloud Courtyard and murmured coldly, "What is Chongwu doing? Didn't we come to an agreement that the 3 of us will work together? Why did he leave in such a hurry with the people of Iron Ghost soul-seizing sect? Could there be some unforeseen event?" He held the storage bag tightly, its mouth opened, and a delicate fragrance kept wafting out from it. Green-black radish was a herb that carried a natural fragrance. Therefore, Vagabond Qing, he did not pay too much attention to the fragrance. He fixed his gaze at Wuxia, trying to force him to tell him where Immortal Chang Wu had gone. If the cultivators of Iron Ghost soul-seizing sect had really found these 3,000-year-old green-black radishes on Shui Yuan planet, then there must be other treasures at the place where they found the spirit herbs. If not, Immortal Chang Wu would not leave in such a hurry. Wu Qi let out a loud laugh and said, "Old fogey Xianyang, wash your neck and wait for me to chop off your dog head." Wu Qi's eyes went wide as he cried out in surprise. "It's true that this is a green-black radish, but 3,000-year-old. Are you kidding me? How can there be a 3,000-year-old immortal herb in this world?" After a brief moment of pondering, Vagabond Qing glared at Wu Qi and cried out, "Who are you? Why did you come out from this courtyard?" Following Vagabond Qing Yi's rebuke, a tremendous immortal pressure suddenly descended upon Wu Qi. Very cooperatively, Wu Qi tilted his body and sat on the ground in a sorry state. He stared at Vagabond Qing Yi with a terrified expression as if he had just seen a ghost. His face was even paler than the snow. "Bastard!" cursed Wu Qi. Shivering from the pain, Wu Qi scolded under his breath. "Bastard! Vagabond Qing, just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you later." How could Vagabond Qing take a fancy to the storage bag given to him by Wu Qi? What good item could a puny cultivator of the Jin Dan trade for? With a casual slap, Vagabond Qing threw the storage bag onto the snowy ground several hundred feet away, then cried out coldly, "Did you see clearly? Which direction did they go?" Wu Qi let out a joyful cry and leaped forward hastily. Without any hesitation, he fished out a large handful of drunken dragon incense from the storage bag, opened Vagabond Qing Yi's mouth, and poured all of it into his mouth. When the drunken dragon incense came into contact with his saliva, it immediately turned into a green liquid and fused into Vagabond Qing Yi's body. With the amount of drunken dragon incense Wu Qi poured into Vagabond Qing Yi's mouth, it could even knock out 100 heaven immortals. Perhaps Vagabond Qing would not be able to wake up on his own for the rest of his life. Vagabond Qing roared furiously, then glared at Wu Qi and said, "Tell me, which direction did they go?" Seeing that Immortal Xianyang was approaching, Wu Qi immediately unleashed the chariot of 8 horses. Vagabond Qing came to his senses abruptly. Immortal Chang Wu came to look for the cultivators of Iron Ghost soul-seizing sect, but in the end he suddenly brought his men and disappeared without a trace, without even informing him. In the world of cultivation, there is only one circumstance that would happen. Immortal Chang Wu had found something that could interest him. Otherwise, he would not run away so abruptly. Laughing wildly, Wu Qi grabbed Vagabond Qing and was about to shove him into the spirit breeding ring. At the thought of this, Vagabond Qing Yi's eyes burned with fire. He was sure that Immortal Chang Wu must have found something. But in order to reap all the benefits himself, he had left with the people of Iron Ghost soul-seizing sect without caring about his Taoist companion who had fallen into the hands of the enemy, and the search for the whereabouts of those cultivators who had destroyed Snowflake City. Everything went smoothly when he was dealing with Immortal Chang Wu just now. Therefore, Wu Qi had neglected this matter. Now, when he was attacked by Vagabond Qing Yi's jade ring, it suddenly dawned on Wu Qi. Vagabond Qing was a heaven immortal, and he must have an immortal item with him. The reason why an immortal item was called an immortal item was that its item spirit had cultivated to the realm of spirit immortal, possessing the intelligence of its own, which allowed it to defend its owner and attack the enemy. With a moment of carelessness, Wu Qi was severely wounded by the 5 colored beams. Countless tiny threads of blood burst out from all over his body, forming a clump of blood mist that enveloped Wu Qi, making him look ferocious. The 5 colored beams pierced into Wu Qi's body, crazily destroying his body tissues. Some of them even brought with them an immense coldness, rushing straight into Wu Qi's spiritual ocean, as if they were going to slaughter his soul. Vagabond Qing Yi stood on the cloud with a frown on his face, staring coldly at Wuxia. With a faint immortal pressure suppressing Wuxia, Vagabond Qing Yi cried out coldly, "Where are the people in this courtyard?" Right after Wuxia walked out from the courtyard, Vagabond Qing Yi scanned the courtyard with his divine will. Naturally, he found no one in the courtyard. Trembling, Wuxia looked at Vagabond Qing Yi and said humbly, "Are you asking about the people in Snowcloud Courtyard? They have left just now." Seeing that Wuxia had transformed into the familiar seven-colored beam and fled, Immortal Xianxia flew into a rage. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that Wuxia was still hiding in the city, safe and sound, and it seemed like he had even plotted against Vagabond Qing Yi. Before Wuxia could answer Vagabond Qing Yi's question, Vagabond Qing Yi cried out in alarm. Like a hungry wolf who had just seen a piece of meat, he leaped down from the cloud and dashed out, grabbing the brocade bag that fell on the ground. Just a moment ago, Vagabond Qing Yi did not take Wuxia's brocade bag seriously and casually threw it far away. But now, the opening of the brocade bag was loosened, revealing a few vaguely transparent spirit herbs that looked like reeds, green in color, and had leaves that looked like they were carved out of jade. Vagabond Qing Yi frowned as he gave Wuxia an appraising glance. He had a feeling that there was something strange about Wuxia. Immortal Changwu had made an agreement with them, that when the people from Iron Ghost Soul-Seizing Sect drove the Yin Ghost to search for Yin Shijuan and his company, they would work together and capture Yin Shijuan and his company alive. However, Immortal Changwu had suddenly disappeared without a trace, while Wuxia walked out from the empty Snowcloud Courtyard. This made Vagabond Qing Yi feel extremely strange. The divine flame of order smashed viciously onto the 3 green jade rings. All of a sudden, a miserable howl that could only be sensed by divine will was heard coming out from the rings, while countless 5-colored beams vanished abruptly. With one swift move, Wuxia grabbed the rings and ripped them off, then grabbed Vagabond Qing Yi and shoved him in a black dragon spirit ring. However, Vagabond Qing Yi's aura had suddenly disappeared from Flying Snow City, and his immortal item had automatically attacked to protect its owner. The commotion had alerted the last immortal in Flying Snow City, Immortal Xianxia. A raging flame rose from the peak of a snowy mountain in the distance, as Immortal Xianxia, whose body was wrapped in a crimson flame, roared furiously and rushed towards them. Vagabond Qing Yi's face darkened as he sneered and said, "How presumptuous! How could I mistake the age of these spirit herbs? If I said they are 3,000 years old green radishes, then they must be 3,000 years old. Tell me, where did those juniors get these spirit herbs? Something is not right." Chapter 332. The chariot of 8 horses was the most precious treasure of the ancient human emperor. Although Wuxia could borrow the power of the chariot by deceiving the heavens, as his cultivation base was not strong enough, he could not fully utilize all the magical abilities of the ancient treasure. Although he could transform into a rainbow beam and travel with it, compared to the maximum speed of the chariot, there was still a huge gap. Immortal Xianxia did not hesitate to consume 3 mouthfuls of his prime blood essence and exercised a mystic technique to produce a pair of flaming wings, which boosted his speed to an astonishing level. In just a blink of an eye, he had caught up to the chariot. Then he clenched his fist, and a large sheet of flame burst out from his 5 fingers. A huge hand that was translucent like a crystal, emanating a threatening heat, shot whistling out, grabbing viciously towards Wuxia's head. Wuxia was sitting calmly in the chariot. Initially, he thought that Immortal Xianxia would not be able to catch up to him. Unexpectedly, right after he flew out from Flying Snow City, a large sheet of red light enveloped him. Using a mystic technique, Immortal Xianxia had actually caught up to him. With great astonishment, Wuxia turned his head and looked over his shoulder. Amidst the large sheet of flame, he saw a pair of flaming wings, each several tens of feet long, flapping at high speed behind Immortal Xianxia's back. His facial expression had turned very strange as well. His nose and mouth were protruding out, turning into a huge bird beak. His eyes were gleaming with a threatening gleam, and his skin was covered with countless red feathers. The feathers on his body were shaped like the feathers of a peacock, crimson in color and densely packed with runes and patterns. At this moment, they were emanating a tremendous heat. The natural energies kept being channeled into these feathers, and after being transformed by the runes and patterns on them, they were transformed into crimson flames and injected into the pair of wings on Immortal Xianxia's back. After that, they burst out violently. Behind Immortal Xianxia's back, a stream of flames stretched over 100 miles long, turning half of the sky red. While Wuxia was still sizing up Immortal Xianxia, the several tens of feet wide crimson palm had already come pressing down forcefully, slapping viciously onto the rainbow glow emitting from the chariot of 8 horses. Immediately, a loud rumble rang out, and a 7-colored auspicious ray burst out from the chariot, expanding into a huge 7-colored cloud that measured several miles in circumference. Countless fist-sized golden runes that looked like they were made of solid gold flickered in the sky amidst the 7-colored auspicious clouds, releasing a tremendous pressure that made it hard for people to breathe. Then, the giant red palm shattered into pieces. Suddenly, from the left side of the chariot of 8 horses, 12 armored soldiers who stood over 60 feet tall, clad in golden armors, wielding long halberds in their hands as they charged towards Immortal Xianxia. The cultivation of these armored soldiers was roughly the same as the current Wuxia, which was a mid-grade Jindan cultivation. Although their cultivation base was not strong, the speed of these armored soldiers, who even Wuxia had no idea where they came from, was frighteningly fast. The long halberds pierced through the air, producing a jarring noise as they thrust viciously towards Immortal Xianxia's chest. Immortal Xianxia flapped the flaming wings behind his back and roared, "Get the hell away from me!" Then, he waved both arms to the left and right, unleashing a large sheet of flame. The 7-colored auspicious ray of the chariot of 8 horses did not budge at all, but the 12 armored soldiers were ripped to shreds. Amidst the boundless flame, they were burned into a rain of light that drifted in the air. Immortal Xianxia glared furiously at Wuxia, who was shrouded in the 7-colored auspicious ray, and cried out, "What an audacious junior! I can't believe you actually have such an extraordinary defensive treasure." Licking his lips greedily, Immortal Xianxia laughed and said, "What grade is this immortal item? It must be a defensive treasure crafted by an immortal who is at least an 18th tier heaven immortal. Strange, with your mere cultivation base of Jindan, how could you control an immortal item? This doesn't make sense. There is no way you can control an immortal item." Wuxia decided to stop the chariot of 8 horses. Since Immortal Xianxia had already seen the true form of the chariot, he might as well stop the chariot and explain it to him. The gigantic palm strike unleashed by Immortal Xianxia just now was shattered by the counterforce of the chariot of 8 horses. Wuxia's confidence in the defensive strength of the chariot of 8 horses had increased by 100 times. Even if he had to face a heaven immortal head-on, he had nothing to fear. Upon hearing Immortal Xianxia's words, Wuxia grinned coldly and was about to answer him, but all of a sudden, the row of golden bells hanging on the chariot's hood began to move and tinkle, even though there was no wind blowing. As the bells tinkled, the surrounding auspicious clouds suddenly rocked and rocked. 24 golden-armored soldiers holding long halberds in their hands rushed out, stepping on the auspicious clouds once again, transforming into streams of light as they charged towards Immortal Xianxia. Immortal Xianxia flapped his wings as he stared at these golden-armored soldiers arrogantly. This time, these soldiers merely possessed the cultivation base of upper-grade Jindan. Immortal Xianxia sneered. With a light flick of his finger, A large sheet of crimson flames sprayed out, burning all 24 armored soldiers into countless specks of light that drifted down from the sky. Sitting coldly on the chariot, Wuxia stared at immortal Xianxia. This was the first time Wuxia was facing a real heaven immortal. Immortal Xianxia's strange visage, as well as the pair of flaming wings behind his back, had aroused Wuxia's curiosity. Not only the visage, the pair of flaming wings were actually attached tightly to immortal Xianxia's body, like real wings made of flesh, as if they were grown out from his flesh and blood, and not some illusory image formed from flames. While Wuxia was thinking about how to deal with immortal Xianxia, the golden bells tinkled once again. The seven-colored auspicious clouds rolled and rocked as 48 armored soldiers charged out whistling. Stepping on the clouds again, they turned into cold beams and charged towards immortal Xianxia. This time, all the armored soldiers had the cultivation base of early-stage nascent soul realm. Immortal Xianxia's face flickered slightly. Waving his hand casually, he unleashed a sheet of flame that burned all 48 early-stage nascent soul-armored soldiers into tiny specks of light. In just the time of 2 breaths, the auspicious clouds rolled and rocked again, as 96 mid-stage nascent soul-armored soldiers charged out from the clouds. Immortal Xianxia was greatly alarmed. "Strange," he cried out as he unleashed another sheet of flame that burned all the armored soldiers into nothingness. However, in just the time of 2 breaths, 192 late-stage nascent soul-armored soldiers charged out from the clouds. Immortal Xianxia's eyes went wide with astonishment. Waving his hand casually, he unleashed a flaming dragon that burned all the armored soldiers into a wisp of green smoke. After that, 384 early-stage nascent divinity cultivators teleported out from the auspicious clouds. The series of unforeseen events struck Wuxia dumb. Only now did he realize that the chariot of 8 horses was indeed a supreme artifact of virtue that belonged to the ancient human emperor. Although he was able to control the chariot with a deceptive method, it contained endless profound secrets, and it was not something that could be mastered in a short period of time. 384 early-stage nascent divinity cultivators. Every muscle in Wuxia's body was shivering. It was a magnificent sight. When facing against immortal Xianxia, who possessed a cultivation base of heaven immortal realm, 384 early-stage nascent divinity armored soldiers could only struggle and struggle for 2 seconds before their bodies exploded into countless specks of light that drifted down from the sky. However, killing so many early-stage nascent divinity armored soldiers with one strike had consumed quite a lot of immortal energies, and the expression on his face had turned extremely unsightly. Wuxia stared blankly at immortal Xianxia, laughed dryly, and said, "Do you think there will be more people coming?" Immortal Xianxia stared at Wuxia. Immediately, he understood why Wuxia asked such a question. What a lucky junior! You've obtained this supreme artifact, but you still don't know its function? If there are more people coming, doesn't that mean? While immortal Xianxia's rebuke was still echoing in Wuxia's ears, the surrounding auspicious clouds began to roll and tumble again. Without uttering a single word, 768 mid-stage nascent divinity armored soldiers materialized in the clouds, then charged towards immortal Xianxia amidst beams of cold light. Immortal Xianxia's face turned pale with fright as he gave a loud cry. Without hesitation, he unleashed a red wheel of light, measuring 3 feet in diameter. 6 fist-sized red pearls were embedded in the wheel of light, glinting brilliantly. Right after he made his move, these pearls immediately sprayed out a large amount of green smoke and purple flame, which was accompanied by deafening thunderclaps. With just one strike, all 768 mid-stage nascent divinity armored soldiers were turned into nothingness. Immortal Xianxia's face turned slightly pale. The strike had consumed quite a lot of his immortal energies and energy. However, the surrounding clouds suddenly rolled and rolled, and all of a sudden, 1,536 armored soldiers with a cultivation base of late-stage nascent divinity realm emerged from the clouds. These armored soldiers hovered midair, holding long halberds in their hands, then threw them forcefully towards immortal Xianxia. When these late-stage nascent divinity armored soldiers appeared, Wuqi's vision suddenly turned dark. His divine will was consumed at an incredible speed, and in just a blink of an eye, his previously plentiful mental force was completely depleted, leaving only a tiny thread of mental force to keep him awake. A will was transmitted from the chariot of 8 horses. Suddenly, Wuqi understood the origin of these armored soldiers. All of them were the protectors manifested from the enormous power of faith in the chariot of 8 horses. However, in order to utilize the power of faith in the chariot of 8 horses, they had to extract a tiny thread of Wuqi's mental force and transform it into the soul core of these armored soldiers. Because of the restrictive formation, the strongest armored soldier that appeared could only have the same cultivation base as Wuqi's nascent divinity. After absorbing the spirit, energy, and divinity of many nascent divinity cultivators, Wuqi's nascent divinity had reached the level of a peak-stage nascent divinity cultivator. Therefore, the protectors manifested by the chariot of 8 horses were all peak-stage nascent divinity armored soldiers. When these armored soldiers manifested, they extracted Wuqi's mental force and transformed it into the soul core. As a result, Wuqi's divine will was depleting at an incredible rate, and he nearly passed out due to the lack of energy. Wuqi sighed lightly. If he had the cultivation base of a heaven immortal now, the enormous power of faith in the chariot of 8 horses would be able to manifest the protectors of heaven immortal realm, helping him to attack the enemies. But too bad, his cultivation base was not strong enough, and the peak-stage nascent divinity armored soldiers could not pose any threat to immortal Xianxia. Immortal Xianxiang's face turned pale once again. He injected a great amount of immortal energy into the flaming wheel hovering above him, causing the 6 pearls to burst with a blinding red gleam. Large sheets of green smoke and purple flame wheeled around him, shattering the over 1,000 halberds that were shooting at him. Then, immortal Xianxiang took a deep breath and sprayed out a large sheet of purple flame. Amidst the purple flame, 1,536 armored soldiers could only last for the time of 1 breath before they disintegrated. Wuqi's face turned deathly pale, and cold sweat burst out from his body. Panting heavily, immortal Xianxiang fixed his eyes on Wuqi and said with a cold grin, "Junior, if this extraordinary treasure can summon heaven immortal armored soldiers." Suddenly, he took a few deep breaths, frowned, and said, "What is this aroma that smells so good? It is elegant and refined, a supreme-grade incense." Wuqi raised his hand up. A clump of drunken dragon incense, about the size of a human head, was burning fiercely in his palm. A faint green smoke drifted out from it, and the aroma had long enveloped an area of several tens of miles in circumference. As immortal Xianxiang had exerted too much strength just now, he was gasping for air and did not have the time to isolate the air with a restrictive spell. As a result, he had already inhaled a large amount of drunken dragon incense. After staring blankly at Wuqi for a while, immortal Xianxiang let out a loud cry. Suddenly, he fell from the sky like a rock. Hastily, Wuqi reached out his hand and wrapped the flaming wheel with a clump of divine flame of order. After that, he grabbed the unconscious immortal Xianxiang and shoved him into the spirit breeding ring. After putting away the chariot of 8 horses, Wuqi gave the surroundings a glance. Just as he was about to leave this place, 7 to 8 black dots suddenly flew towards him at top speed from afar, while emanating an enormous immortal pressure that blotted the sky and blotted the earth. The immortal pressure of 7 to 8 heaven immortals merged into one, causing the entire Shui Yuan planet to tremble. Wuqi's heart skipped a beat. So many heaven immortals? Chapter 333. The tremendous immortal pressure made all the living beings who had cultivated in Shui Yuan planet tremble and dared not to move. Whether it was demon beasts, demon birds, demon fishes in the ocean, or the numerous cultivators on Shui Yuan planet, all the living beings who had cultivated in Shui Yuan planet could instinctively sense the pressure that came from everywhere. They all held their breaths with rapt attention, carefully retracting their auras. Under an iceberg near the original site of Snowflake City, 3 messy courtyards were placed in a row. Some cultivators were seen wheeling and patrolling in the sky on their flying swords, while others were seen going in and out of the courtyards, supervising a large number of mortal craftsmen to repair the dilapidated courtyards. These heaven immortals came from a few major clans in the other few major cities of Snowfield City. They were either related by marriage to those big clans, or some of the people in those big clans were their disciples. Therefore, when Immortal Chong Wu and his companions sent out the immortal orders, forcing Flying Snow City, Snowdrift City, and White Frost City to shut down their teleportation formations, sealing off all the entrances and exits of Shui Yuan planet, all the major clans used mystic arts to inform the heaven immortals they worshipped. Another old man, clad in a crimson robe and with a haggard face, said in a deep voice, "No matter why they sent out such an order, we need to find them first. How did Snowflake City end up like this? What should we do in the future? We need an explanation." All the heaven immortals hovering in midair began to talk again, allowing Wuxia to hear them clearly. Raising his head in a reserved manner, Wuxia said in a disapproving tone, "What's so strange about that? Since you dared to attack my father-in-law, you should have thought of the consequences. Lin Xiaolaw, your reliance has been captured alive. Today I'm going to wipe out the entire Lin clan of Snowflake City right in front of you." Wuxia sneered. From Black Dragon Spirit Ring, he fished out 2 immortal talismans given by Patriarch Xianxia and gave them to Xiong Wanling and Xianxia. When she saw Immortal Chong Wu and the other 2 heaven immortals lying limply on the ground, Lin Xiaolaw was so frightened that she screamed, "No, no! Immortal Monarch, seniors, what happened to you? Heavens! What's going on? What happened to you? What happened to you? Wake up!" An old Taoist wearing a gray Taoist robe with a black mountain embroidered on his chest snorted coldly and said, "Simply rude and unreasonable. Shui Yuan planet had been locked down for a few days. How much did it lose? This Shui Yuan planet does not belong to the 3 great clans of Snowflake City." Then they would find Immortal Chong Wu and the other 2 heaven immortals and seize the opportunity to suppress them, preventing them from rebuilding Snowflake City. With the overall strength of the 8 heaven immortals, Immortal Chong Wu and the other 3 heaven immortals, who had joined forces for the sake of benefits, were no match for them at all. There was no need for them to consider their feelings. All they had to do was to force them to agree to merge the 3 major clans of Snowflake City with the other few cities. Lin Xiaolaw, with a pale face and naked body, was seen lying on the ground in a sorry state, looking around with a terrified expression. When Lin Xiaolaw saw the huge pit where Snowflake City used to be and the 3 courtyards around it, she cried out in surprise, "This is Snowflake City. What are you doing here? What do you want?" Over the past 3 years, Wuxia had concocted a large amount of drunken dragon incense in Myriad Immortals planet. This time, in order to deal with Immortal Chong Wu and the other 2 heaven immortals, he had spent 99% of the drunken dragon incense on them. As it was not a spirit medicine that could save lives and heal wounds, Wuxia did not concoct too much of it, and he had almost wasted all of it today. After coming to a decision, they gave the surroundings a thorough examination, but they could not find the whereabouts of Immortal Chong Wu and the other 3 heaven immortals. Only then did they give up helplessly, continuing their search into the distance. On an icy peak less than 10 miles away from the iceberg, Wuxia unleashed his sword beam. He gave the 3 courtyards a look, then turned to look at the huge pit next to them, where Snowflake City used to be. He could not help but grin coldly. A large sheet of white light burst out from the spirit breeding ring, amidst which came Yin Qijuan and his company. The three unconscious heaven immortals were lying on the ground in a sorry state, their faces flushed and snoring loudly. When they heard that Snowflake City was destroyed and that Immortal Changwu and the other two heaven immortals had sealed off Shui Yuan planet, these heaven immortals immediately rushed over like flies that smelled the scent of blood. It was just that their residences were either very far away from Shui Yuan planet, or they were busy with some matters that they could not attend to. Therefore, they only sneaked into Shui Yuan planet today and gathered together. They had just sensed the aura that erupted from the battle between Wuxia and Immortal Xianxia, and they had come here hastily. But they did not find anything valuable. 7 to 8 heaven immortals, old and young, beautiful and ugly, all dressed differently, were hovering midair. Their divine will kept scanning the surroundings, searching every inch of the snowfield within 10,000 miles circumference. Their divine will reach 100 miles deep into the snowfield. If not for Wuqi's aura-concealing mystic art that came from Scroll of Stealing, which allowed his aura to fuse with the heaven and earth, and turned him into a piece of Xianbing, perhaps he would have long been captured by the combined divine will of these heaven immortals. Yan Qijuan, Xiong Wanling, and He Xianxia were overjoyed when they heard the news, and a ferocious smile emerged on their faces. It was especially true for Xiong Wanling and He Xianxia, as they were used to being the overlords in the depths of Ming Mountains. Now that they had suffered a great loss in the hands of Lin Xia, it was needless to say how they were filled with hatred and resentment. The impulse to annihilate Lin clan had far surpassed their curiosity about how Wu Qi captured 3 heaven immortals alive. The 2 old demons were wild with joy. They took over the immortal talismans happily, then leaped into their demon clouds and brought up strong winds as they flew towards the courtyards of the 3 major clans in Snowflake City. Wu Qi had hidden Immortal Changwu, Vagabond Qing Yi, and Immortal Xianyang in a separate, small space. Therefore, Yan Qijuan and the others did not know that Wu Qi had already captured the 3 heaven immortals. When they saw the 3 heaven immortals, they were taken aback. Swoosh! Swoosh! The strong winds shook the surrounding snowfield, while large sheets of auspicious white clouds shot out from the 2 old demons' palms, smashing viciously towards the 3 courtyards. The gray-robed old Taoist exchanged a glance with the others, and all of them nodded their heads in agreement. This is not a good thing, and it is shameful, but it should still be concocted in large quantities. Wu Qi thought to himself. Also, the drunken dragon incense of the lowest grade has too great of a limitation when used. If they had cast a spell to isolate the poisonous gas and miasma beforehand, the incense would not be able to enter their bodies or touch their skin, and it would not be able to unleash its effect. If I can concoct an 8th or 7th grade drunken dragon incense, TSK. Since Snowflake City is destroyed, let it be destroyed. Since Snowflake City is destroyed, there is no need to rebuild it. Let it vanish forever. Every city in Snowflake City represented a great amount of benefits. With one less city, the other cities would be able to obtain more benefits. At least, those cultivators who came from outside the city would have no choice but to spend their money in the remaining cities. Changwu, Qingyi, and Xianyang. I have no idea what is wrong with them. Why did they seal off the 4 teleportation formations of Shui Yuan planet for no reason? What is the meaning of this? Are they the ones who have the final say in Shui Yuan planet? Even if Snowflake City is destroyed, the benefits of other cities must not be harmed. Yan Qijuan walked over and gave Lin Xia several dozens of slaps in a row. The slaps turned her face red and swollen, and blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. Yan Qijuan snapped harshly. Deposit? What deposit? Are you going to kill us as deposit? How dare you offend me? Every single one of you will be sentenced to death. 2 Grand Tutors, please take action and slaughter these people in front of you. Not only did they have to dismantle the remaining forces of the 3 major clans in Snowflake City, They were also required to cough up a huge sum of compensation. Only then would the 8 heaven immortals present here be satisfied. Otherwise, if they were to seal off Shui Yuan planet for a few days for no reason, just the number of cultivators going in and out of the grand universal teleportation formation every day, how many energy stones would they lose in toll fees? If they added up the losses of the 3 cities, it would be at least several 100,000 stones. Glancing around, Wuxia scanned the surroundings instinctively with his divine will. After finding nothing that could stand in his way, he stepped on a sword beam and sped towards Snowflake City. When these heaven immortals had gone far away, only then Wuxia carefully came out from Xianbing City. Standing on the snowfield and looking into the direction where these heaven immortals disappeared, Wuxia sighed helplessly. He weighed the bag in his hand. There was not much drunken dragon incense left in it, so it was not enough to deal with these few heaven immortals. Yin Shijuan, Xiong Wanling, and Xianxia widened their eyes and glanced to the left and right, then suddenly turned to look at the 3 heaven immortals who were lying on the ground. The spirit breeding ring had a very large space inside, and according to Wuxi's will, it could divide the living beings inside into different small spaces. Originally, the spirit breeding ring was a treasure used by cultivators to store their demon beasts. As demon beasts loved to fight when they were stored in the ring, they had to be stored separately. Otherwise, they would definitely fight and kill each other, resulting in losses. Wuxia was hiding under a Xianbing as well. Exercising the mystic eyes of universe, he peered through the 10,000 feet thick Xianbing and peered at the group of heaven immortals. After searching for some time, they failed to find any clues. However, they sensed an enormous aura of fire element energy lingering in the air, as well as a pure and powerful wave of willpower. The few heaven immortals gathered together and whispered to each other, then shook their heads. Lin Xiao let out a miserable howl at the top of her voice. "No, you can't. I'll return all the deposits. I'll apologize to you. I don't care what you do to me. You can't." While they were still a few miles away from the courtyards of the 3 clans, 2 old demons activated their spirit talismans at the same time. If there were several 100 kilograms of drunken dragon incense left, Wuxia would really want to kill those 8 heaven immortals as well. He could casually set up some traps and ignite several 100 kilograms of drunken dragon incense, and it would be a piece of cake for him to kill 8 to 10 heaven immortals. After shouting and yelling for a while, it was the gray-robed old Taoist who first cried out, "Fellow immortals, let's not worry about that for now. We need to find Chang Wu and the other 2 first. What exactly is the purpose of this incident and the cause and effect? They have to give us an explanation. Shui Yuan planet has been sealed for so many days for no reason. The 3 clans of Snowflake City must compensate the other cities for the loss." Shaking his head, Wuxia licked his lips and began to fantasize that if he could concoct the first-grade sleeping incense recorded in Scroll of Stealing, it would be a powerful substance that could make even gold immortals, or even primordial immortals, drunk to death if they accidentally smelled it. But the ingredients needed to concoct that sleeping incense. When Wuxia thought of nearly 100 spirit herbs that were labeled as innate, he could not help but throw his head back and sigh. Chapter 334. On the day when Yin Shijuan and his 2 companions escaped from Snowflake City, all the men of sacrifice who accompanied them exploded their nascent souls. The entire Snowflake City was blown to smithereens, and only the courtyards of the 3 major clans survived the explosion, as they were protected by the immortal talismans given by immortal Chang Wu. After that, Lin Xiao chased after Yin Shijuan and his companions, while immortal Chang Wu and the other 2 heaven immortals rushed to Shui Yuan planet and chased after Yin Shijuan. Because of that, the people from the 3 major clans had nothing to do, so they stayed under the ice mountain to repair their residences. However, the hearts of the people from the 3 families were wavering. None of them knew what was going on. The Driftsnow city was blasted into the sky for no reason at all. All the shops and inns in the city were blasted away, and the three clans suffered heavy losses. Apart from the clansmen who happened to be in the ancestral home at that time, the clansmen in the other cities were all killed. The chaos in the Driftsnow city this time was an incomparably heavy blow to the three clans. Three great clans had spent several tens of thousands of years on Shui Yuan planet, and only then did they manage to build up a small foundation like Snowflake City. Now, they hadn't even figured out what was going on, but Driftsnow City had been reduced to nothingness. Out of the 10 elites of their clan, no one would be able to accept this. The patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Xianxia, and the heads of the other two families, Lu Banian and Xianxia, were sitting in the main hall of the Lin family, looking at each other and sighing. The Driftsnow City was suddenly destroyed. The strength of the three clans suffered heavy losses. After that, the backers of the three clans, three heavenly immortal patriarchs, suddenly arrived. Without saying a word, they led their disciples out to hunt down Yin Qijuan and his men. Therefore, until now, they still had no idea what was going on and why Snowflake City was destroyed. The patriarchs of the three clans were all at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Lin Xianxui's cultivation was the highest, as he was about to break through to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. At this moment, Lin Xianxui was frowning and sighing in a low voice. The three immortal masters still haven't explained this matter clearly. Just what happened? Now that the Driftsnow City has been destroyed, flying snow, chaotic snow, and white frost, I'm afraid they won't give us a chance to make a comeback. Lubanian was silent for a while and said with a wry smile, "We also have a mortal master behind us. I'm afraid they won't dare." Xian Xiren could see it clearly. He smiled bitterly and said, "For spirit stones, for benefits, why wouldn't I dare?" When the three cities joined forces, there were 8 immortal masters behind them. Gathering the strength of 8 people to threaten the 3 immortal masters behind us. Our future is bleak. Lin Xianxui stamped his feet and said angrily, "But what exactly happened? Why were people suddenly fighting in the city?" It was simply inexplicable, an undeserved calamity. The cultivation world had its own rules. How could he explode his nascent soul in a densely populated city? Moreover, there are so many of them using a secret formation to detonate their nascent souls. This is simply inexplicable and unreasonable. Lubanian and Xianxiren turned to look at Lin Xianxui at the same time and said together, "Old Lin, is this related to your Qiu Luo?" Lin Xianxui abruptly shut his mouth and did not say another word. Apparently, when Snowflake City was destroyed, they did sense her aura. As Lin Xiao was fighting someone with all her might, it was impossible to fool her by telling her that it had nothing to do with her. Lin Xianxui was silent for a long time before he bitterly said, "Our 3 clans advance and retreat together. We are bound together for good or ill. If you have anything to say, wait until the 3 immortal masters return." Lubanian and Xianxiren exchanged a glance, then breathed out a heavy sigh at the same time. After that, their faces fell as they transformed into 2 beams of bright light and shot up into the sky from the main hall. With great astonishment, they saw 2 balls of demonic clouds and wild winds approaching at top speed from a few miles away. They saw 2 balls of immortal light flashing amidst the demonic clouds, and the green gusts rolled up the white, auspicious clouds. Like 2 waterfalls falling from the 9 heavens, they smashed down with deafening rumbles. The auspicious clouds and wild winds covered a huge area, covering an area of 100 miles in circumference around the 3 mansions. At the same time, a mighty immortal pressure was unleashed, causing Lin Xianxui and his companions to stiffen and be unable to move. Even the nascent soul patriarchs of the 3 clans were unable to move because of the immortal pressure, let alone the disciples of the 3 clans. In just a blink of an eye, the wild winds swept past the 3 mansions. This time, the patriarchs of the 3 clans did not have the time to activate their immortal talismans to protect their clansmen. The wild winds and the white clouds swirled around the three mansions at top speed, turning everything into powder wherever they went. With a hideous smile on their faces, Xianxia and Xianxia raised up their immortal talismans and aimed them at the patriarchs of the three clans. A few beams of cloud shot out and smashed heavily onto the chests of the three patriarchs. A force as heavy as a mountain shattered the defensive barrier they barely unleashed, shattering their breastbones. A flexible, vast, continuous, dense, and boundless strand of immortal force surged into their bodies, and it firmly sealed the vital blood in their entire bodies. It was as if countless balls of clouds had blocked up their meridians and blocked up their nascent souls, causing them to be unable to mobilize the slightest bit of magic energy. The original three residences had been turned into a clean snowfield, leaving nothing behind. The snowy plain within a circumference of 100 miles was as clear as a pale blue mirror, reflecting the sunlight with a bright and beautiful glow. Apart from the ice and snow, there was nothing left in this place. All the remaining clansmen of the three clans had been crushed into powder amidst the wild winds and white clouds. Evildoers! The three patriarchs stared fixedly at Xianxia and Xianxia, barely spitting out 2 words from their mouths. Xianxia and Xianxia put away the immortal talismans. They had only released less than 10% of the power of the talismans. Then, they carefully put them into their storage rings, as if they were precious treasures. Since Wuxia did not ask them to return the talismans, the 2 old demons had no choice but to swallow the 2 talismans, which were still filled with immortal energy. Carrying the 3 patriarchs, who were covered in blood and unable to move, Xianxia and Xianxia leaped onto the demon cloud and returned to the peak of the snowy mountain where Wuxia and the others were. After throwing the 3 patriarchs to the ground, Xianxia roared with laughter and said, "They are indeed immortal talismans crafted by heaven immortals. With just 2 immortal talismans, they have killed all their clans as easily as killing dogs." Xianxia chuckled and said, "That's right, the power of these immortal talismans is really impressive. But too bad, they can only be used once." Both of them were lying through their teeth, shamelessly telling Wuxia that the 2 immortal talismans had consumed all their immortal energy. Helplessly, Wuxia gave them a glare, then smiled and cupped his fist at Xianxia. "Now, it's up to you how to vent your anger. You've been torturing this woman for the past few days. Did she give her confession? Who paid her to kill these people? How did that man find her? Where did Lin Xiaoa go to collect the money? Did she tell you anything about these things?" Xianxia nodded slowly, then quickly sent a few words to Wuxia through voice transmission. Wuxia was struck dumb, then a cold smile emerged on his face. Taking a few steps back, Wuxia spread his arms and pointed at Lin Xiaoa and the 3 patriarchs. He smiled faintly, telling Xianxia that he could take his revenge now. Without any hesitation, Xianxia, Xianxia, and Xianxia strode before the 3 patriarchs. Xianxia stepped forcefully on Lu Baiyan's head with his bare paw as he roared with laughter. "3 old dogs. Do you know why you are facing the calamity of having your clans wiped out today?" Xianxia gave Xianxia a hard kick and said coolly, "Lin Xiaoa has accepted someone's energy stones and tried to kill us in the middle of the street in Snowflake City. She has killed over 100 of our disciples. We need to make her pay for this." With a complicated expression, the 3 patriarchs looked at Lin Xia, who was kneeling on the ground like a stone statue. Lin Xiansui threw his head back and breathed out a long sigh, then said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, we're willing to repay all the losses we've suffered. We're willing to exchange all our properties for our lives." Xianxia coughed out a mouthful of blood and said with a hoarse voice, "Since it is Lin Xiaoa who caused this calamity, it has nothing to do with us. After several tens of thousands of years of accumulation, we have 2 million upper-grade energy stones and countless other rare treasures. I'm willing to offer them to you, fellow Taoists, in exchange for my life." Liu Banian said the same thing. Coughing violently, he also said that he was willing to pay with the energy stones from his clan. Wuxia gave the three patriarchs a look, shook his head, then spun and put Immortal Changwu and the other two patriarchs into the spirit breeding ring. After that, he descended the ice mountain, found an ice cave, and fell into a deep sleep. Paying with energy stones? If it were some other cultivators, they might have agreed to it. But, as Yin Shijuan and his companions were from Myriad Immortals planet, a mere several million upper-grade energy stones were nothing to them. Nevertheless, after several tens of thousands of years of accumulation, the three clans had only saved a few million upper-grade energy stones. They were really poor. The miserable howls and cries of Lin, Chua, and the patriarchs of the three clans kept echoing out from the peak of the snowy mountain, accompanied by the noises of bones breaking and flesh cracking. Wuxia did not want to think about what kind of cruel torture they had gone through, as they had asked for it. With Yin Shijuan's temperament and the bloodthirsty nature of Xiong Wanling and He Xianxia, it was not hard to imagine that the torture they were going through now might be even more terrifying than the 18 layers of hell. The miserable howls lasted for a full day and night, and only then did they stop. After a while, the three patriarchs, their bodies covered in blood, slowly walked down the ice mountain. Xiong Wanling, in particular, still had a great amount of blood, flesh, and bones hanging from the corner of his mouth. While walking, he kept burping. Obviously, one of the four men on the mountain had been swallowed alive by him. A demon king was indeed a demon king. When Wuxia saw Xiong Wanling's refreshed appearance, he could not help but twitch his lips. Four men gathered together, and only then did Wuxia say, "According to the confession we obtained, after Lin Chua successfully completed the assassination, she would go to an inn in White Frost City and look for the person who sent her, and collect the rest of the reward. Therefore, we need to go to White Frost City now, and find out who is the person who sent her here." Xiong Wanling bared his teeth and said with a gloomy voice, "No matter who sent her here, I've made them my sworn enemy this time." He Xianxia just snorted coldly and did not say a word. Yin Shijuan's face turned even uglier as he said coolly, "You're right. We need to investigate this thoroughly. There are only a few people in Great Yin Dynasty who know my whereabouts. No matter who is scheming against me, we need to investigate this thoroughly." Wuxia raised his head and gave Yin Shijuan a look, then nodded his head. For beams of light shot up into the sky, flying straight towards White Frost City. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.